remember who you really are. Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rifts winters again. The arrivals till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time dropping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the Across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the sparks in you. And in a unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again. We are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again. We are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. And in a unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Heroes, villains, and time streaming tanglers, we are back once again for Marvel Rivals Ignite Stage 2 here in EMEA. I'm Leg Day, joined by the wonderful Moxie.
Yes, and it is do or die right now, Harry, because it's lower bracket elimination day. I cannot believe it. It feels like Stage 2 only just started, but already we're going to be sending 4 unfortunate teams home after the events of today.
Yeah, it feels almost cruel that we have to send 4 home, but such is our solemn duty that we must carry out. These teams have found themselves defeated, down, but not quite out yet. There's one chance to continue their journey forth towards not only playoffs, but also our grand finals for Marvel Rivals Ignite Year 1 as well. Group A on your screens at the moment. We have 16 teams here in EMEA split into 2 groups.
Yes, and unfortunately for Group A, it doesn't really get any easier as that lower bracket run continues, because one of them is going to have the unfortunate time of having to meet Citadel Gaming, as they're going to be out for revenge after Chopped sent them down to the lower bracket yesterday after a 2-1 coming on through. One of the rare occurrences where we got to see a free mapper in Stage 2.
Yeah, the 3 mappers have been a little bit thin on the ground at the moment, as some of our stronger teams have been pitted up against the ostensibly weaker teams who they 2-0'd. Here's Group B, including both Na'Vi and Virtus Pro. So for esports, old heads, having both of those teams in the same group certainly is a joy to behold. I'm hoping that, well, I'm not hoping, I think it's pretty much assured that we're going to be getting Na'Vi versus Virtus Pro in Group B at some point. So that's going to be some fun to look forward to next week.
Yes, that exact date is going to be the 26th, actually, if you want to mark that one down in your calendars. That's when Virtus Pro and Na'Vi are going to be going head-to-head in an age-old rivalry that spans the distance of many esports titles, as we can have a look and see how exactly our brackets are going to be going down today. It is going to be Foxhound versus Paradox and Foot versus Revived. Those are going to be the matches that we're covering today for Group A.
Yeah, Foxhound versus Paradox. Foxhound, a slightly more known team. Paradox, coming out of the Middle East, is a mostly unknown team, but it seems like all across esports we are seeing players from across the Middle East rising up in power rankings and really showing off what they can do. Paradox are going to be hoping to rescue themselves from elimination down in the lower bracket. And Revived, I believe, is a team that's mostly out of Egypt. It's great to start seeing some North African representation here in EMEA. We're not just dominated by the Europe part of it. And here's a look at Group B's bracket. And there it is, with VP versus Na'Vi Tuesday on the 26th coming up next week.
Yes, but the lower bracket that we're going to be following is going to be Vice going up against Dawncore before we head over to FaZe versus Peps, one which could potentially go the distance. Vice versus Dawncore is going to be one of those ones that I think a lot of people are expecting it to be a 2-0, especially since when we saw Vice in action previously, we've been seeing them come through from a lot of very pedigreed teams. They were one of those teams that sort of joined together after a whole lot of Rostermania that went through into EMEA, grabbing a lot of players from a lot of many already previously Ignite Stage 1 players.
Yeah, however, what they're all playing for, Mox, as well as avoiding elimination, they are playing for some fat stacks, a couple racks on the table, $250,000 just for EMEA here at Ignite Stage 2, which is nothing to turn your nose up at, with our first place gaining 70 stacks. That is ridiculous. 70,000 US dollars.
Not just that, but also the opportunity to represent EMEA at that upcoming Grand Finals International LAN, as we can have a look at how the games for today are going to be going for. As we talked about, Vice versus Dawncore is going to be up first, before we have Foxhound versus Paradox, before FaZe and Peps, and then to end things off, Foot Esports versus Revived.
Yeah, I think Foot Esports and Foot Esports kind of the one we're surprised to see being in the lower bracket this early. They were kind of upset by OG Seed, and OG Seed, they played remarkably well in that series. GG Free Lose, I believe, was particularly impressive. That was on Ninja NJC, where GG Free Lose managed to get one over on Peps. They're the one who consigned one of our legacy teams, Peps, who I believe came 6th in the last Ignite, down to the lower bracket. OG Seed use a rather curious amount of Storm, which is a little bit out of flavor, but they managed to knock down Footballist, so they have to just carve their way through the lower bracket to try and survive, but waiting if they manage to win that last matchup and going up against Citadel, who lost yesterday, and quite an upset going up against Chopped.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Storm get target banned, I believe, once so far by teams that try to remove her so that they have a little bit of an easier time holding on to those defensive convoy compositions coming on through. Because the ban drafts, well, it hasn't really changed from the Mantis getting the most target bans when we were looking at the mid-season Ignite LAN. What has changed, however, is everything that comes afterwards, because gone are the days where it was Vanguard being the thing that were targeted, as to other days where the duelists were the ones that got the boot. Now it's strategists. In fact, we can have a look at these are our overall bans for the entire tally of the 3 days of play that have gone through so far today. Mantis ruling the roost on a total of 47, with Ultron coming in second on 32.
Yeah, long past of the days where Emma got the first ban, Mag got the first ban. Not even Loki is breaking the top 5 now. I think we've seen very few Loki bans given his recent nerfs. But on the same side, if Mantis is all that and triple strategist, a lot of these components are a big part of it. Why save for Luna, Mox?
So Luna enables your duelists with the idle aura for that 35% heal trickle. However, also because Mantis is being target banned out, a lot of the times if you want to actually have that damage boost to take an ultimate or some form of damage to going further and actually being able to bypass the breakpoint of a strategist ultimate, then it tends to be the Luna that these people are going to be looking to, combining things like Feast of the Abyss with that Venom ultimate, with the Luna, or potentially even the Phoenix with the end song Inferno, so that you don't have to wait and have your Magneto line up both, especially since we've actually seen Star-Lord come back a fair bit, even though Magneto doesn't always see play. Invisible Woman actually seeing a little bit more gameplay means that things like the Guardian Shield get staggered in front of that Star-Lord so that he has that safeness of spinning, which then means that Galactic Legend has to have Magneto's Meteor M as a counterplay to it.
Yep, we also get the Light and Dark Karma team up with the Adam Warlock, who's been seeing a lot of usage and a lot of bans as well, as Karmic Revival recently getting that buff to give over 70% of maximum HP as overhealth upon revival, and then trickling down over the course of 5 seconds. A lot more survivability post-revive for any people who are lucky enough to benefit from it, Mox.
Yes, Adam Warlock getting banned out a total of 18 times. I am wholly expecting that number to only increase as we go through our season 2. However, Doctor Strange is one that I really do want to talk about as well, because especially when we go to maps like Convoy, a lot of these teams in the draft system are now targeting out very specific strategies that would enable spawn hold compositions, or potentially also turning to weakening any spawn break strategies with things like that Storm being taken out of rotation.
Yeah, from the generalists of the game, though, Mox, let's go in and think about our respective teams for our first matchup here. We've got Vice going up against Dawncore. We're going to dive into our roster so we can try and highlight some of the places where differences can be made in this matchup, because, of course, every single one of these players is fighting for their survival. And for Dawncore, they're also fighting for their debuts. Quite a few of these players we have not seen before on the biggest stages. They've been grinding these other events that are being put on by tournament organizers, I believe, like Engage in Europe. Dawncore have had a lot of success there. Some of our friends, including like Spartan Tano, have made some great content profiling this team. But here at Ignite, we don't know a huge amount about Dawncore yet.
We do know that they struggled, however, against the dive coming on through in their first match, and I would expect that we're also going to be seeing them try to target out things like that Venom and the Jeff because of that struggle, or potentially going for a save onto the Emma, as previously they actually tried to prioritize saving the Magneto and Cloak and Dagger, which is a strategist that we typically don't actually see. Not target banned, not saved, but being picked in terms of composition currently.
Yeah, Cloak and Dagger's coming out in some cases, and we're like, okay, we need to make a 2-2-2 happen here. And she's got a good ult. She's got they've got some good utility, and the Terra Cape being able to collect some casualties. Let's look over at the Vice roster instead. We've got a couple more known names here. Knudsen, the major one that stands out from a previous run on Zero Tenacity last season.
Yes, and then you've also got Oligator and Missouri, as well as Ash, who had previous stints over on Ex-Oblivione, who unfortunately were never quite able to make it into the Ignite stages, but were an absolute monstrous team to compete against into the Marvel Rivals Championship.
Yeah, they managed to qualify through that MRC where a lot of our Ignite teams weren't able to compete because they were competing in Ignite at the time. We just had a free MRC, as it were, over in in all of our regions where any teams could compete. Some of them were resting after mid-season finals. Virtus Pro decided to get involved, unsurprisingly, in MRC, make a little bit of money over there. But I'm very excited about this Vice roster. I think that they've got quite a bit of potential. However, they aren't the most, they aren't like a seasoned roster like Virtus Pro, where they've been together for a long time. Their synergy's a little bit newer. As we outlined earlier, they were kind of assembled due to roster mania in some cases. Some parts came in late.
Some parts did indeed come in a little bit late, so a lot of these teams trying to figure out that synergy very, very quickly, as well as figure out the meta very, very quickly. Domination's meta has sort of already been predetermined. We've seen the rise of triple strategists and also the Atom composition. Convoy is where it gets a little bit more convoluted, with a lot of teams still trying to figure out the best way of breaking through those spawn holds, but it's going to be Hell's Heaven Domination. The first time that we're actually really getting to see Hell's Heaven coming on through into the Ignite stage 2. No surprises to see Mantis given the boot immediately, but Vice breaking from the mold and removing the Emma to manage to guarantee themselves one-sided Emma in case something like a Venom, Jeff, and Atom composition manages to sneak through.
So the question is for Dawncore now, do they go for the one-sided Mantis? Of course, Mantis has been copying, as we outlined in an earlier graphic, basically every instant ban available over the course of EMEA's Ignite. First up for Dawncore, though, making sure that it won't be an Emma Mag Vanguard line. First protect here. Surely if they don't protect the Mantis, it will be taken away. They're going to have a one-sided Mag. Interesting. It's a harken back to an ancient time.
Yeah, this is what they did last time when they were up against Alcatsi. They have shown as well against Alcatsi that they would go for target banning. They burned a ban slot against Balassa's Psylocke. So if they feel like something from Vice is potentially a little bit too dangerous, they may well break away from the traditional ban meta and remove that as well, as Vice are just going to continue going through what we sort of understand now to be that draft. Ultron getting removed, Luna getting removed, Dawncore are actually going to remove the Atom, which I'm a big fan of, as Hell's Heaven is one of the best maps for Karmic Revival positions.
Yeah, we also saw a lot of Jeff here even before Jeff was fully meta on Hell's Heaven. A little bit of a monster here is going to be Invisible Woman being protected, and that has been a top-tier protect for a lot of teams, allowing for the independence of some duelists using the Guardian Shield to have unfair duels against their opponents, as well as mess with Venom disengages using the Force physics.
That and Angela as well, because Vice have actually played Angela over on Araco, as it's going to be Phoenix removed now for Dawncore, as Vice saw that Invisible Woman, like you said, with that Guardian Shield could potentially provide better peel and healing on those off-angle fights, and that is exactly what Phoenix is supplied to be able to take. So remove that duelist immediately for the Invisible Woman to potentially have to pocket something like a Namor instead, as Vice will be able to secure themselves Luna Snow, one-sided Luna Snow.
Yeah, one-sided Luna, maybe with both the Metallic Bulwark from the Magneto and a Guardian Shield. There's a lot of capacity to like maybe give some space over to something like a Star-Lord for the side of Dawncore if they wish to try and go after that, but I think that the displacement offered by the Winter Soldier certainly does have its value here. And as you pointed out, the Namor has been seeing quite a bit of usage in conjunction with the Hulk recently, even though Hulk does have a little bit of a struggle against the Invisible Woman, as you can reset his jump charge as well as entirely mess up his disengage utilizing that Force physics again.
True, but his bubbles are very, very good to act as peel if something like that Venom composition does manage to get through. Hulk can jump back to both of his strategists and immediately bubble, which means that they don't have to waste time patty caking each other and thus draining the amount of time that they have to look at their frontline vanguards, which would traditionally be the green light for that Venom's team to go a little bit more aggressive.
All right, it's going to be the Eldritch Monument, which is our first match of the day here. Mox, of course, we always start off on Domination, so it's pretty mandatory for a team to be strong on Domination. We'll see how Vice and Dawncore try and shake this one out as we roll out for our first sub-map.
I do like the fact that Dawncore, you can already see the impact of running up against Alcatsi, a very dive-complemented team. They are fully supplied to deal with that dive. They don't have to worry about a Venom dive at the moment. What they do have to worry about is a strange dive, as Vice decide to go for that portal to put themselves into a better position of already controlling all of these off angles. And Knutson, with that Luna's Idol aura, is going to be incredibly hard to ice from this position with his iframes as well.
Yeah, off angle available at the moment. That's some homework that Dawncore are going to have to try and deal with. Blast Barrage starts to carve through a couple, but Knutson forced to avoid that engagement early after taking a bunch of damage. Lugia overextended, even with a trio of strategists behind them. The healing wasn't there. Still, Vice down to Vanguard are able to get themselves the first cap, but Dawncore are paid for their patience, and the dividends are coming in strong with an instant retake.
Yeah, Dawncore really did build this composition with things like that Venom in mind. They've got the Bookie to be able to Bionic Hook. They've got the Invisible Woman, Tim on that Cloak and Dagger as well, is going to be able to instantly go for the Terror Cape Blind, which will apply that 28% increased damage to all aspects of damage that this Venom is going to be taking from, which means that Liga is going to be having a very hard time getting out.
Yeah, the raw damage coming out of a Punisher and a Bucky is not to be sniffed at if you're a Venom, who's essentially just a big sphere of a hitbox.
Yeah, and now because they won that previous fight, they're also going to have the opportunity to shoot first into the dive before it's already supplied. And you can see Lugia goes in, and about 3 seconds later immediately has to get on out, which means that Knutson gets no room to work with. There is no pressure on Froston at the moment. Invisible Boundary has been forced out, however, and Ken's going to use his later on. As Oligator, it looks like he went for the Eat onto Tim, but the Cloak and Dagger was able to escape with the Dark Teleportation.
Yeah, Oligator managed to grab 3, but all 3 of them had means of getting themselves back onto terra firma, cancelling the momentum via Scourge Grenades, Dark Teleportations, and just for slow falling of Magneto, aided by those metal-soled shoes.
Invisible Boundary is not going to be up either to put a stop to Sapatic with this final judgment. Vice are going to have to sacrifice point percentage to take a little bit of damage and build up Baby Bat's ultimate before they properly push on through. They can't open up with the Emma's ultimate because Sapatic is just going to be able to pop his and use the CC immunity against it.
Yeah. Easy flowchart here for Sapatic. As long as you don't get picked up early. Lugia into the back. It is going to be an opening, though, coming through from the side of the Emma Frost. It seems like not too much space has been gained here, though, from the side of Vice. Dawncore ready to try and make their own engagement happen. A momentary CC immunity coming through from the side of this. It's going to be Lugia trying to block a bunch of the damage coming on in. Sapatic, you barely even get to see the teeth disappear before the Punisher is gone. Well dealt with there. Knutson demanded attention and supplied the distraction, utilizing the Galactic Legend. It was far from free, but Vice, they get themselves a little bit of a reprieve.
Well, we talked about it in the pre-show, and that is it in action. Feast of the Abyss gaining 40% damage amplification off of Fate of Both Worlds, and Sapatic is munched on Final Judgment and all. Froston does have that Kraken impact, might also be able to find a hook. Oh my goodness. The pick onto Oligator off of the Force Physics grab in by Legend was so clean, and Vice now don't have the Jeff bubbles to get a better disengage. They just have to fall back to the point.
Yeah, it's real slow. Knutson gonna have to burn some of their fuel to get away from there. Treeman starts to lead the charge forward. It's difficult to disengage if you happen to be an Emma Frost, but kicking people away is a momentary reprieve. Lugia on the other side, but needs a touch of healing before they try and make this engagement happen. The invisible boundaries layered on top of each other. A Venn diagram of disaster as there goes Ken's instant CC immunity from a second again to the back once more. It's Luna Snow who slowed down temporarily. Knutson's there with the Pure Missouri as well, is going to hold some of this space, but Dawncore are back into control towards the back. The Venom once again going for a chomp, but this time Sapatic is ready to match. There's no damage boost available for the Feasting Abyss, and so it's hard to chew through this food. He's ironclad and ready to go. Dawncore claim the first sub-map.
Yeah, and before a portal recontest can come on through from Vice, who were looking for the swaps to go for the min-maxed ult, even though they didn't have a strategist up and available for the ultimate, they'd actually swapped Oligator onto the Loki so that they would immediately, after coming through that strange portal, have the regeneration domain, a cooldown rather than an ultimate, to try to set up for Missouri Sonic Seduction, which would then lead into Baby Bat and Knutson's ultimates to come on through. So Dawncore finishing that fight as quickly as they could was a huge clutch moment.
Sapatic being able to generate the ult as fast as a Venom as well to be a little bit more prepared for that particular engagement as well, because like you said, Baby Bat was just a little bit shy of having the damage boost available that previously meant Sipatic was chomped through ignominiously by the Venom.
Yeah, Donker are doing a really good job of using as well Kraken Impact for Frosting on this Winter Soldier to use the CC immunity to dodge out of the trap. Yeah. Look,
that's crazy tech. He's still bunny hopping. Look at this guy. Still bunny hopping.
Yep, Angrit's already in position for Strangling Prison. Vice, however, have made significant swaps. Lugia's now is going to be going over onto the Hulk, Oleg onto that Namor. So we go over to Frozen Airfield, which has a little bit more verticality and provides some good off angles for those Monstro spawns to put pressure onto Donko's backline.
Yeah, there's going to be plenty of administrative throughput to try and take them down, though, with the amount of bullets that can be pushed out of the bow for Punisher and a Winter Soldier. But it's Baby Bat who strikes first. Ice manages to pierce into the cranium of a Flora Colossus and create a casualty there as Frosting considers disengaging. But sorry, he gets a great kick in. That's a lot of damage towards the back coming through, trying to get on top of the Invisible Woman. And that's going to give Knuten an option to re-engage now off the back of potentially a reset, but no, taken down by the Punisher. It's down to Lugia now to keep everyone else off the point, and indeed Sipatic can't stand up to the angriest green man in the room.
Donko now might have to make some swaps. They are coming into ultimate, so I feel like they're going to try and take a crack at another fight before they go for a full positional change. However, the problem for them is that Oleg is going to have that Horn of Proteus with this Namor ultimate, which we've been seeing time and time again being used to stop Kraken Impact from that Winter Soldier, since the Earthbound status means that he can't use his Trooper's Fist to re-position.
Very true. Lugia noted for now, but a little bit too far away to actually give chase. In comes the Horn of Proteus. Seems to have mostly missed. Sipatic gets caught on the outside, but the follow-up's not going to be good enough. However, as you worry about Sipatic, that's when Frosting falls through the cracks. Dawncore, even with their collection of ultimates, their armory ready, can't break through.
Yeah, they used Horn of Proteus not through the Kraken Impact, but before it could come on out, and then followed up with the Tainted Voltage onto the Winter Soldier, and then Vice just continue pulling at the threads, picking off players one by one, which is spiraling into even more ultimate charge for both their backline, as well as a Kraken Impact of their own, plus point percentage. Dawncore are going to really have to be careful that they don't get hooked out at the opening of this fight.
All right, they've missed the complicated fight when the point do be moving. It's now in position once again. There's still some pressure in the back towards Tim. Fallen down at the course of the Squids, and it seems like Vice might actually just give away the point here for a moment. Oh, Lugia's arrived too late. Gonna have to pop their own ultimate here just to survive the incoming onslaught. Already has lost half of their HP bar. Are they gonna back off track towards their backline? Oh, Knuten just arrives from the sky. Sipatic disintegrates before the pressure, but Frosting's feeling the pressure in their own right as well, as Tree Man has to move on forward inside of a damage boosting aura of the fate of both worlds, where Flora Colossus won't last for long, and only 20% is gained by Dawncore.
Yeah, Baby Bat gets to use Fate of Both Worlds to push Vice forward aggressively, because Dawncore used both of their duelist ultimates. One to claim the point for themselves, and the second to try to match up against Knuten and punish Lugia Goat's extension. Frosting now is going to be swapping over towards that Storm for that damage boost to potentially try and chunk through some of these Vanguards, but they have to survive all of the damage coming up from the Psionic Seduction. Tim tries to dodge it, leading the team forward with the Eternal Bond, but they dash directly into the Namor's ultimate. And Vice, this is just them cleaning up.
Unbelievable read there from Oligator, knowing exactly where Tim was going to end their pathing, knowing they had to make a beeline towards the point, set up Giganto, and they were instantly squished under the biomass of the Great Whale.
See, this is the adaptation, the battle of evolution between two teams that we get in Marvel Rivals esports professional scene. Dawncore came equipped for a dive composition. Vice rolled out in a dive composition, saw it wasn't working, swapped to something else. Now Dawncore have to try and figure out what exactly is going to be able to melt down this Namor and Hulk with these amounts of off angles. They feel like it's just going to be sheer damage output. We've got Punisher, we've got Storm, we've traveled all the way back in time to stage 1's meta.
Be careful. There are some forces.
It was but a flash in the pan, but the agains still ring out. The Judge, the Jury, the Executioner. I mean, we often see the Storm Punisher as a spawn hold breaking solution, rarely seen as much here on Domination.
Yeah, it used to be run out more in stage 1 where you would try and chain together that storm damage boost to absolutely melt through with your Punisher and also build up Final Judgment incredibly quickly. But Dawn Corps are taking advantage of what they were able to confirm through the ban system, and that was one-sided Adam Warlock, which means that Frostin is instantly going to have Soul Bond for when Vice decide to get aggressive with the Kraken Impact.
The Mantis as well. Very rarely we've been able to see her actually be used, despite being the most banned of all of the characters. Sabatic rolling on forward, easily able to get through those squids. Actually wants to move in here onto Lugia. Could be a touch of a bait here. Does get two of the less mobile characters down onto the ground floor. The Vanguards are ready to meet them. Rotterstern starts to pierce on through Sabatic here, and you got to be worried getting close to that frag drop. In comes the Kraken Impact, shared out in all of the responsibilities, but can take him down. And that's going to be the invisible boundary lowered once more, and an opening for Dawn Corps to move on forward here. Lugia Goat going to find themselves alone and destroyed, as it's going to be Dawn Corps with the first cap.
See, it's really smart from Dawn Corps that in reaction to Kraken Impact, they use Invisible Boundary, which then forces Ken to have to mirror, because it means, one, you've been able to bait Invis Woman, which allows Kizari to instantly come in with a target for Meteor M, but not only that, you get to withhold Soul Bond for the fight that comes afterwards, in case Oleg tries to utilize that Namer ultimate for where everyone is stacked up to get them positioned. Now Dawn Corps are going to have Final Judgment to be able to melt through all of Vice, and the Strangling Prison catches them as they try and disengage the Punisher ultimate while holding onto their Lunas.
Ken and Oligator simply reset off the edge, and well, that fights Vamox.
Fast fights, and that means no pressure on Frostin, which means we're going to have a Karmic Revival fight up, Harry, when the Atom still has the self-regeneration cocoon. That is not what Vice want to allow to happen.
All right, so it's all about what Dawn Corps can get forced out in the first half of the fight before their regeneration.
They've got that Soul Resurgence, but I mean, Vice are coming in with so many ultimates. They don't want to throw everything in, though, because like you said, they have to worry about the after that Karmic Revival fight. They need to have something left for it.
Okay, starting off strong here. Lugia already with an XR. However, not too much is gained off the back of Missouri's ultimate. A big isolation onto Kazero. And that's already going to be a forced out regeneration. So second phase of the fight has already began. In comes the nice metallic bulwark. Kazero saves himself from the shockwave as well, utilizing the curtain. And now Knudsen can roll on forward. Stapatic finding themselves under a huge amount of pressure. Attempting to shotgun through the monster Hulk, almost grabbed out of the sky. Lugia can't quite convert onto it. As the second invisible boundary coming up from Vice means that they're likely to get the cap here, just due to the sustainability they have on the point. Treeman was alive the entire time, though, still kicking about the floor. Colossus keep this one contested. A live stream is shared on out temporarily as Knudsen takes to the skies and starts reset after reset. Moving over towards the back, just gonna carve through Dawn Corps. It may be a Lion King on the logo, but the king right now is Knudsen.
Yeah, but the king of the point percentage right now is Dawn Corps, and that line of succession is only going to continue. They're at 92%. They're coming in with so many ultimates. Vice don't have a strategist ultimate to withhold onto the Final Judgment. In fact, Kazari might actually just commit the Meteor M to make sure that Sapatic gets to use the entire duration of his ultimate without being taken down prematurely. As Vice, the only thing they have for this next fight is the Emerald, but the Punisher gets to ignore that entirely.
Lugia noted on the off angle, working the neutral. Frostin manages to dodge away from that exile as well. And you can see there's already a little bit of pressure coming on through onto a point from these Vanguards. Nice dodge of the incoming force physics there. Keeps Oligator up on the high ground. Knudsen just carving their way through the walls, looking like a lumberjack over there. Big ultimate investment coming on through the strangling prison and the damage on top of it. As you said, there's no strategist ult. There's no triage to be done. And it's going to have to be a mad dash back onto a point. Knudsen swapped to Strange.
Yeah, but Kazari's still holding on to Meteor M. Frostin's going to be off of the point entirely unchaseable for Vice, which means that Karmic Revival is going to be untouchable with the amount of players that it can bring back. Frostin takes down Lugia Goat. Kazari tries to chase down Vice's baby bat before he can break into the Invis boundary and finds the Luna. The second that the boundary falls, Dawn Corps are going to have one-sided sustain ults on the point.
Oligator taken up high though. Frosting gets a pair of reses, moving on in now with the right clicks. Cosmic clusters, can they connect? Tim moves forward. Look at the speed on this Mantis. It's Insectoid Rage made manifest as Tim just throws out spore after spore. The healing wall is up as well. Groot's contributing to the sustain, and there's so little left for the side of Vice. It's just Baby back here dancing away, hoping that the party ain't gonna stop Knudsen. You better bet that he's back on the Iron Man. Tony Stark has arrived, but Jarvis put a hole in this head right here. The shotgun carves on through. A casualty confirmed. Lugia might be feeling strong and angry, but he's nowhere near the point, and Dawncore claim map number 1.
Oh, Dawncore. Oh, Frostin on the Adam Warlock. Knudsen actually takes down the Adam, but he's got self-res, and he literally reses himself on the point and immediately goes for the Soul Bond. And we're following Sapatik's POV, which means that Punisher becomes absolutely untouchable in the overtime. Dawncore won that map off of the draft. They managed to secure themselves what they needed against a dive composition, and then they also guaranteed that they banned out the Adam, which meant that Vice couldn't go toe-to-toe, res for res, when we went to those really long, drawn-out fights.
Just this momentary bit of extra sustain coming through as well from a Mantis Groot team up. We haven't got to see it in competition that often, but when it's set up in the backline, it just means that so often Frostin would not have to use their live stream to heal up miscellaneous poke on themselves. You know, they could rely on that healing coming on through from the Groot wall. And well, I've been thoroughly impressed by Sapatik as well. Great showing here on the Punisher. Not the most popular duelist at the moment, but you can definitely extract the value if you've got the raw mechanics.
Yeah, and I mean, they are finding continuous value as well, being able to match the Emmer ultimate with Final Judgment, which then in turn allows Frostin, Legend, and Tim to hold on to theirs without being forced into it. The one time we saw Eternal Bond coming through from Tim against that Sonic Seduction, Vice had read it like a bestseller. They'd already set up the Horn of Proteus to catch the Cloak and Dagger in the dash, which meant that the Cloak wasn't able to go for the Dark Teleportation. In fact, you can't even go for your iframe as a Cloak and Dagger if you're stuck in the middle of the Neighbor ultimate, because it applies Earthbound. And even though, for some reason, Dark Teleportation is an iframe, it's counted as mobility, which means that it is cancelled out entirely by the Earthbound debuff.
Yeah, just great accounting for all of the potential mitigation that could come on through. Oligator saw some great attempts at trying to dodge force physics. They often were trying to prioritize pulling Oligator off of those high grounds because, hey, if you manage to force out the Blessing of the Deep to get back on the high ground to rescue themselves from a less than ideal position, because Naval doesn't really have much mobility, that's a long cooldown that needs to be accounted for. And now for Vice, it's going to be all about the accounting. Knudsen had some confidence coming in, but are now one map away from elimination in stage 2 of Ignite. Find out if they can survive after this break. But actually, not to cut us off, Mox and I were on a real tirade there about how strong Winter Soldier is. We were yapping away in the break. We might see a little bit more of Winter Soldier coming on through, Mox, because he's pretty uniquely suited to the dangers of this meta.
Yeah, he's got Bionic Hook to be able to deal with Venom. Not only that, Tainted Voltage to try and catch anyone who stacks with the Venom when that dive comes through. And then the CC immunity afforded to every single activation of Kraken Impact, not just the first, but every single one that comes afterwards means that you can dodge out of the It's Jeff, hit the Jeff, get the elimination onto the Jeff, get another activation of Kraken Impact, and turn onto somebody else with CC immunity too. So I feel like, yeah, we're definitely going to be seeing more of the Winter Soldier as the stage continues.
Yeah, if we're forced into more 2-2-2s, he deals very well, especially going up against Triple Strategist as well, because he does very well against the Resurrection as well when people have that lesser amount of HP. Just when they've been revived, you can start to chain those together rather well. And of course, if Ultron's on the field in those rare instances, Tainted Voltage, as you said, grounding Ultron makes him a lot more easy to take down, and it's a wide projectile up in the air. But for now, Vice they're in a bit of a Vice grip themselves. Fear on one side and Dawn Core on the other. Elimination is beckoning for a team that many would have assumed are the favorites coming into this particular matchup here. But Dawn Core, they have been putting in the hours. They have been grinding hard in the grassroots tournaments, and it seems that all of that grinding has paid off, and they've been tightening up their performance even from just earlier this week already.
Yeah, the coordination that they had against the dive today in comparison to when they went up against Alcatraz was night and day difference. But I will say, Vice can make this a little bit easier for themselves if they try and remove certain things from the draft. Dawn Core have absolutely no problems instant banning out that Atom, because we have headed over to a convoy map, which means spawn hold central, and Vice are going to be target banning out that Magneto first of all. So they've seen that Dawn Core every single time they've played in Ignite matches have saved the Magneto first, and they're going to take it away from them.
All right, one-sided Magneto. Vice said, you know what, no more of this. Missouri's a pretty great Magneto player in their own right, and once again, Dawn Core are just going to be prioritizing getting rid of these strategists. Maybe they get a one-sided Adam here. No, they're going to make sure that the EMEA is in play. This is similar to their previous Protector, where instead they went for that Magneto. Haven't seen any action on Luna yet, which often gets brought up early on in these drafts, but after what Vice just experienced, they likely don't want to deal with the Mantis Adam again.
Yeah, and I mean, Dawn Core want to have that Emma too, because we've seen a lot of the time that Vice, while they went for Hulk in the previous match, we also know that they do like to go for dives with things like that Venom. Plus, it being on Convoy, sometimes teams don't fortify themselves up for a spawn hold. Instead, they play relay, they ping-pong the objective with one of a high-mobility Vanguard, going in, keeping up the pressure, taking too much damage, getting out, another one taps in. Emma with the Carbon Crush CC puts a stop to that immediately.
All right, once again, it's going to be Invisible Woman guaranteed to be present here for the side of Dawn Core. And now Vice have to decide, are they going to use that last ban on Mantis, or are they going to let it slip the net once again to present a potential problem later?
What device want to go for? Because Dawn Core still have a lot of options open to them, and it's going to be a strange ban. We talked about that again in the pre-show, how Strange is seeing more and more bans onto these convoy maps, so that if these teams on defense manage to lose that first fight, they don't have the Strange TP to automatically recontest into a second, and it means that the attacking teams can push up more aggressively and take away space that otherwise they would give up because the team would just teleport behind them.
All the difference.
Can be real difficult to deal with here. Strange ban from both sides. No surprises. Dawn Core, well, they are already surprising me here. You know what? They made quick fans of me by having being able to bring out something like the Bucky Punisher seems like a bit of a grog way to deal with the Venom, you know? Just maximum firepower with the purple of the Terror Cape, making Venom real vulnerable. But sometimes the simplest answer's the best one, Mox.
Yeah, but Vice, by going for the ban on Strange, they let the Mantis through again.
Yep.
Which means that by removing the Strange, you target out the return to second fight strategy for the defenders, and also a potential portal recontest in long drawn out fights on the objective itself. But in comparison, Mantis with the 12% damage boost, I mean, you're getting that practically every single seed that you're going to be giving to these players. So they are going to have a much higher burst window than Vice if it comes out to a 6 versus 6 brawl.
3, 2,
Here with the case here. Quick swaps over. Looks like Mantis not going to be making an early appearance. There's going to be the 2-2-2 coming through from Dawncore. Once again, going for their maximum firepower. This used to be combined with Rocket Raccoon in the times of yore for unlimited ammo. Want to pull there onto Kizaru. Can't escape with the Carbon Crush. Doesn't have the vertical. However, manages to just get away with raw leg power.
That and a lot of pocket healing coming on through from Tim and Legend. That Guardian Shield was doing work, but unfortunately, Sapatic has been lost. Dawncore, by having to put so much resources into getting their Emmet to disengage, gave up so much space. And Vice just get to push forward now. Dawncore don't have any space to disengage, which means when the Goddess boost comes through, that damage is going to be sticking around. But Frostin is the hero of the hour on the Winter Soldier. Doesn't matter if the strategists don't have LOS onto him. The second one of those abilities comes out, he gets extra shields on his health bar.
The Oligathor got taken so fast in the kidnap, didn't even know where he ended up, just woke up in a fugue state in the spawner, like, oh, where am I?
That's 83% to Kraken Impact in the first fight coming on for Dawncore. Vice going to have to be very concerned about that one, especially if they lose one of their players early on by getting pulled from Catwalk onto the low ground, because that's going to force the fight much sooner than they would prefer to take it. They need to stall for time before the strategists have these ultimates.
Watching for that Magneto shield the second it goes down. Oh, it's actually onto the Emma shield right there. The charge D just absorbs some of the incoming damage, but Frostin is doing plenty of their own right now. It's a fully fledged assault here from Vice, even while down one of their members. Knuten, double damage boosted, is able to just carve on through. Frostin had designs around the bank, but Knuten with the Goddess boost just carves through Dawncore.
Yeah, and he was pocketed as well for a part of that final judgment with the invisible boundary still being up. Ken got it literally to the millisecond necessary, as Dawncore are actually going to be swapping Treeman's onto the Captain America to try and tap onto that objective. Remember, they didn't have the strength to TP back into it, but that's where the Emma comes into play. Carbon Crush instantly grabs the Captain America, and there's no stall opportunity afforded, which means that there's no slowing Vice down. Worse for the defense, they've just picked up a whole bunch of staggers, which is going to allow them now to start taking over that high ground, which is going to make it even harder for Frostin on this Torch and Sapatic on the Punisher to find angles when this next fight starts off.
Tim might be looking for a pull here onto Missouri. I'm not sure if they know they... Yeah, here we go. Thank you, observers. But might be able to grab them in. Actually, not going to opt into it this time around. Maybe didn't want to reveal themselves too early in terms of that position. Knuten with the culling turret is able to do a lot of damage to these walls when they're roused up by Tree Man. Up comes a Sonic Seduction, and anyone who gets grabbed in is going to be in big danger. Sapatic crushed into a twisted metal salad by Missouri. It's the classic ranked answer, and you can see the quick flick over to 40% damage boost to make sure you can get the wombo combo onto Tim, who gets cooked.
Yeah, and I mean, because they had that Lunar ultimate up as well, they didn't have to worry about the Mag's Meteor Arm breaking and the Mag being taken down. If Final Judgment was able to melt the ultimate before it was committed to, Vice doing a very good job of dealing with all of these win conditions that Dawncore put into them, but they still haven't been able to break through Subway just yet, as they're going to be trying to farm up to something like that invisible boundary to come through into this next fight, because they know that Treeman is going to have that Groot ultimate up, and they still have to watch out for the off angle. The Sapatic off of the Punisher is on the Phoenix.
Yeah, Sapatic was working those off angles, trying to put some pressure on the margins, but knowing how far forward this cart has gone, it's time to make a move. Knuten dragged on in. Oh, speaking of dragged on in, Tree Man's got nowhere to go. They managed to get through the legend as they were singing a song of their own mythos there with the fate of both worlds, but the fate has been decided by Vice, and it ain't looking good.
This is literally just stage one all over again. Get your Punisher his ultimate, pair it up with a strategist ultimate, pocket the entire duration of it, and you don't even have to worry about a Magneto on the other side because you banned it out. Vice have so much momentum on their side.
Nice little angle there. It's going to give Knuten a little bit of early poke, and it's quite the bunker that's been generated.
You do have to worry, though, about Dawncore coming into this next fight, because that Groot ultimate, plus the torches, has the damage potential to find these picks even through a strategist ultimate if it was up. However, Oligathor has scouted out the that they can just go aggressive to force the Supernova in return from Dawncore to zone the attacking side away from picking up space from that Storm Ultimate, which means that the Strangling Prison from the Groot is far less of a threat.
Yeah, Groot's still going to be able to retake all of his space, though, with Ken falling down. Oligator unlikely to escape from this one with a slow float of a storm. And now you've got to try and move through this choke point. I wouldn't mind seeing Oligator swap here. We'll see if it's going to be the case. Maybe they just like the eternal damage boost.
Yeah, that damage boost is going to be coming in real handy, but this next fight, it's going to be Baby Bat with this Fate of Both Worlds. Like we talked about, the Groot ultimate is still going to be in play. The Emma's not going to be in play any longer, and oh no! The Emma grabbed the Groot, which means the Strangling Prison gets deducted to 50%.
Oh, and Dawncore have already used so much here, but he's trying to clutch it out, getting in close and personal. Oh, a little bit of an alley-oop there onto Knudsen. Yeah, he gives him a little bit of a do-si-do. It's time to fall down on point, though. Casualties abound to just stop the progress of the objective. It do be moving, though. Treeman's return. Oh, Treeman actually gave up the half charge as well towards the Strangling Prison to go cap.
No, he got it cancelled. He was CC'd, so when he swapped to cap, he just had the 50% max ultimate charge that you can carry through. To that next Freedom charge is Knudsen. This is the war for Dawncore. Final Judgment's online, so too is Baby Bat and Ken's ultimates. If they want, they can just cross corner and put the Punisher into motion.
Okay, Sapatic doing their best. No, can't get away on the zip line. It's going to be a full rotation around here. Has to be a mad dash onto cart, though. Knudsen's waiting with 2 miniguns and a smile, moving toward the Fate of Both Worlds now. You could see a little bit of a drag in coming through from the Force Physics. Knudsen getting involved up against Captain America. Democracy's no match for a 12 gauge in a dream as Oligator begins to spin to win towards the back line. Frost and found and iced on over. Oligator claims another casualty in their name, and Dawncore are going to be wiped off the board and wiped from the face of New York, minus Treeman, of course, who with the power of democracy is hanging on to the cart. The culling turret will get through this rather quickly. The regen domain is already broken away, though. You can see that both of those clones are blasted on off by the Force Physics. The next tag comes on in to try and keep this one, but Knudsen on the back like a spoiler of the car, a spoiler of dreams more like. Dawncore find themselves capped on rather quickly.
Yeah, Dawncore, they had 2 opportunities to potentially stop Vice's momentum. The first one would be winning the Final Judgment off between the 2 Punishers. However, Vice had the upper hand immediately because they had their Final Judgment inside their invisible boundary. And then the second was coming on through with the Supernova. But as we talked about, Treeman having swapped off of the Groot onto the Captain America meant that there was no CC to hold Vice in position. And when that Supernova came on through, Oligator with the Storm target focused immediately onto the Torch, who went so low that he had to reposition off of the point fight entirely and still got taken down.
Yeah, being able to shut that one down, absolutely imperative there. And we saw that Sapatic, they tried to zipline away from the LOS that Knudsen was establishing, but somehow just couldn't quite connect the zipline, or maybe bugged out of it somehow, was just got stuck in that position, couldn't go anywhere. It was either face the Emma, get the zip line, or face Knudsen, and unfortunately face Knudsen ended up being the fate.
Well, it could now be face the Mantis.
Oh boy.
Try and get through some of these spawn holds coming on out, as we did see that Mantis was not target banned from one side. However, Storm is still going to be sticking around coming on through from Vice, and that means that Knudsen on this Punisher, the damage that he can shred through in seconds is so dangerous.
And it does make for some weird calculations when you're trying to take those doors as a paddock, right?
Yes.
Knowing that Knudsen is a little bit stronger than you, that if you both take the same door with the same accuracy, you're going to fall down first.
Yes, especially, like you said, if Goddess Boost is in place. So now it becomes a sort of step 2 approach to dealing with this Punisher. Force out the Goddess Boost, then kite out the effects of it, survive that kite, and come back in evenly matched. Dawncore, however, have started pushing this payload, and a good Force Physics almost grabs Knudsen in. He tries to jump on back, but that just allows Froston to find the angle and jump him.
Yeah, just the remainder of Vice having to dive onto the cart here to just keep it stalled for a moment longer. Dawncore getting a good pace, though.
Vice are going to be done with the Punisher shenanigans. Oleg is going to be swapping over to the Phoenix, Knudsen onto the Winter Soldier. We've already seen the effects that the Winter Soldier can bring, both to flyers, but also being able to deal with the Captain America and the Psylocke coming on through.
All right, Shades of Citadel. Not quite as successful, though. Sapatic already having to disengage as Dawncore. They're just getting this early poke in to get free push on the Fantastica. So we're going to come down on this first point of this fight right here. And Dawncore still need a couple more moments before they have ultimates available for this one. A quick disengage coming on through. Tree Man in the back is creating quite the ruckus. Sapatic doesn't quite want to commit, and no one's on the cart. With everyone still alive and kicking mocks, there was no one to contest. They were just peeling so hard.
Yeah, Dawncore have so many angle controls that Vice are just being overwhelmed of places to look. Main is not safe. Left and right side also not safe because you have to worry about the Captain America and the Psylocke hitting from one space, the Torch looking at you from another angle entirely, and then the front line, as you can see, Legend. Yeah, sometimes, you know, you just get a little bit bored and make sure that you're setting up your invis boundary in the position that you want it to be, as this invis boundary is going to be the thing that separates Dawncore from finding themselves wiped by the Kraken Impact in this next fight.
Oh, quick grab in there. Onto Knudsen. Has the Kraken Impact. Good to go. I believe they've already lost the Aegis here, so potentially people are going to be grabbed on in. Ken's already down, and yet Valuna thinks that it's time to move on forward into the invisible boundary. Remember, everyone within this is now slowed on through, and there's no second strategy to solve, so Sapatic knows it's time to go. Focus in damage. It's going to be shared out amongst the Vanguards. Oligator, the next to fall on down. Sapatic's got nowhere to really go. Needs to just try and get aggressive, beat out the Vanguards in close range combat. Missouri and Lugia aren't up to the task. Yeah, there's an attempt at a grab coming through from Knudsen, but Dawncore have come alive so fast. They're going to have like 5 minutes, 20 seconds for last now.
And Ken committed invisible boundary on the objective, thinking that Vice, with the closer respawns on second, would be able to get their duelists back into the fight and manage to win it off of the back of either Kraken Impact or Ensong Inferno, with being it opened up by Lugia's Psionic Seduction. However, they're not even going to use the Emerald Ultimate. Lugia is going to be swapping onto the Captain America because they know, like you said, 5 minutes in the time bank for third is an insane amount of time. They need to stall this out.
Oh, we're looking for that early pick. Sapatic might well be the one grabbed in. Remember, the Trooper's Fist now has an anti-mobility effect on it thereafter, which complicates the disengage. What a play there from Froston, trying to ice over this defense, but Knudsen's got other ideas, heating up in the neutral with the Kraken Impact. Froston's going to be a free reset off the back of that one, and Dawncore sent scuppered back to spawn.
Yeah, Lugia on this Captain America, even without a Psylocke, is just running at that backline, which in turn is forcing Kazari on the Amma to have to be much more proactive and peeling the Captain America off of that backline, and then it weakens the rest of the space, and Vice get to finally walk on forward without having to worry about being overwhelmed out by 3 different angles. As we can see, Frost now on this Human Torch, already scouting out the Captain America and marking him before he can try and force anything.
Oh, Froston's feeling frisky, but grabbed out of midair, kicked into a wall. In comes the Omega End song from Oligator, but the damage is easily rebuffed there from the side of Tim. Tree Man taking a lot in his own right. But look at this, so much space has been grabbed, and there's not much room to walk away if you're Vice. And when you walk and you're getting into the hot zone already, and it seems like the kitchen's just been opened. Oligator looking to be having his goose cooked over there. Missouri moving on forward, wants to grab the invisible woman. Will a follow-up be there to try and stop it? Seems it will be. Baby Bat and Ken have fallen elsewhere, though. Dawncore have removed all of the healing. The damage taken now is permanent. The mid-air intercept from Lugia is kind of goaded. Yeah, Dawncore still get to move. A bounce off the wall as the Tree Man shows they ain't just a Groot, they're a hero.
Truman still tracking as well. He knows that the Phoenix is going to be around. She is going to make it back to the rest of her team, but Kazari is going to still have the Psionic Seduction, which Ken is going to have to withhold the ultimate for, and they're just going to pop it immediately with the Captain America running directly for that backline. Invisible Boundary comes out onto the objective, but so little players from Vice's end are currently inside of it because of all of the pressure from the Vanguards.
Freedom Charge rolling on through, giving anyone who was caught inside a little bit of additional health to work with. Kizaru's stuck in with a bunch of charge. Missouri's under so much pressure. Knudsen towards the back with the Kraken Impact. Missouri's already fallen on down. They need to convert on the Culling Aura, but Tim and C, they've already been cleansed. The Legend still stands strong. Well, there is going to be a little bit of Vanguard pressure over here. The Ensong going to try and impact. Everyone else is knocked on back as Tim heals them up. Baby Bat has fallen down. Oligator stands alone. A single chicken against the farm, and the chicken's got to run. Tim has to back on off as their ult has now expired. Sapatic grabbed by Missouri and turned into Carbon Crush. And now with a fully charged beam, Kizaru just looks towards all the targets that present themselves and decides that it's time to get the meat cleaver and start chopping away. Yeah, the Loki's now arrived, but inside the invisible boundary, you don't know where your Lugia is. I'm not sure where to find the legendary bird, but the three kids are looking for them, and the three kids have managed to heal on through. A little bit of Zapdos magic potentially to keep Lugia in the midst of all of this. Up comes the invisible boundary, but with only one target inside of a dance of the butterflies, the damage is too much to bear. Still, Vice, they're holding on with three strategists and plenty of heals. They need to try and recontest this one. Dawncore haven't recapped the cart yet, though, so it's not moving forward so easily.
Yeah, but they've got Fate of both worlds. Vice held on long enough for Baby Bat to build up the ultimate. Oligator's about to get his online too. The Lunar ult, though, does now last 2 seconds less, which means that it's up to the Captain America and the regeneration domain to buy enough time. 7% left. Oligator surely is going to get his ultimate back.
I'm ready to put on
That's it. The second Fate of both worlds coming on through. Enough time was spent that the Canuton was lost, but guess what? Instantly rezzed by the Battle Rebirth Beacon. A return on the Rocket Raccoon seems to have paid dividends here, as it's going to be the Sonic Seduction now dragged on out. Missouri makes sure that any who expose themselves are going to be in a heap of trouble, attempting to chase down Ken, but Froston's gone too far this time, and there's going to be no forgiveness available. Vice has managed to stabilize off the back of a massive amount of strategist swaps.
Dawncore do have strategist ultimates one-sidedly for this next fight, but Baby Bat picks up Kizaru, and that's huge for Vice. Dawncore were looking to the end of Sonic Seduction to break into this next fight so that they don't take all of this pressure from the defenders. Now they have to disengage in full all the way back to Fisk's tower, which means that even more time, even more opportunity to lose one of their players early on rotation now goes the way of the defense.
If there's any time for Dawncore to let the devil out, it's got to be now. The armor overload popped by Canuton. The tracking's going to very much be charged. Frosting up in the air. Gonna start spinning things up and spinning them down. Gonna get through that Cosmic Yarn Amplifier real quick there with a Flame Cyclones looking over towards Ken. A mad dash towards the spawn point. They managed to make it inside. The invincibility is given on over. Tim, however, has seen their ult expire. Isugia go towards the back with the Freedom Charge, saying damage just so free on the defense. I love to be this close to spawn. Missouri charges on through as Sapatic takes to the skies with the Galactic Legend inside of the Lunar Ultimate, though the healing is supreme. A quick attempt at a freeze. I believe it stopped the ult from Canuton, so no burst damage was given on over, but it's overtime now for Dawncore. They need to stay on the cart. Lugia go in the back, trying to pressure out that backline. It seems like they've all survived. Will Lugia be so lucky? Canuton gets a little bit of a cheeky love tapping towards that backline. A quick pop out of the armor overload. Froston getting in nice and close, but it seems Froston's going to get the better of it this time. Tree Man surviving off the back of the Freedom Charge. Additional HP given on over. Froston rolling forward as well. Canuton has already responded to the fight, but Lugia is just untenable, intractable, uncontrollable as well. Froston moves on forward because the Yarn Amplifier is back again. It's so many ults already coming through from the side of Vice. Dawncore have naught but seduction on their side, and you're going to need more than a charisma saving throw to make this defense work out well. Canuton has their entire sentience seized and crushed underfoot, but it's the hopes of Dawncore that are going to get crushed in the end, with only a couple of players remaining and a dance to keep them merry in their hearts. The bardic inspiration's flowing, but Sapatic needs more than inspiration. He needs a miracle to carve through what Vice are bringing to the table. There's too much healing, there's too much sustain, there are too many members, and there are too few Dawns that are left on this planet as Kizaru emerges on the Venom, and there's nothing to do but stare at the pretty lady.
Oh no, the Psionic Seduction! Maximum Pulse takes down the Captain America even through the invisible boundary, and Dawncore, they try to hold on for so long, but Vice, what a stall. What an absolute stubborn fortification of third. I think that's the longest we have ever seen a team hold third on Convoy. And I mean, the staggered fights where they had the Loki regeneration domain, the Captain America freedom charge, the Lunar Fate of both worlds, the Rocket BRB station to bring someone back if they fell prematurely, as well as, like you said, the fact that the third point of Midtown, the respawns for those strategists. While yes, you do have to walk a little bit further out where you actually spawn, but the gate that provides you full heal is so close to giving you LOS on the rest of your entire team that when we actually saw Dawncore try to properly make a move the second time that they invaded into that spawn position, it was actually Treeman fully running to the spawn doors on the Captain America, trying to entirely block any LOS from the backline strategists.
Oh, man. Now this is an Avengers level defense. 5.5 minutes on third Mox. And that could have gone to pot real quick. However, I mean, the quick swap onto the Rocket Raccoon as well, like you were saying, there are these priorities sometimes where you come back on a strategist because they've got a long cooldown that's going to be useful, like a Soul Bond, a BRB, or a Regeneration, rather than prioritize something like a better strategist out in the long run. They pay dividends.
Yeah, and I mean, the Loki too, the regeneration domains, huge props to Oleg, who was able to come on through and just before Lugia went down on the Captain America, perfectly cast the Doppelganger's position so that you managed to get your regeneration domain. Because at points like that, where you're trying to make sure that the Doppelganger is going to be positioned correctly, if you screw that up and your Captain America goes down because you have to place the Doppelganger, then get the animation cast of regeneration domain, if that had actually been desynchronized, it would have been done. It would have been something like 3.5 minutes in the time bank coming on through, but Oleg is able to pull through.
I mean, big props to Lugia as well. Like shades of free loses, Hulk stall on Idrisil path. That was absolutely manic. I mean, like, big up to my psychic type legendary player over there. Guy is crazy, flowing like water. Unbelievable Captain America plays. We are 1-1 Mox. Neither of these teams wants to go home as the first to be eliminated from EMEA. We'll see who has to don that sad mantle right after this break.
Psionic Surge! Force Burst! Disappear!
Absolute cinema, Mox. Whew, what a series we have. I'm sad that it's only best of 3, but we've got to send one of these teams home because they are giving it their all. However, now it's Dawn Core's choice where we go for our third and deciding map.
Yeah, I went back in that VOD really quickly during the break to see the exact time that was a hold coming in through. 5 minutes 15 seconds. I think that is the longest hold we have ever seen on a third point of convoy. So not only is that going to be incredibly exhausting, that's also probably incredibly tilting because before we got to third, the momentum was insanely in Dawn Core's favor.
Yeah, and it seemed like they got to basically the Baxter building, or Avengers Tower rather, right, basically straight away. There wasn't really an extended like third fight, kind of like didn't really have a streets phase that we were working through. It was kind of like, okay, we're now knocking at your door, and just 2 insane fights where everything had to go right or everything had to go wrong for Dawn Core not to cap there was absolutely wild. A huge testament to the clarity, I think, as well of Vice's comms, that they could manage all of those potential resources in such a hectic way.
Yeah, and I mean, it's amazing to think as well that Loki not being targeted, we haven't actually seen a single ban towards Loki so far in the stage of 2 of Ignite, made it possible for that hold to come on out because they had access to so many resources that didn't require a full ultimate charge to instantly kick into activation. The amount of casts that Oleg got with the regeneration domains made it worth its value in gold with how much they were able to do off of the back of that one. And even as you move into this next map, which has to be Convergence, you can't ban the Loki because there are so many other things which take precedence over it now.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but every time I think Lugi is in a match, I get lung killer overtimes. So something about this guy that just he can do this all day.
The cap swap was also huge as well to be able to start stalling out on Ferdis. There goes the Magneto for both of these teams. Vice are immediately going to be going back into saving that Emma. Frost, what do Dawn Core want to try and remove? Mantis has still been able to make it through the draft as well. These are like the only 2 times we really haven't seen Mantis being insta-banned, and Dawn Core are going to be immediately remedying that one.
Yeah, Central Park is the choice here. Maybe trying to constrain something like an off-angling Human Torch or perhaps a Star-Lord. Once more, we're going to see the Protect on the Emma, but Vice are going to be mirroring it this time. We've seen a lot of Emma come through.
I like the map pick coming through from Dawn Core because where they looked most confident was dealing with the Venom dive, and Central Park is a very good map for that dive.
Native. Good job.
Which is going to mean that Emma is going to be finding a lot of value being able to peel for the backliners. Both of these teams are going to be removing the Mantis, and then Vice are going to be removing the Human Torch. And I mean, Human Torch from Central Park as well. This is also likely one of his, if not his best map when it comes to the amount of verticality that you have, plus the sheer pressure that all of that constant spam damage can put a lot of defending teams into just backing up and giving space.
This is a great Jeff map as well. I wouldn't mind seeing Jeff bans here. All 3 points have environmental frag zones, and we've seen Fate put Jeff to great use here for Na'Vi previously.
True, but with the Winter Soldier, for Froston, I feel like it doesn't really force Dawn Core to want to ban out the Jeff. In fact, I feel like they kind of want Vice to play into it.
Could be the case. That's going to be the Atom. Take it away. No resurrections this time for anybody. Unless, of course, they decide to play Rocket. in some freaky last point contest.
Be safe because the overtime fights are still going to have things like the Captain America as well as the Doctor Strange stall for those portal recontests. This is going to be one-sided Ultron picked on up for the side of Vice, which means that if we see something like Phoenix come through from them, they're going to have a lot of sustainability.
All right, Ultron on the field for the first time in this matchup. And Oligathor certainly has the aim to try and make it work. Would not be surprised to see that Jeff come through either. But of course, they are going to be an attacker spawn, so I won't pay as much attention to that just yet. Dawncore going to be starting off on the defense here, and it seems like Sapatic is by no means a tourist of the Punisher. Loves to bring that out all the time.
Well, we also saw Frostin already locking that Winter Soldier, and Dawncore being on the defense. First of all, I would imagine that's going to be sticking around. Just as well on the off chance that Vice decide to go for a min-max that we're seeing a lot of teams on the attacking end do, which is if you either have Adam or Jeff or Venom walking purely first fight with one-sided link, so that even if you don't gain all 3 ticks of the point percentage, you can still bag 1 or 2.
Finds a little hero there, little bunker being erected here for Sapatic to get some early ult charge.
Truman's also just going to be starting to build up some of these group walls. As we can see, the Invis woman is going to be pocketing the Punisher up on that vertical angle, as Vice do indeed roll out with that. Jeff, the Ultron isn't going to be pocketing something like a Human Torch or a Phoenix. It's instead going to be the Iron Man, one of Knuten's fan favorites.
Yeah, Knuten is, of course, going to be offering the Nano Beam team-up as well to the Ultron. It's like we very rarely see in this level of play, but does have cleave and is actually great for pocketing Knuten through his more dangerous angles. You can see it coming from the right of your screen right now to make sure that Knuten has the sustainability to make that peek into the massive guns that Dawncore are holding on point with.
He's building up so much damage as well right now. Almost just 10% away from that first ultimate. However, you are going to have to try and get it through. Group walls, Emma shield, and Invis shield as he goes for the off angle directly in Sapatic's face.
Bro did not download the right half of his screen, unfortunately. Need to quickly patch that before the next match, I guess. Sapatic, emboldened, moves forward with shotgun in hand, and it feels like Dawncore are not done yet. 3 players dragged on in with the strangling prison and gasp for air. They gasp for space, they gasp for freedom, but Lugia will find none at the hands of the Emma Frost.
Yeah, catching everyone on the disengage with that strangling prison is now going to buy time for Frostin to build up the Kraken impact to match wits with Ken's It's Jeff, which is going to be up and available in this next fight. So we can see Frostin already playing a little bit more of an aggressive position just so he can try and get that tainted voltage connection onto as many players as possible.
Knuten can't afford to be caught by surprise once again. The Venom's now emerged. Although I do think they are going to have the same issues that they had over on Hydra base, just instantly purpled and carved on through. That's going to be the final judgment already used. Reinforced, of course, with a strategist ultimate there behind. Good disengage coming through from Vice Mind. If Lugia can get out of this one scot-free, then they've essentially weathered the storm for free.
Yeah, they knew what they were doing, opening up with that Emma ultimate, because that means that the Pun doesn't have his to try and melt through the Venom. Out comes the Rage of Ultron, and it's forced now Legend to have to drop the invisible boundary, which sets up an immediate target for the It's Jeff. However, here comes Frostin, and that's why we saw the Kraken impact being in play. However, the Iron Man with the Ultron are able to keep the Winter Soldier occupied, so Ken's able to carry his quarry off of the map, forcing now a teleport recontest.
4 Qs used at once, not too much going to be left. Just going to be Lugia go here with the Feast of the Abyss, and the arrival of the Wolverine complicates matters. Up onto Knuten in the sky, almost a fully charged Dark Maelstrom, but refuses to use it. Tree Man dips in for a momentary heal, coming back refreshed. The chlorophyll has been refilled as 3 players are dragged into a strangling prison. And once again, the Gulag claims a couple. Ken's going to be the first to fall. There can't be a commitment here to the Lunar Snow. Instead, a quick disengage from the Venom. So close, 97.5. Only 2.5 separates Vice from their first cap here. An attempt to try and overwhelm all of these large bodies with the Wolverine. Yeah, Frostin could try and make it on through, but the Rage of the Ultron's all that they need. Oligator is just so clean when it comes to healing up the remainder of the team, but they're sustained for everybody now. Oh my goodness, and Angela's turned up in the midst of all of this.
Yeah, Angela comes back into these fights so incredibly quickly. Tim was also able to utilize the Eternal Bond, but oh, the Psionic Seduction with the maximum pulse coming on through from Knuten combined to take the Angela down, and Dawncore now 1 Vanguard absent, don't have the strength to deal with another It's Jeff. Ken sacrifices himself, and finally Vice are able to claim the point in its entirety.
Turn up on Angela, get ulted by Emma Frost and Iron Man, swap off Angela. Flowchart complete.
Donko now going to be going right back to the formula that's been proven so effective at dealing with this Jeff and Venom, and that is the Winter Soldier and this Invisible Woman. Sapatic too is going to have that final judgment, but he's probably going to be holding it a little longer, as we talked about, Missouri burned that Ember's ultimate to deal with the Angela previously.
Oh, Knudsen taken down by the primary fire of Rotter Stern here. Froston's been sick in these neutrals, managing to find those duelist duels whenever they were needed. A big isolation here onto Emma Frost, taking to the sky. This is going to be a quick disengagement here. The damage is going to be forthcoming. A big damage boost to try and make something happen with the Feast of the Abyss. But for now, everyone's feeling well sustained with the exception of Sapatic. Over towards the back, the Venom's really gained themselves a bunch of space, and that forces out between the Ultron and the Venom's pressure the invisible boundary.
And Froston going to have that Winter Soldier's Kraken impact to deal with the It's Jeff, because Ken is so incredibly close to an environmental drop-off. Here comes the Venom. Kizaru trying to hold down the space of the front line with the Sonic Seduction so that Vice can't capitalize. But the Iron Man of Knudsen, if the Winter Soldier's looking at the Jeff, gets a little bit more room to be able to play. And now that we have the symbiotic shenanigans also as that team of Lugia and Ken to work with, Vice have a little bit more sustainability to that composition that they didn't have before.
Yeah, they can stand on business a little bit harder when they're getting that stream of healing coming through from the Jeff. And also because Jeff doesn't really suffer from that much drop-off on the healing, can stay on cart to make sure that it's always pushing along.
Treeman does have that strangling prison, but we've already seen Vice are just going to probably try and go in, get a little bit more space off of this objective with the pressure that these off angles hold. Psionic Seduction is not going to be group walled off in time, and Lugia will continue to move forward, setting Ken up perfectly for the drop-off of 3 off of the map.
Lugia, aura farming during the freeze. As they just try and find the stags, it seems with 3 strategists here, the sustainability of a patty cake is going to be a little bit too much, but look at all this free space.
Yeah, Lugia Goat's going to be coming up to this Feast of the Abyss too, which you have to worry about if you're Dawn Core, because even if Legend comes through with the invisible boundary, well, Baby Bat will likely have Fate of Both Worlds to amp up the Venom ultimate at that point as Kizaru falls early, and Dawn Core still haven't been able to find a safe way of engaging into this next fight.
Feast of the Abyss still available in the back as well. Tree Man gets grabbed by Emma Frost and is just confined to an Agathisian prison. Lugia does their best to just blindly fire into the invisible boundary. Oh, great freeze right there. May have messed up the combo when it comes to the efficacy of the ultimate of the Venom. And now he's going to have a little bit of trouble disengaging. Does not want to really commit to this until they get their cellular corrosion back. Sabatic can't really grab too much of them in space in the back of all of this. Knudsen ready to go in midair. What an Aegis coming through from the Emma. Great response to the incoming danger. As there's some time being taken here to try and deal with the Luna, and it still hasn't come through entirely, but everyone else is falling through the cracks. So Vice are not too fussed either way. The strategists having to focus on number 1, while Vice, they focus on getting number 3 when it comes to those caps.
Yeah, Vice could have gone for the combination with the Venom and the Luna, but like you said, they prioritized using that Venom to keep the pressure exerted onto Dawn Core's back line, and it means that Tim and Legend are constantly having to deal and keep their cooldowns ready for the Venom coming through against them, which then weakens that frontline fight to the point where we don't even get to see Treeman utilize the Strangling Prison for the entire duration of third.
Oh, it's real rough, Mox. It's real rough. This is, remember, the map pick of Dawn Core, so maybe they've got some special sauce on the table for their attack.
Dawn Core maybe sticking with this Punisher as well. Yeah, here we go. Punisher and Storm. It broke things apart so incredibly quickly. Is it going to have the same level of value? Is Knudsen's going to be starting on the Ultron? Oleg on that Star-Lord, so he's going to be able to dive with Lugia on this Venom, but he's also going to be able to play counter flyer to something like the Storm, who does not have the opportunity of getting into the Eternal Bond because you have to be touching the floor to be able to receive that healing from the Cloak and Dagger's ultimate.
Yeah, Storm does not fare amazingly into the Star-Lord. It's not a very fair fight, Mox.
Especially when one Star-Lord is going to have that Ultron as well to try and keep up the prowess. And I think they read as well that Dawncore would be breaking out the Storm because this is very much a counter flyer so that the Storm isn't going to be up and continuously giving the Punisher that damage boost.
All right, so Paddock going to be pushing out so much damage here. Legend in the sights of Lugia decides to go for the middle so he can get the maximum efficacy out of that cellular corrosion. And noticing that there are a couple of platforms that have been erected here by Tree Man. These might have to be dealt with earlier as Lugia Goat sets up yet another dive. A distractionary measure in towards the back. Strategists have to look at each other. A quick purple afflicted as Oligator is going to be forced to disengage elsewhere and fly through the window back to their healers.
Yeah, but he's got iframes, which means he's going to be able to get out mostly scot-free. They've also been able to really deal with the uptime coming through from Tim Tim, so it's the Rage of Ultron, the strategist ultimate, that builds first, which means the Vice can just get aggressive and pressure Dawncore on the low.
Yeah, they're just coming in from so many different angles. You have to have independently swiveling eyes like a chameleon if you're on Dawncore to see all of the places where Vice are really nipping at your heels, and they're going to be chased back to spawn already.
Ken's going to have its Jeff too. Dawncore don't have the Winter Soldier to be able to try and dodge out of it. And if they get pelted as well by this dive hitting them as they walk through, that's going to be even more time burnt off of that clock and potentially a strategist's ultimate force before they can even get to the objective.
It would be tragic for that to happen. Lugia's going to try and make it work, though. Cellular corrosion grabs multiple players. Sapatic doesn't even bother turning around for Lugia here. It's all about moving forward. But Jeff threatens the incoming eats, but good right-click coming through from the Cloak and Dagger. A classic counter from the days of Reddit lore. And, still they're going to try and make it work here. No healing behind to try and sustain this ult from Oligator. So the Galactic Legend is going to be in a very perilous position. However, they've already forced out a singular strategist ultimate in the form of that Fate of Both Worlds. Tree Man around the back gets absolutely nothing off the back of a strangling prison, and Legend's already fallen down, got mugged on the way through. Oligator gets plenty of healing, and Sapatic can't stand up to the dark energies released from the Sorcerer Supreme. Kizaru isn't even offered the escape option. The golden handcuffs have taken themselves out as they get sent back to spawn by force.
Yeah, Vice in that first stage of the fight didn't use ultimates to try and win it. They were using it to stall for the portal to come on through and then to build into their own Fate of Both Worlds after Tim Tim's and Legends had expired. Now they're going to have to die of Agamotto. There isn't Emma Frost in play, so you do still have to worry about the CC immunity coming on through, but here comes the dive once more, and immediately Lugia forces the cooldowns and just gets out, but Knuten gets picked regardless.
And maybe Knuten a touch overextended there, looking for something to do with the Eye of Agamotto. Sapatic just forced into this corner. Look at the speed on Missouri. That's four people grabbed. Oh my goodness. Welcome to the arms of Agathis. I hope you enjoy your hug. Emma Frost carves through them, has to get through the walls though to try and escape. You can see Lugia from one side of a screen to the other, just doing their best to create space between the core of Dawncore and the remainder of Vice. Galactic Legend ready at the back. 2 stuns coming through. Froston and the Legend, as Froston is 1% away from their Mega Hurricane. They instantly pop it out. It's going to be down on top of a Jeff, I imagine, as Ken is punished for their audacity. It's an all-out assault from Vice, but Dawncore inside the invisible boundary, and they're feeling the love of the invisible woman.
Big plays coming on through from Frost, and that's the second time he's used the activation of Hurricane to dodge out of Ken's It's Jeff. Sapatic as well was able to go for the frame perfect activation of Culling Turret to have the CC immunity to dodge away from his. A classic of stage 1, and that is going to allow Dawncore to finally bag that point, but the amount of time that they have to play with because of how this dive was able to stagger and burn out that time bank, it's so little. They need to win this first fight. They can't afford to get stalled out. They do have the ultimates to do but the dive pressure onto the Punisher is immediate. Sapatic can't receive any form of healing, and the win condition is denied.
Yeah, the backline distractions went crazy there, coming through from the Jeff, just made Lugia have such an easy job to do when it came to taking out those duelists. Bounced up and then into the doorway. Big body block here onto Tree Man. Doesn't care that they're catching damage from the Emma Frost. They're more concerned about lumberjacking.
Well, Froston is immediately going to be swapping off of the Storm onto the Winter Soldier, but Knuten's going to be kicking things off aggressively with the Rage of Ultron. Vice can just aggressively dive and utilize that Rage of Ultron to find themselves a further footing in that back line, which is going to force the Eternal Bolt, and they still pick Sapatic through it.
Oh, Unbelievable, great focus fire right there. The Strangling Prism once more drawn on up. They get Baby Bat through their own ultimates, but still, there's a dream. A good dodge coming through from Tree Man to stop Ken from being able to grab them there inside of a healing pool, though. There's no option but failure for Frosted, unfortunately. Standing on business, Sapatic drags out the miniguns. It's a brazen attempt here from the side of Lugia to try and carve on through, but unfortunately the tree wants revenge for body blocks previous.
Frost as well is going to have the Kraken impact, considering Vice went for the It's Jeff early before the Winter Soldier had it online to dodge it. So now they've only delayed the problem, which they're going to have to deal with. But look at where Knuten is. Does Dawncore know that the Ultron is all the way behind them, trying to play distraction on the back line?
I mean, to be chilling back there. Oh, and it's going to be Missouri who opens it up here. Plenty of seductions and plenty of frags thereafter. Such a fast team wipe. Dawncore have one last chance to stay in Ignite.
Missouri perfectly opening it up with that stone extraction, and then Knuten from the back line able to keep up the pressure onto Froston, who was trying to hide away from the Emeralds, but to use the Kraken impact to dodge away from it. But again, the target focus so immediate onto these players from Dawncore, and like you said, this is the last fight that Dawncore have available to them. Kraken impact, they don't want to use it now because Vice are just going to disengage it.
Big grab straight away, Knuten in towards the back. The AoE spreading out the damage, but Legend not feeling like there's too much democracy going on here. The democratization is over. The Imperial reign of Vice has begun. There's no one remaining, just a dream of an Emma Frost. And even with a Carbon Crush collected onto Knuten, it's a mad dash with the portal. But unfortunately, I don't think Bro passed his driving test on this one. Froston's off the map, courtesy of Missouri. And Dawncore are vanquished from Ignite. Vice survive for now.
Vice is min-maxing on that dive, especially into the Cloak and Dagger. The first was absolutely insane. I didn't want to talk about it in the moment because so much was going on. But it's really, really precarious when you're trying to dive into a Cloak and Dagger team, because the more damage that you do to everyone around you, the more healing that Cloak and Dagger is going to be able to give, which in turn is going to be able to build Eternal Bond. And then even if you force a Strategist Ultimate on the approach to the point itself, Eternal Bond with the dash distance is still going to be able to give Dawncore that carpet of healing to give them the confidence to walk forward. So what Lugia Goat was actually doing, which was so ingenious, is something that we refer to as soft dive, which is typically used against things like a Loki with regeneration domain. You go in something that has a longer cooldown, you force it out, and then you just reposition out of the fight entirely. But what he was doing was he was going in, he was forcing Dagger down from Tim, and then he was bailing, but so too was everybody else from Vice. So even when Tim had all of the Cloak and Dagger cooldowns, the Light Force barrier, which gives you increased healing amplified, which stacks with the healing AoE of Dagger Dome, they weren't getting to use any of it when damage was actually coming through, which is how in the first fight, Rage of Ultron bolt faster than Eternal Bond.
And that's showing us the generalized mastery of Vice when it comes to not only management of their own resources, but the management of enemy resources as well. It's a well-deserved win here, certainly hard fought for. Vice are going to be getting a little bit deeper into that bracket and potentially finding their way towards our playoffs. Knuten definitely had some confidence when he talked to us previously after getting on. Ah, don't worry, we fixed it, boys. We're going all the way to playoffs. We're going to grand finals. Don't you worry about it. We got a little bit worried about it after that Hydra base. We're like, okay, maybe Vice are cooked here. But honestly, the resilience they showed, fantastic.
Yeah, I think we were still a little bit worried about it when we saw the time bank of 5 minutes 15 seconds. Gargantuan task, an achievement that I cannot wait to ask them about how exactly they pulled it off, because I mean, the mental fortitude that you have to see that time pop up and go, okay, we've got a hold for 5 minutes 15. Time to lock in, boys.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly did lock in that instance, and it really felt like on that attack, they crossed their eyes and they dotted their T's. We saw some great Jeff gameplay, which is always going to be a little bit of a question mark for our teams, who we haven't seen in Guangzhou, where Jeff really became kind of the hard meta for a lot of teams, led by Envy and Rad, with Nero and Fate really being the the premier Jeffs in the world. I think that there was definitely a good showing here from Ken, and Dawncore also showed off their own, like, they got a couple of counter Ken plays. We saw some great dodges from Treeman using the walls to make sure that they didn't get eaten on up. But overall, at the end of the day, Vice were able to make it work off the back of some well-crafted engagements. And the maestro behind some of those well-crafted engagements is here for a quick chat. Let's welcome Knuten to the broadcast.
Hello, everybody. Oh, let me sit in range here. What's up, everyone?
Let's get you in frame. Well, my lungs are gone, as is usual, with one of your games. Let's just open up straight away and ask what the comms were like towards the end of that Midtown defense.
Let me just say that I might need to go to the doctor to, like, I think I have permanent voice damage, because I've never screamed more in my life after holding that. It was a marathon. It was a battle between life and death. And I mean, like, can we just talk about Alligator, the flex goat swapping to Loki, having those immortality lamps on the point? Definitely wins us the game. I mean, like, Lugia, the unkillable man on point, apparently. The guy is fucking Thanos. Sorry for swearing. But, I mean, like, it's just such a great, like, stall that I feel like it's something special, you know? It lays in my heart now, forever. That's stall right there.
Yeah, do not worry. We gave like the flowers and the honorary MVP for those regeneration domain lamps. It was absolutely crazy. Moving away from the strategist swaps, the Iron Man swap. Was there a particular reason why you went for the Iron Man? Because even though you were able to build up a whole lot of those ultimates, they did continue to get CC'd. Was there something other than the ultimates for why you picked the Iron Man?
Yeah, well, I mean, like, it's honestly more of a feeling rather than anything else. I feel like when I'm on Jarvis Jr., that's what they call me in the city, there's something special that lies in me. And it's something that I prefer being on. Having that instantaneous burst of damage in one of those last fights, I feel like it's very crucial, where you can't really get that on anything else other than Iron Man. That insane gamma burst you have of 8 seconds, right? Where you can, like, kill through everything. To really just shut down their final attempt of stalling the point. That's yeah.
I've got another question about your Iron Man. First ult on Central Park. Did you manage to fix your monitor? I assume the right-hand side turned off.
Listen, I don't know why this guy is, like, going up there. First of all, like, over the team maybe. Why are you going there, bro? He's alone. And then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna nuke the backline from here. We call it. And then I see this guy just going up, and I see, oh fuck, goodness gracious. He has a shotgun. I'm cooked, guys. I'm cooked. G. It's over. Oh, jolly goodness gracious. What is this guy doing alone up here? And then, yeah, the rest is history. We recovered, thankfully. But, like, dude, I was like, this is not real, bro. This is not real. This is not the way I go out.
It was rather unfortunate that we had a direct POV of that happening too. But looking then at Central Park in terms of the success, Hell's Heaven, obviously you guys tried to go for that dive composition and it didn't really work out into things like that Winter Soldier. But then when we went to Central Park, we saw that you guys were still able to deal with the Winter Soldier and the Punisher. What changed between those two maps that you think the dive had more value?
I mean, like, to be honest, I think I wanna give this one to honestly, it's my fault, because I, first of all, I jumped off the map a couple of times, where I had to use my ult to save myself. I don't think they captured that, though, thankfully. If you're wondering where my Bucky ult went at some point on her saving, it's because I fell off the map and I had to save myself. And my Star-Lord was like, yeah, my Star-Lord is like, I don't know, I'm hitting on stage, because I did not play well on Star-Lord at all. And after that, we kind of realized, I mean, like, Of course, it's definitely a team you shouldn't mess with, but I have unparalleled ego, and I believe every day of the week that my team is better than anyone. And we just kind of, like, reset, had a little talk about, guys, like, this is, like, we can do this, right? We shouldn't be worried. We're here together, and we've been practicing for a long time now, right? And we thought about the bans a little bit, and then we kind of just ended up going with what we felt was right. No counter bans, more like, okay, what are we gonna beat these people on? What are we better on? Okay, we don't care about whatever they play. They can pull out 4 supports on Torch. I don't care. So as long as we win and we feel comfortable, that's what we're gonna do.
Well, you guys certainly were rewarded for your brazen plays today in the latter 2 maps. Thank you so much for joining us, Knuten, and hopefully we get to talk to you again if you guys make it deeper into the bracket.
Yo, I've missed you guys so much. I'm so glad to be back. I feel blessed. That's all I have to say.
Missed you as well. Knuten's kept us hanging for a moment when it came to his team announcement for Vice, but that was Knuten, Duelist of our first team to knock out an opponent. Unfortunately for Dawncore, that ends their run here at Ignite, our first team that we have to consign to relegation, Mox. It is so sad, but it was a bloody good series to go out on.
We were robbed. This was a BO3. Imagine if it was a best of 5. It could have gone the distance. But like you said, that is going to be the first team that unfortunately we knock out of Ignite's group stages. It's not, however, going to be the last, as we still have to get through FaZe versus Peps before we close the day for Group B today.
Yeah, Vice have earned their ticket to go up against NJC as their battle to try and get into playoffs is going to continue intensifying. However, we don't know who on the other side is going to come on through to go up against Alcazia, but today we've only knocked out one of 4 teams, Mox. It's going to be an absolute slugfest. But if you've been working too hard and you've been having some slugfests at work, maybe it's time to relax a little bit. You know, head over to the beach, dress up nice, and really show off what your summer guns are made of. We've got ourselves a duo of legendary skins, Mox, an Invisible Woman's Azure Shade and Punisher's Aqua Arsenal, so you can take a load off and get the break you deserve.
Yeah, and I mean, you can also now utilize that free emote that we get with Volleyball Bash for both of these two as well. Plus, we've seen that they have a place in the meta. We got Sapatic's Punisher absolutely melting faces on Hell's Heaven in that first round, and Invisible Woman has finally become visible and seen in the meta now that Invisible Boundary has received buffs.
Yeah, she has become quite tangential in many of these games. We've seen some big force physics pools. It really seems like this is the meta where the strategist players can really flex their muscles, and we might get to see a little bit of that coming up in our next match, which I believe is going to be Foxhound versus Paradox. So we get to, unfortunately, send another team home, Mox.
Yes, we will be right back with that one. And I mean, that one could go the distance too, because these are both two teams that debuted onto the Ignite stage. But before we send you off into that one, we'll be taking a short break.
Welcome in, everyone. We have a very special interview here from former Rad Esports / Team 1 duelist Melio, and now on Citadel Gaming. Melio, how does it feel to be coming hot off of a win from the mid-season finals, now into stage 2 with a whole new roster?
I mean, it always feels amazing winning things like these. It's of course something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, but it also feels amazing trying new options and exploring what a different team would feel like for the coming stage.
Talking specifically about maybe the rivalry you guys had with Berber Patapim, but now Citadel Gaming, and now being on that roster, you guys knocked them out of the mid-season finals. Did this kind of help you get like an idea of their play style so you know how to mesh better with them now that you're signed with the roster?
I mean, of course, I'm very familiar with a lot of the things they do and how they play, because we've played them a bunch of times and scrimmed them a bunch of times so far. So I'm very well aware of what the team is like and what we can do to make it the best team in the world.
Best team in the world. You basically came from the best team in the world at that point, now on to Citadel Gaming. I mean, what was the reason for making that change over to this new roster?
I mean, for me personally, I feel like it's something about personalities and how they clash and stuff like this. You know, some people just can't work together forever. Like, there's 2 different personalities from me and Team 1. That's why I decided to leave, because in the long run, it wouldn't keep working out.
Well, it's good to hear that you found a solid fit going into stage 2 of Ignite. Hopefully have the best performance you guys can have there. They did win the specific side of things for EMEA, but of course had that 4th place finish in mid-season. What are your hopes going into this stage and also the grand finals for this team?
I mean, I hope I can be of great use to the team. I hope I can help them with a lot of the theoretical stuff that I learned when I was on Rad, and that I also know as a player, because I come from a different game where we have a different line of theory that we all used on Rad, but nobody from Citadel has this theory. So if I can bring this in and we can learn it and we can get good at it, plus we can utilize what they were already good at beforehand, I feel like this can be the best team in the world, like undoubtedly.
Well, any final thoughts, shoutouts, things of that sort? It's been great to hear from you, Melio.
No, thank you. It's also been great talking with you. I'll just shout out to my team, Citadel Gaming. I really believe in them, and I love every one of them.
Awesome. Well, you can catch Citadel and Melio this weekend for Marvel Rivals Ignite. EMEA is starting up. It's going to be great action. Make sure you tune in on the Marvel Rivals channel on YouTube and Twitch. We'll see you then.
Hoping for even more bangers here at the lower bracket of Marvel Rivals Ignite EMEA Stage 2 mocks. We've got to send another team home between Foxhound and Paradox, and honestly, I couldn't call it.
Yeah, I think this one could potentially be close, especially given the fact that we've seen Paradox try and play into the Adam Jeff meta, though last time they struggled when they matched up against Chopped on Domination, because despite playing the Jeff, they didn't really play anything that the Jeff would enable. There was no Venom, there was no Captain America, not even a Hulk, really, as opposed to Foxhound, who have been liking to play that Namor and Hulk themselves. So I think it's going to be about both of these teams adapting after that failure on the first day.
Yeah, I think that Foxhound definitely have a good Hulk player, and is Sentinoblin, I believe, is their Hulk player, is very good at all of these mobile vanguards who love to move around. CrossFit is labeled as the Hulk here, so don't I feel silly. Most of the CrossFit I've seen was actually playing under the Ulu Mulu brand, I believe, when they took a map off Citadel in the initial qualifications for Ignite Stage 1, where they were playing, I think, a bit of Emma Frost. Six, I know, has a substantial fan base behind them as a French player and a great hit scan. Foxhound definitely coming into this with a little bit more name value, I think.
Yes, Six was playing on the Phoenix and Henkin was playing on that Namor, so they do like to go for compositions which are a lot of burst damage and trying to take away angles from other compositions. So I think that into things like the Adam and the Jeff, they could do well. However, as we've talked about, Paradox have been trying to play the current Premier meta for Domination. We just have to see them having a little bit more faith into the off angles and the tempo attacks that Jeff can set up for you as a more aggressive component of a composition rather than a defensive.
Yeah, like the second tier of utility from Jeff, as well as like the raw utility that's brought forth from things like the bubbles and the healing beam, as well as the ultimate itself. I know Kit Kat, I believe. Most of Paradox are a little bit newer to the scene, but they managed to earn their way through the first round, I believe, of Ignite qualifiers, so they certainly have earned their place here. They have battled hard to make it to the Ignite stage.
Yeah, and they went through a very tough opponent in the form of Chopped as their first matchup in the upper bracket. And I mean, Chopped we saw yesterday taking a win against Citadel, which is going to give you all of the information that you need to know on how good that team is. So definitely moving into this matchup, these two teams, they're new to Ignite, which also means that they're going to be newer to this level of pressure, because it's not the upper bracket games anymore, it's lower bracket. You can't afford to make mistakes here.
Yeah, no more mulligans, no more second chances. This is the second chance. There is no tertiary chance, unless you get to playoffs, in which case there might be a tertiary chance. If you
unless you have an Adam Warlock in your composition, and then you can, you know, lose a fight and instantly have all of your players back alive to still take it. So
you have a Loki who copies the Adam Warlock to give you a quaternary chance. Wouldn't that be fun to cast?
Yeah, just, you know, add a rocket as the cherry on top of that fun play-by-play cake for poor
All right,
Harry
Mephisto, let's calm this one down. Okay.
Store comps do be going absolutely crazy on Domination, and that is going to be the first map type that we head to. So again, it really is going to be a matter of who is going to get the better of this ban draft situation. Are you going to have a better composition to stick the entire round through, or are you going to be able to secure yourselves a couple more options so that if the first plan doesn't work out, you can flip the script and try and swap over to something else, which is maybe going to be punishing a little bit of the predictability that some of these teams use if they run the same compositions as before.
Yeah, well, when it came to our band draft as well, during our first game, we saw a lack of priority towards Mantis as well, which is a little bit of a bucking of a trend. We had a graphic at the beginning of our broadcast showing that Mantis copped, before the day started, 47 bans in 3 days, which is quite a few, considering we've had 12 games. So far, like, Mantis has only gone unbanned, if my maths is correct, like one of those games. Yeah. Which is, and admittedly, it's because she's a great enabler right now. I don't know if these teams are going to be letting her through. It seems like at the moment, the basic is just like, okay, we're just going to agree Mantis is going to be banned by both teams at the beginning of a draft, kind of like the old slot that was held by Human Torch in the days of yore.
Yeah, and also the old slot that used to be held by either Magneto or Emma. That used to be the sort of flavor that would divide all of the different regions. We got to see a lot of Magneto and a lot of Emma, but only one specifically per region. We got to see a whole lot of Emma in EMEA, and NA got to see a whole lot of Magneto. And that has sort of since moved away. We still sometimes actually even get to see the Emma Magneto Vanguard lineup, which back in stage 1 you would never get to see. It would have to be a blue moon before both of those made it through the bans.
Yeah, it would be unthinkable. Like, the only team you'd really see get to play that would be like Schmungus, because like all of our one tricks would get banned away. Like, they'd ban Bogus Strange, you know, they'd be like Spider-Man BP bans.
Because Tuzi, just the aura of Tuzi exuded so much terror that you would take out 3 duelist positions against him.
Speaking of which, we will be seeing that all business roster that obviously Tuzi's not on anymore later, as they're now playing under Foot Esports or Footballist. Surprising to see them in the lower bracket, as we are going to be able to get into game real soon. Paradox and Foxhound both making their way into the lobby. We will be starting off on Domination as usual, and when we move into our bans, they're going to be a little bit different from the bans in your comp games.
Yeah, these are not universal bans, and these are going to be one-sided team bans. Plus, unlike in your competitive games, we get the opportunity of save slots, which means that if a hero is saved, they cannot be targeted by bans any point afterwards in that match. That's how you're getting to see these teams get one-sided Emma, one-sided Human Torch in the previous metas, and in this current meta, normally either one-sided Adam or one-sided Jeff.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of teams pivot into something like a one-sided Luna as well. Some of our teams are prioritizing Luna as their first protect after the Mantis gets taken out by both teams. But it seems like one-sided Luna isn't quite as impactful as you pointed out, things like the one-sided Adam, where that really is a crazy gap to be able to take essentially an 11 versus 6 every 2 fights.
Yeah, it's not so much a duelist-determined meta, right? Previously, if you had Luna and Emma, you would have all of the setup for a Psylocke, and then Psylocke would just shred a lobby in half. But now, because there is just so many levels of sustain, especially because we're seeing the triple strategist line, if there is something like a Psylocke ultimate that comes out onto those strategists, if there's an Adam, well, it's a soul bond angle, which means that you're not even burning out an ultimate, or the patty cake comes on through, but it's between 2 strategists, while another strategist is free to just keep everybody else on the team healed up and alive. So Psylocke finds a little bit less value, which is why when we see even with the Venom making it through, the Venom tends to typically go with a Jeff rather than with a Psylocke as a backup as well.
Yeah, and Jeff has like the multimodal means of damage as well, with both the spit bubbles and the stream of healing. The stream of healing is like super valuable because it's very easy for that to intersect with Venom's hitbox due to not only it piercing, but Venom's hitbox being absolutely massive. So you're helping out Venom's damage in terms of like being able to hit those breakpoints and secure frags, while also being able to make sure that Venom doesn't have to pop that symbiotic resilience too early. I think that we also saw some patch for Adam Warlock as well. In particular, Cosmic Cluster being able to take 0.3 seconds off the cooldown of livestream per impact when you're going up against Venoms in particular, who are kind of just spheres, means that those live streams are up a lot.
Another reason why Mantis tends to get the boot almost immediately too, because remember, she gets a seed refresh every single headshot. So in previous stages, if there were Loki doppelgangers, you would actually leave them up. There would be a whole battle essentially between your EMEA player, your Mantis player, and your Bucky and Wolverine players, as they all argued about who would get to utilize the doppelganger as a scratching post to either get a refresh on their primaries or potentially keep up their rage and energy as EMEA charged up in the interim between certain fights. But obviously Mantis does still, with just base headshots onto heroes, get a refresh of a seed, which against Venom, who, as we talked about, is just one big hitbox in comparison to Captain America, who has the ability to block damage with his shield and bounce projectiles back at other players, makes it just a little bit too easy for Mantis to continue giving away all of those heal ticks and the damage boosts.
We'll be getting into game as soon as possible. I think someone might be in the bathroom or something. This happens sometimes with your online tournaments.
Sometimes, you know what, players put a pizza in the oven, or sometimes they order some takeout and they have to go answer the doorbell. Many an opportunity has been the reason why we haven't always been able to get our lobbies through in time.
Yeah, many a time a Magneto has been distracted by the Dino Nuggies. It happens. My favorite of a Stegosaurus, because you know, all the little nobbles, they taste pretty good. They're nice and crispy. What else came through in this patch that's worth addressing? Oh yeah, Jeff got the ult buff as well, leaving the healing pool behind. Interestingly, a quick tidbit about Jeff's healing pool. Unlike other strategists when they're made a casualty, usually their ult disappears.
Yes.
The invisible boundary, the feat of both worlds, the soul resurgence, they disappear the second the strategist casting them is taken out of a fight. Not the case for the meager pool left behind by Jeff. If Jeff falls after having eaten something or missing their eat potentially and becoming an easy target, that healing pool does still remain for the 6 to 8 seconds.
Yeah, a bomb for indigestion. Not for the Jeff, but for the rest of the team. The only other time that we saw something like that happen was actually all the way back in, goodness, it would have been Season 1 and Season 2, where if a Loki copied a cloak and dagger, he would actually, despite falling prematurely, Eternal Bond would still last. So the min-max that you used to do would be that you would use your Loki to copy a cloak and dagger, then they would face tank a hit of a Magneto's Meteor M, and then you would still have your Eternal Bond up and available to give all of you healing. But speaking about up and available, our map is going to be up and available too. I'm sure the relief of chat everywhere will be headed into Burnon to Tala for our first domination map between Foxhound and Paradox.
All right. We'll see if we're going to have the classic meeting of the minds, with Mantis being the first ban for both, or if we potentially see a pivot into the damage boosting queen. Neither one is the first ban. Mantis, interesting. Luna being the first here. We might actually see Paradox pivot into one-sided Luna, as we mentioned earlier. That has been rather popular for teams, and indeed it is going to be the first play made.
That is a big change up. Previously, they saved Jeff and Magneto, so they are going to be able to get one-sided Luna, which is also going to give more value over to that Adam Warlock, as Foxhound are going to be removing the ammo, which means that if a dive component comes on through with that Adam, Jeff, Luna, and Venom composition, then Paradox aren't going to be having a great time having no Carbon Crush opportunity to peel that backline.
Yeah. Adam, Jeff, Luna, kind of the, I would say probably one of the strongest backlines that becomes often available on Domination, especially since Jeff is like super valuable on Domination for the pre-fight positioning, using the speed of the bubbles, and helping Adam counter-rotate against potential divers when usually Adam is a bit of a slow pickle.
Ooh, Paradox are definitely making a play to strengthen this Jeff composition too, removing Ultron, which tends to be one of the go-to counters, the way that we've seen Kraken Impact from the Bucky tried to deal with the It's Jeff. You hear the It's Jeff, you pop the Rage of Ultron, CC immunity plus damage and healing to your enemies and allies, means that a lot of the time you can target the Shark down before he can make away from the fight with someone incredibly valuable, as Paradox are going to be removing Phoenix from the duelist pool up for Foxhound, which in turn is going to mean that if something like an Invisible Woman gets through, it will strengthen a Namor rather than a Jean Grey.
Indeed so. Last protect here. That's going to be the Invisible Woman indeed, being dragged on up. Great for playing against both the Venom and potentially a Hulk. Next ban coming up for Paradox now.
Paradox, both these teams still have the Adam in play, but Paradox definitely getting the better of an Adam Jeff composition if it does come on through. Foxhound, there's a couple of opportunities that they could go for, and I like the fact that they go for the mag because, again, Meteor M against that It's Jeff is incredibly pesky.
Oh, but Adam's going to be available. Yep, Jeff available. Mantis is available as well.
Yep.
Not often you're going to be using all three of those tertiary strategists in a trio. They're also going for a one-sided Phoenix here. So a couple of pro-gamer moves have been pulled here by our teams to make sure that they have access to characters that their opponents do not. To see if Foxhound are going to go for a ban on the Invisible Woman here, or if they want to try and...
Yeah.
Maybe, I feel like you got to get rid of the Adam over Jeff.
The thing is, if you don't get rid of the Invisible Woman, Paradox get one-sided Phoenix. But Foxhound are going to not fall for the bait, and like you, they're going to actually ban out that Jeff, so that a Venom dive potential composition becomes even harder to be able to pull on through. However, Paradox, if they want to, they can go for a 2-2-2 composition fairly easily.
Yeah, the 2-2-2 pivot definitely on the table, especially when you have the those assets available. So we set up to go to Burnon to Tala as our first domination map here. We always start on domination, and Burnon to Tala is, I think it's got a good variety of map geometries in it, where you can really, you do have the opportunity to move your compositional like archetype around consistently between them if you don't maintain ultimates between your rounds.
They've got good options as well with that Phoenix lock of being able to deal with the Adam, because Karmic Revival with that overhealth, all of those extra shields actually get shredded if the Ensong Inferno is able to land atop of it. So potentially a very good 2-2-2 composition, or likely also a pivot if they want to run themselves the Adam with better Karmic Revival stability afterwards.
God, I love that. T'Challa space station looks so cool. Congrats to the art team on that one. We're going to be starting off here on the Intergalactic Spaceport, and I am very happy to see the Paradox are bringing out a Hulk, one of my favorite things to watch. And we're going to have a damage boost on the Namor as well from Kit Kat onto MJD, which is going to make him absolutely brutal to try and deal with.
Yeah, it means that Horn of Proteus has pick potential outside of the Luna's Fate of Both Worlds window, as both of these teams are going to go for strange TPs. However, Paradox already through that, as Foxhound waiting to get a better setup angle, but that's where the Hulk comes into play. Everyone from Paradox is stacked up and gets the Hulk bubble, but unfortunately, the Luna gets left behind. The sedation from Jazzy means that she wasn't able to reposition with the team, and the one-sided Soul Bond means that this is just a one-sided brawl for Foxhound to pick up the point first.
Yeah, when you're looking for valuable picks, grabbing... Oh, Aziz is definitely one of the top ones. We've got ourselves a pause here. Maybe there's a slight ping issue or something that stopped Aziz from being able to disengage properly from that portal when it came up. Oh, Aurora Borealis. Aurora Borealis, located entirely inside your intergalactic empire of Wakanda.
I love as well the fact about the Intergalactic Space Station is that the cover of the point itself doesn't actually come up until the point first unlocks. So a lot of the time when teams try and position themselves for that first point control, they can actually leave themselves fairly out in the open if the walls have not risen.
They do have that central cover of the spaceship for a second, if you're really quick, but
then the spaceship takes off.
It do leave real quick. Sometimes your cover just up and leaves. Whether it be a destructible environment or just a spaceship that's got a schedule to keep, you know?
Yeah, those boarding pass checks are pretty brutal. If you're not there when the departure gate says that it's closed, they will leave without you. As it's worrying, definitely, the fact that the Adam composition took the point first, because you just know that this next fight, if the picks don't come through immediately with that Mantis damage boost onto the Namor for a magic pick out of seemingly nowhere, that Adam comp is going to be able to stall out this fight for a good 40% off the point, and that's like minimum generosity.
Yeah, that's phase one. Did you ever see that GIF on like Reddit or Twitter or whatever where they're on the dragon on Krakoa, Punisher set up a turret and it just flew off with him?
Yes.
Do you reckon you could do that with the ship on this one? You could just put Punisher's turret on it, it just leaves. Bye.
I still think my favorite clip I've ever seen of Burnon T'Challa, I'm sure you know this, was when fastball was just becoming a thing, and it was a Hulk throwing a Wolverine at an Iron Man from like seemingly an entire map away, and he was able to find the connection, and it was so amazing because with the clip they managed to get both the Wolverine's POV and the Iron Man's POV.
My favorite clip on being into T'Challa might actually be the world's longest Iron Man ult, which I designed, where you shoot an Iron Man ult from spawn towards the point Moria falls. I set up a portal on the other side of the point and then a portal up above the point, so it flew across the map and then flew through the portal down towards the point again from the top of the skyboard.
Oh my goodness, they will call that play around the world in 80 days.
Yeah, it was definitely not next day delivery on that particular ultimate. Well, welcome to a Marvel Rivals Esports podcast, where we wait to figure out what's going on with our technical pause. I reckon you can set up that turret on top of the spaceship.
Did that ultimate actually get a pick, or was there a Magneto just waiting with the catcher's glove on the other side?
It got 3. I will find it for you I'll find it for you in the break. It was a crazy clip. I think it's on Salty Fish's content. You know, one of my favorite clips on this as well. I can't remember if it was Boga. I think it was Boga, but don't sue me if it wasn't. Yeah, the portal of the lunar
and the
roll.
Mantis went first.
Yeah, when the Mantis goes first, and then everyone's like, I can take it.
There was a portal the Mantis went through, a whole 2 seconds past, like, I can do a full 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi count, and then 4 other people try and take a fight against gravity. But here's the thing that Isaac Newton found out. Gravity got hands.
Yeah, just like the 2 second pause is just what makes it all the more funny, you know? Like, portal frags happen all the time. Portal frags, you're like, that Mantis was just a noob. I'd win. They're built different.
Doctor Strange's portal takes the definition of look before you leap quite literally.
A bit of prime Boga there. I wonder if we're going to see any Imperator today from Foot Esports. While we wait for this, I guess we can preview some of our other matches. We've got Foot Esports coming up later, who lost to OG Seed very surprisingly. 2-1. Their one map they did win, they played Thor Angela.
Yeah,
Thor has a 100% win rate right now.
I tell you right now, Harry's stall tactic whenever we have to fill any sort of space is immediately to break out the PowerPoint presentation and just start running you through why 4 stocks are currently on the rise. As we can observe here in the first week of Marvel Rivals Ignite EMEA, 4 is indeed on a current 100% win rate, and so too is Thor and Angela. So you hit it here first, folks.
So true. Thor's had 3 map-long appearances, and all of them have been complete and total victories. I believe we've seen it on Midtown and Idris Path, both of whom were Virtus Pro, and then Celestial Husk, which was for the esports against OG Seed. That was a real long one, if I remember correctly, because I think OG Seed were playing the race. And
then we also saw it for all of a millisecond on Araco before Lugia Goat swapped over to the Angela.
Oh, yeah. Damn. I know that Lugia's got it in him. Come on. Make it a reality. Then again, bro is just so survivable on Captain America.
1 versus 1 in MRC, which you were incredibly happy about with Hall of Djalia.
I love a little bit.
You know that picture where Wolverine's got, like, he's in bed and he's got that framed picture and the hands just over it? That's Harry and Thor. That's his relationship with the Asgard.
I love a good Grug Vanguard, you know? I like a Vanguard where if Invisible Woman pulls me in and says, you're in trouble, I get to press F and say, no, you're in trouble, actually.
Okay, but what would it take for you to betray Thor? Like, if I start naming potential Vanguards that we get, right? Say Thanos. Okay, so you would fold for Thanos. We already even found the flip. Not even a 50-50 on that one either. Wow.
No moment of hesitation. Purple guy owns my soul.
What about Korg? Would you rather play Korg or Thor?
I do love some Korg. I mean,
how about out some
if I'm playing against Scissors, I would definitely play Korg. You know, he's got a natural buff against them. If I'm playing against a on paper team, probably bringing out the Thor.
That's a good one. That is. What other Colossus?
Ooh, so it depends on the costume, honestly. Phoenix Force Colossus, I'm in. Like Phoenix Force Colossus is great.
What about
I'm not a huge fan of his base
with
costume.
a magic team up? How would you feel about that one, where you could go through portals because of your sister?
I think that one might actually make me less inclined because I have a magic on my team. So, like, you know what?
What if the magic was using the Ignite watch-along Twitch drop that we had all the way back in July?
You raise a compelling point, Mox. Or they could swap to Star-Lord, which also has an Ignite Twitch drop, and is also really good.
What other good Vanguards could we potentially get in the near future? Oh, Rhino.
Oh, Rhino would be great. I really want, like, Dr. Octopus to be a Vanguard.
I was about to say, Dark Ock
like a wall climb Vanguard.
Dark Ock would be amazing, but I hear your Dark Ock Vanguard and I raise you Strategist.
I think Doc Ock could make a great strategist.
I think that would be a really fun strategist. And then, Sandman. Sandman would be a really fun Vanguard too.
Sandman or like Absorbing Man. So you could like change between like different forms, or that might be a little bit too similar to Ammo with like a diamond form.
No, that's where instead of dive, right? Let me introduce you to a new composition concept. Dig.
Behold the Underminer! Yeah, we need an entirely underground composition. I'm also really looking forward to Gambit and Carnage are my most requested. Like, Gambit is my boo.
For me, Nightcrawler. I've been wanting Nightcrawler. He's got a really good chance too. For those of you that don't know, it's the 50th anniversary of Nightcrawler's creation in comics this year.
Really?
Yeah, he's been around a while.
What's that, 75?
I was about to say, don't do maths live on broadcast.
I'm inviting oblivion. We're already in purgatory. I might as well go a level deeper.
That, and he got like a whole host of new fans after X-Men 97, which if you haven't seen X-Men 97, I strongly suggest everybody to go check out X-Men 97. It is an absolutely gorgeous continuation of the old school X-Men cartoons.
Oh, or if you're up for something new, Marvel Zombies comes out in what, like 3 days?
True.
Exciting. Very exciting.
Maybe that means that we get a couple of additional zombie tie-in skins to go with the
like
Doctor
the Scarlet Witch zombie costume, maybe.
I hope that we get the. Have you seen in the trailer? Moon Knight takes over Blade. He's got the spirit of Conchi, so I think that could actually make a really sick Blade.
Dracula owes Conchi money. I'm getting my $5, Dracula. By hook or by crook.
Or by Ankh, I guess.
I'd love to see, Zombie Scarlet Witch is definitely up there for me on my, like, costume wish list. Although we are getting, I believe, the, one of the new Hela costumes next week as well, which is going to be great. I've just got in my ear the grand news we've all been waiting for, that the game is indeed about to start. So salvation is at hand. Praise be your deity of choice. I believe Bast is one of the reigners here in the Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda.
I think we need to worship Adam Warlock because he's comic revived the broadcast.
Oh, true. My match has been born again. I mean, this is pretty lucky for our production team here, because I was about 4 sentences from swapping over to full Jeff speak.
I think you actually could have made a very good casting clip with your Jeff impression is on point, I will say.
We'll save that for the next Big Tech Force.
Using it at the start of the day probably is not the best idea, because the strain that puts on your vocal cords, oh boy.
Well, I mean, if I can survive one Lugia go overtime, perhaps I can give one sentence as challenge.
You know, much like Loki, we have been burdened with a glorious long domination fights, I will say, because you and I, remember we also got the Peps versus NJC, like 30-minute long before even point first Captain Celestial Husk fight, where we went through 2 iterations of Invisible Boundary and Supernova.
That was yeah, I need lung insurance. Is that a thing?
I know some celebrities who are like athletes like insure their specific like
they insure like body parts, don't they?
And I think some singers have actually insured their tonsils or their vocal cords. I think is one.
And as our resident big brain analyst, can you insure your brain? Well, I don't know what you do when you've got no brain but money.
Just, you know, every single time I'm not on broadcast, I take it out of its compartment and just put it away for safekeeping so that I don't get any dust on it in between shifts. Gotta keep it nice and clean.
Stick it in a little brain box. There may have been a whoopsie daisy, maybe not, when it comes to actually resuming the game. I'm sorry to have teased you there. What can I say? I'm just a tease mox.
We're just continuing our wonderful flavor. I mean, these maps are really pretty too. Our map designs at NetEase have been putting in amazing works, but we are going to be getting into game in just under 30 seconds. I'm sure you're all going to be incredibly relieved to know.
Okay, so I assume that I don't know if there was maybe a reset or if we're just going to be resuming.
Yeah.
If so, being down. Okay, we did. I'm getting it confirmed we did have a reset, so we're actually going to be starting off on a different map this time. So new tactics to be delivered as we roll out on the Warrior Falls. We're back, Box.
Warrior Falls with its verticality, very, very strong for Hulk namers. We can already see that it is going to be Paradox teleporting behind Foxhound, this time immediately into both the Soul Bond and the Carbon Crush, and they've already lost their Nemo.
Yep, there we go. Unfortunately for Paradox, twice in a row, they've instantly lost someone off of these TP engagements. Lohe not quite as lucky as Sentinoblin when it comes to these initial engagements. Big damage coming forth off the back of a Dark Maelstrom. It would appear that the Sorcerer's Beam can't quite handle the dark magic that they've been peddling, as the Blessing of the Deep is going to be expended for MJD, and Lohe tries to roll on up onto a point, but that's a huge grab. I believe that was onto Aziz there from 6, and what a pickup from the Winter Soldier.
Yeah, Henkin is picked, but he's got self-revive, so he's immediately going to be coming right back into this fight. However, Paradox have been able to pull the Rage of Ultron. They'll have it up for this next fight. The problem for them is that they have very little space control currently. This Hulk and Namor, they like taking off angles, but you do have to develop the angle for the Namor to be able to take. The longer these rotations go for Paradox, the more opportunity 6 has to try and just hook someone out of space.
Yeah, the longer you take, the more times you roll those dice, and eventually it's going to be a nat 20 for 6. He seems to have uncanny luck when it comes to the Sentinoblin, forcing Paradox to take all of his space away. Might be biting off a little bit more than they can chew right there. The healing wasn't quite available. The Invisible Boundary is drawn on up, but it's a little bit frustrating when you're the Doctor Strange.
Point, though.
Yeah, they don't really have much space on the point off the back of that. MJD now going to be able to wrap around the back, moving over towards that Mantis. Could be a double squid into a right click here. That Mantis is going to be hard done by to try and survive this one. And indeed, Jazzy going to be turned into a casualty. Henkin rolls on up, ready for a resurrection. Yes, Paradox are yet to get the cap over, and MJD doesn't seem to have noted the position just yet of Henkin, because they were taken out previously by Lohe, who's just able to carve through everybody. Great performance here from the Doctor Strange.
Yeah, Henkin was picked, and he also does not have the self-res available because he used to end that first fight. So Paradox will be able to find the flip without having to weather the storm of the Comic Revival fight. They do have to worry about it this time around, but trying to take a fight against the Comic Revival fight when you're in control of the point is much easier, because it means that Foxhound have to find the flip. If this fight goes on long, because it goes first stage into res, into second stage, Paradox are going to be the ones walking with all the percentage.
All right, huge armory here for Paradox to try and work with. Foxhound might be a little bit under-resourced for this fight if they try to keep Henkin back in a resible position. For now, Lohe going to be forced off of this high ground. The long-term damage off this Gamma Squid, if it isn't dealt with, is going to be significant. So the Gamma Monstro is, of course, one of the primary targets here. 4-6. So someone creeping on the right-hand side. I believe that's Batter over there, ready to try and bash in towards the back. For Rage of Ultron opening up. Lohe tries to claim the space, but the disengage is already good from Foxhound here. Don't know what MJ was quite cooking with that one. Big Eye of Agamotto, though. There's still going to be a chance to resurrect. Jazzy's fallen down elsewhere. Henkin decides to bring them back in short order. Sentinoblin also going to be a good recipient of that one. 6 moves on forward, but still Paradox are going to be in control. And it's Batter's turn. The mechanics are clean. Look at the multiple knockbacks. A quick sleep sedation given over by the Mantis. Another double, making a triple off the back of the Culling Aura. Reset after reset. MJ not going to be long for this world, surely. Does manage to cleanse the debuff aura, so no reset's going to be given over to these last two, but it is going to be a stagger.
The stagger onto Kit Kat, who is so close to Soul Resurgence tier. Strange is even going to be able to block the sedation, and then Foxhound are going to be able to get their own onto Kit Kat, which means a further stall. It has to be a Strange portal. Foxhound are too close to that 100%, but that means that they have so little information about where they're teleporting into.
MJ already being down. That's your primary damage dealer missing now, and I don't think they're going to be up in time to get a second pass through the portal. CrossFit building up towards a huge amount of damage, and oh no, that Mantis is in so much danger. Kit Kat gets munched on through. All of them at once have been taken on down. Henkin managed to take out their counterpart in the tertiary strategist. 6 towards the back. Aziz may be gone and won't be coming back anytime soon. The vanguard of the last remaining bastion of defense for Paradox. But they can't stand out to the yelp of the Foxhound.
Foxhound do a very good job. Even when they use Karmic Revival, they're not in control of the point percentage, but they manage to keep 6 on the Winter Soldier alive through the entire duration of Paradox's stall. Paradox held on to Fate of Both Worlds, held on to Worldbreaker Hulk, so that when the Karmic Revival fight came through, they still had tools to be able to live the after effects of it. But when those ran out, 6 still had Kraken impacts up, which meant that Foxhound were able to find the sweep. And from there, Paradox, despite having the Namel, had no choice but to give up the off angles because they went for teleport recontest rather than a walk approach, which meant that the Nemo had absolutely no space to be able to work with.
It's like a pivot away from a triple strategist here for Zerx. No more Ultron, instead focusing in on the Phoenix for maximum throughput of damage. To be honest, I don't know.
As well, with the cap. They're actually going to be able to have pressure to this dive so that Foxhound's attention is going to be split. It's not just going to be a case of 6 on this Winter Soldier, essentially getting a shooting gallery of targets to be able to look at. Henkin on the Spider-Man. I wonder if he's on the Spider-Man just to try and cancel a TP. We'll have to see whether or not Batter gets taken out of animation.
Yeah, I don't see... Oh, maybe they were looking for a grab through. Great play with a shield there from Sentinoblin to grab out Zerx early and make sure that no healing can be delivered to their corpus thereafter. Sentinoblin feeling a little bit frisky with the Eye of Agamotto. Doesn't want to risk getting pushed back in the midst of the ultimate, though, by the force physics. So it's just making a couple of very audacious leaps towards them. They're more signaling. It's about the implication, Mox. Oh, and the implication is bloody deadly there from Sentinoblin. Finally lands down on a pair of strategists and wipes the board clean.
Yeah, it gets both of the backline, including the Invis, who I guess didn't have force physics up online as a cooldown, punishing the fact that Paradox don't have an Emma right now. No Carbon Crush to stop the Eye of Agamotto coming on through. And Foxhound now with control of this space and point yet again means that that Karmic Revival is going to be incredibly costly time bank-wise for Paradox to have to deal with, and that's before they have to first get through this Winter Soldier, who's going to be able to scout their rotation and instantly counter-rotate with his backline.
Getting these damage boosts all the time as well. Look at all the HP available, though, for the side of Paradox. They've been reinforced by the Freedom Charge. Though it's going to be difficult to deal with here. But instead they move towards the back. CC Immune is 6, unbothered by the Eye of Agamotto. Wants the Invisible Woman and forces the drawing up of the Invisible Boundary towards the back. The damage boost means Zerx can try and carve on through, but it's 6 who's going after and instantly gets frozen on up. However, there's still a secondary wave coming on through to try and follow up on the damage that's already been done. MJD finds their targets, but Foxhound are still in control. Henkin doesn't have a self-res. The strategists are under siege. Seijuro can't survive what MJD's been cooking, but only just now do Paradox have an opportunity to try and flip the cap.
Yeah, and Foxhound are gonna have the Karmic Revival fight. They've got Psionic Seduction too, which is gonna force either Paradox to reposition, give up a little bit of that point presence, or the Invisible Boundary comes out early, but then you don't have a defensive to be able to match which with the sustain stall that Henkin's gonna have available for this next fight.
It's going to be so difficult to deal with. Kit Kat needs to be very judicious as to when they deploy the all-important invisible boundary, perhaps to try and isolate someone from the heels in the back. You can see the work on the periphery being done by Lohe and MJD to make sure that Six can never focus in on these squishier targets elsewhere.
Yeah, Six doing a very good job as well of keeping his Adam safe right now, dealing with that Psylocke, dealing with the Captain America. Soulbond has come out regardless, which means the Foxhound are now close enough to the point, but CrossFit's ultimate gets cancelled!
Oh, that's a huge cancel coming through. Zergs are so close to the ground, straight into the midst of all of them. The damage is good, but healing's even better. MJD caught on the other side, looking up towards the grand pedestal where many members of Paradox lay waiting. The Eye of Agamotto stuns up both Zergs and Barda, and it's going to be all about Sentinel trying to prioritize getting rid of that healing first. But it's Aziz who's coming in later. For fate of both worlds means that Paradox can try and sustain this one out, and Henkin hasn't got as much value as you would like off the back of the Karmic Revival. Lowhead dragged on in, and Six easily carves through them with Rot Stern. Getting in close and personal to the Phoenix is not an enviable position, but as Zergs disengages, CrossFit crushes their sentience.
MJD's gonna have down to the butterflies, but I don't think Paradox are gonna have access to one of their players, because this stall is just, it's so brutal. Kit Kat is gonna be able to try and get away with the double jump stealth, but no, they get spotted. Seijiro frozen the Psionic Vortex, and it manages to catch the Invisible Woman's location, and that is bad news for Paradox, who have to actually swap Lohe off of the Vanguard onto a Wolverine.
No, it's a desperate attempt to try and shut down Sentinoblin, but it might be exactly what the doctor ordered. Oh, Six has fallen down a hole, and he's back up already. Straight away, you can see the regenerative healing factor has been burned. Six takes to the sky, already falling low. However, there's more than enough healing coming through. The Soul Resurgence and the Soul Link, both in tandem. Kit Kat chomped through once again. Six is looking for a 6K in his own name, but MJD will not allow it. Paradox refused to contest at the end, and Foxhound cleanly sleep their way through Burning to Tala.
Yeah, Paradox with the swap onto the Psylocke had good mobility to try and keep pace with where the Adam would be looking for the self-revive into the Karmic Revival, but that's where Six came into play. This Winter Soldier, every single time we saw Foxhound try and make those rotations into the retake, we would be looking at the Winter Soldier's POV, and that Bucky would be permanently scouting out both the Psylocke and the Captain America. And I mean, 22,274 hits of damage with 15 final hits goes to show how impactful that Winter Soldier really was.
Credit to Seijiro as well, putting up some real numbers on the Invis. Really getting it done with the Sonic forces, but honestly, Six was just an absolute standout here. Turns out when you're getting the triple pocket from 3 strategists and you're a solo duelist, maybe you are going to put up some numbers, but you need the talent to make that work, and well, Six has it in spades.
I mean, not just that, but you have to remember Manta's made it through the ban phase, which means that that Winter Soldier is gaining 12% damage boost on pretty much every single one of his hits, which then builds Kraken Impact so much faster than Paradox had the means of being able to keep up with it. Plus the strategists that Paradox's lineup had, the ultimates that they had access to are likely not going to be able to outlast Kraken Impact if it finds just the one solo reset that is necessary. You've got Invisible Boundary of 8 seconds, Fate of Both Worlds of 10 seconds. The base window that is afforded to Kraken Impact is 7 whole seconds, 1 second off outlasting an Invisible Boundary. So the second he gets one, the domino effect is in full play.
Yeah, and if you know players like Six are tracking that Invisible Boundary, you know they've still got the Bionic Hook off cooldown when they pop that, so they can get the debuff and then drag people out of that static emplacement. Maybe off some guesswork, maybe there's some pings that are offered by maybe the more meaty members of your roster, dipping their eyes into the Invisible Boundary to see where those victims lie. Unfortunately, that map didn't quite go as long as the tech pause did, but now Paradox are going to be in control of where we head. They're going to be able to choose our map for map number 2 to try and save themselves from elimination, and we'll see where they choose after this break.
We are undefeatable! Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
Paradox up against it right now as we head into map number 2 of our best of 3 series. Elimination on the line here, Mox, but Paradox can choose where we go so they can put their best foot forward.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a little bit of nerves underlying the Paradox comms right now, though, because the last time they went to a convoy map, they did get full held by Chopped. So potentially it would be maybe a pivot over to Convergence, or maybe they're going to be a little bit more confident in being able to break the spawn hold and address the draft system to better enable that kind of playstyle.
Yep, we're getting stuck right into it this time around and finding out where Paradox have decided to take us today. Of course, their options are either Convoy or Convergence, as noted. So it's they can't decide to go to another domination, and the remaining map type will be the one that is left thereafter. Hydras or Path, an old classic, is going to be awakened and evoked here by Paradox.
I feel like we're definitely going to be seeing some old classic bands as well come through. Oh, well, I was going to say maybe the Mantis doesn't make it out, seeing how much Foxhound were able to do with a 12% damage boost permanently on 6. But once again, it is going to be the Human Torch and the EMEA getting targeted out, leaving Mantis on the table for both of these teams. Paradox with the EMEA save, though, I do like, because when you're going up against those other Vanguards on the potential spawn hold, you can try and utilize the Carbon Crush to grab the Vanguards and then kick them away from the strategists and into the rest of your team to jump on them.
Yeah, the overhead grab do go a little bit crazy with this one. Foxhound might well protect either the Stranger or the Adam here, but no, the Mag is going to be what's on the table. This is more of a play towards like the longevity of the map rather than just the ban phase for the spawn hold. We had Line Pro on the broadcast the other day talking about how sometimes with Hydras or Path, your ban phase is either tilted towards enabling or disabling a spawn hold or focusing on your neutral and the remainder of the map.
Well, there we go. That's a full target ban against a defensive composition. Adam Warlock has been removed, though you can also play him on the attack to just outweather the defense with sheer stubbornness and numbers of people being rezzed back up alone. As we're going to see now what are going to be the next bans. Do Foxhound go for a secured one-sided Magneto? No. They see that Paradox have banned the Atom and they have to mirror it immediately as they find themselves losing the Luna.
Now, we have seen a little bit of preference towards Luna thus far from Paradox, often giving it their first protect. Not the case this time around, of course, but we might see it as a later pivot. For second protect now coming through from the side of Foxhound. They're going to go for Sagero's Invisible Woman. They managed to put up some great numbers over on being into Tala, so no surprise there.
Invis Women as well is very, very strong into both attacking rounds and defensive rounds of how stacked a lot of these players are. If you play a front-to-back playstyle, everyone is going to be giving that Invisible Woman so much ult charge to the first boundary, plus Force Physics being able to deal with Venoms and Wolverines, as we've seen the Fastball special being broken out to break spawn holds incredibly quickly too.
I like the Ultron ban here as well. Can be a really big pain when it comes to those spawn holds, being able to play on essentially the opposite side for the remainder of the team and pivot around the first right angle, as it were. And they're going to be able to match the Magneto here. I wouldn't mind seeing Foxhound remove the Luna that Paradox have been leaning on quite heavily thus far, but may decide to put a little bit more preference into tertiary strategist blocks like the Ultron.
It might go Invis here to get one-sided Invis Woman if they want to run something with dive stylings.
Is going to be the Luna. Makes sense given that Paradox have been showing a predilection towards Luna gameplay throughout their the evidence we have thus far.
Yeah, but Mantis made it through for one side, so that spawn break could be very, very quick, as Mantis plus Storm damage boost plus Cloak and Dagger blind can be incredibly impactful. In fact, a lot of the time when we see Cloak and Dagger the most in Stage 2 is to be able to have those blinds up for the vulnerabilities of 28% increased damage for a whole 3 seconds onto your specific target.
Those 3 seconds certainly do feel like forever as we head over to Yggdrasil Path. I can only imagine how quickly the hands of Conchu are going to start flying back and forth. Sometimes you just got to throw hands when you're a lunar deity.
We do have Rocket going to be coming into play as well, though, for that defense, so they can afford to lose one of their players prematurely. The thing is, that one player cannot be the Rocket Raccoon. What we've actually started seeing now is that these attacking teams will go for something a little bit more into flanking, so that they can send someone all the way around the side, wrap around, pick the Rocket, dispatch that BRB potential, and then move on to removing the Vanguards, knowing that they're not going to be able to walk back.
Sometimes it's all about doing that homework. I wonder if we are going to see the Jeff get committed to here by KitKat. It is, of course, a little bit more useful on this first point compared to the remainder of Yggdrasil Path, where there are multiple frag drops to be enjoyed. Big Ironwood Wall coming up behind Sentinoblin here, and it seems like Sentinoblin has indeed been exploited in that position. Attempt to try and cut everyone off. It's a little bit rarer to see the Doctor Strange straight away. Six, of course, making sure that they're one of the first ones to fall so they can set up the portal for the remainder of their team to roll on through.
That's going to be spawn hold broken immediately within first fight, and Foxhound...
Not TPing.
I was going to say they're not TPing, because I think if they TP'd, they would go directly into the Hunt of Conchu that Paradox already have up and available. So instead, it's going to be a full pivot so they can start building some of these ultimates, which if they lose this next fight on first, they can then have stalling potential onto second to stop a snowball of momentum.
You're still going through a choke into a Hand of Conchu, but like you said, it might allow you to at least build some ultimates over the course of your suffering. Sejour already taken down. That's a hugely valuable pick there from MJD. And as they emerge from the gallery, it's straight into the auspices of Conchu, who welcomes you with, let's say, less than ideal house manners.
True, but it's not a full team wipe, and unfortunately though, Paradox is so far forward looking for any potential staggers. Foxhound, despite not TPing to recontest into first, have lost full control of second currently, especially because these group walls are still going to be going on up, making it even harder for Foxhound to play into retake. Henkin now on that Winter Soldier though should give Paradox pause for thought in terms of this forward positioning.
All right, gonna first off be the Strangling Prison coming through from the side of Sentinoblin. Not gonna be combined with too much here, so it's kind of just just a raw Groot ultimate. The follow is definitely not there. Zerx just carves through them. Paradox aren't even forced to use anything to survive this. This is a crazy fumble from Foxhound.
Yeah, Paradox don't, like you said, expend a single ultimate to deal with it, so they're still going to have not invisible boundary, eternal bond to try and match up to either the Kraken impact or potentially invade into Sejura's ultimate for a blind to come on through. As Foxhound have been caught on rotation, the strangling prison tries to grab them outside of the invisible boundary, but the follow-up damage isn't enough. It's a reliance instead on this Magneto from CrossFit to come through with the Meteor M and stop the storm before the ultimate can come out.
All the damage is being done. A couple of allies and indeed enemies grabbed here, but
no one's on point.
Kit Kat's holding on to these. No one's holding on to the point. Paradox used all 6 of the ultimates they'd earned to make it work, but now we've got 5 minutes 15 seconds for last and some hostages in the back.
Yeah, the Vanguards are so far away that they have no choice but to throw themselves off of the map to reset with the rest of that team, which now means more convoy distance for free for Paradox without a single ultimate. And because the fight's currently not taking place, Foxhound aren't even building up ultimates to match. Remember, they lost their Vanguards. They don't get to play a frontline brawl, so no one from Strategist to Foxhound is building ultimates to match Paradox right now. Zerx is going to get a free Kraken impact.
All they can do is poke and hope. In comes the Venom. Might find themselves exploited by multiple layers of CC. There was an attempt at a pull, but it seems like the Venom hasn't been able to get out scot-free for now. You can see that Henken was actually subbing in to keep this one contested. Six exactly the same, but gets overextended and taken down by MJD. And while there is a little momentary pause here from the Venom, Henken is feeling optimistic off the back of this. 2 Vanguards afflicted with the culling, but you can't escape from the moon. It reigns above you. It controls the tides. It controls everything. And it controls the flow of battle here for Paradox. A Sentinoblin going to be forced to disengage. A momentary heal given over to CrossFit. An attempted eating up as CrossFit wants to try and shut this one down. Double ult onto Kit Kat. Nuke that shark from orbit, they said. And it's going to be a last chance attempt at the back of the unbelievable from Zerx. Six hasn't even had a chance here. The resets are going to be a little bit thin on the ground, but the disengage from the Venom is going to be a touch weaker. Manages to get away, grabbed in for a second. Rotterstern breaks on through. Even with the Eternal Bond being so close, they were so far down their health bar.
Henken is on the Wolverine and Six is coming back onto Captain America as Foxhound have one objective, and that is just stall until they can build an ultimate with the faster respawns and finally out-sustain their opponent. But Paradox have another hand of Conchu available. MJD takes to the sky, zones out the backline, forces the Cloak and Dagger and Wolverine into full peel position, but bites off a little bit more than he can chew, goes down, and Foxhound are slowly starting to come away with some of the picks needed to turn the tide.
Oh, that's the bad one, though. Six is down, and that's a huge amount of staying power gone. Bada hit by everything that Henken had to offer him and dives inside of the invisible boundary. Zerx unwilling to try and fight inside there with the constant slowing effect, meaning that Foxhound have for a moment given themselves a touch of stability.
It's just a moment, though. They're not full repositioning. Zerx is just waiting for this Kraken impact to land.
Just waiting for it to come on out. The thing can't be grabbed, but the Wolverine can. You saw just how quick that dark curtain enveloped the Canadian themselves. No Alpha Flight will fly away from this one as CrossFit's overwhelmed from all sides, just washed over by the tides of man that Paradox have given. Kit Kat says that anyone who wants to try and contest this is going to take a long old chew inside my mouth. Sejuro's nowhere to be seen. And Paradox get it done in record time. 2 minutes still on the clock.
Yeah, Paradox only had to really fight one fight. Granted, it's a very lengthy one at the end of third, but because of the HGF all the way back on second, where they took both of the Vanguards out of the fight entirely, Foxhound were left just having to wait until they were all regrouped and able to take the fight with ultimates in tow, and it meant that Paradox could bit by bit wear them down out of resources, out of numbers, out of ultimates, until finally they were able to full push the objective with just one-sided sustained eternal bond.
Oh, yeah, one-sided turtle. Like, just how quickly that dark curtain came, that terror cape over the hooked Wolverine was unreal. That was a great drill there from Paradox. Evidently a nice set play that they've seen multiple times. Jazzy's having a real struggle thus far, even on...
Okay, but Paradox, we have to look at these stats. Magetsu hasn't gone down once. Neither has maybe...
Yeah. Like, as a Gru, I mean, I believe Beta may have played the group previously and got taken out by that double leap into final stand coming through, but that's like all the Wolverine's resources to make that one happen.
Wolverine's resources, but the Invisible Woman being able to stay alive as long as that is absolutely insane. Goes to show as well how much Paradox are able to put the pressure onto Foxhound to stop any sort of backline trade race coming on through. And speaking about races, it's now a race for Foxhound to try and break this spawn hold.
Lunar Force used by 6 to momentarily free themselves of the visible spectrum, instead rolling forth and making sure that they're staying inside of the Goddess boost that's available here from the Storm. You can see a Terra Cape come on out momentarily, but the blind is now passed and the danger is gone. Sentinoblin works the outside, the Hand of Khonshu's good to go, but all of them roll forward together. Great call from Paradox to move as a unit. Still, the group is taking a little bit too much damage, and a headshot off the Crescent Blade is enough to try and depop the plant.
Well, they found as well Mavis's location. All 6 isn't able to get the updraft in time, which means he gets grabbed out. Alongside that grid, it's not going to be enough to find the pick. There was no way that KitKat was going to be able to make it all the way over to the edge, so it's just temporary displacement. As we can see that Hankin is actually going to utilize the Storm ultimate, fakes it out, and then returns in full directly over the top of Invis boundary, and there's enough target focus from the rest of the team to be able to pick them out. And this time, Paradox will lose their Invisible Woman for the first time in this round. And is that... Oh, MJD, I think, was brought back by Rocket POB and is therefore not in a great position if they get scouted.
I mean, there's a world where maybe they try and interrupt 6's ultimate, just go for a quick carbon crush as the portal comes through. Yeah, wait, a couple members of Paradox are already here, so Butter's going to be a touch late to this. They're going to be able to stall out with the cart, but now they're rolling away from it. This could be an optimal combo. The Strangling Prism, the Hand of Khonshu is exactly what the Doctor ordered. The cart's still moving. Vada manages to get on it to stop it momentarily as Aziz is rezzed on up, and they're going to have to get on the cart as well in their own right to stall it. It's going to be one last attempt, but I don't know if they've got time.
Yeah, rock, paper, portal. That's why we saw the swap go through when they knew that a Hand of Khonshu was available the last time, because you're just walking directly into all of that deluges. Foxhound now, off of just the back of 2 ultimates, should be able to deal with some of these players looking to come through and recontest as Paradox. Do they try to go for this? They've got players, but it's not in time to go on to the objective. And with the spawn hold broken, the comp has done its job, and we're going to be seeing 6 swap onto the Phoenix. The question is, does Hankin stay on the Storm for the damage boost?
Oh, cool made. Backline dive. Sejuro gets out-pressured here. They might be able to punish Bada for the engagement made. That's a big Strangling Prison. I think that's 3 squishies inside. Double wall means that the Spore Bomb just carves on through. CrossFit is just ejected from the zone by a spinning kick of MJD. I think there might be room for a stagger here, and indeed that is going to be absolutely heartbreaking for both the Vanguards. They're going to take a while to respawn.
Yeah, Foxhound too, going for this composition with the Phoenix. They want to have good angles. Phoenix at least can do both. She can flank and she can frontline pressure, which is going to give Paradox's Vanguard a little bit of pause to try and be as aggressive in the main choke. They also have to make sure that 6 isn't flanking around that far right side, trying to exert pressure on the backline to let the rest of the team call walk.
Omega Hurricane next up on the docket here. Hankin got a bit worried about these walls inside the invisible boundaries. We could see so much damage. Sentinoblin and Hankin combine their forces. It was only a cloak and dagger inside KitKat's mouth as they chomped away.
That was Strangling Prison, Hurricane, Ensong, and Meteor M.
Yeah. That was a lot.
4 ultimates expended for Foxhound. Now they have to find a pick. They can't have one of their players getting grabbed out of position by MJD, who's swapped over to this Winter Soldier. Sentinel's going to be taking a little bit of damage, and there's the Bionic Hook, and the Groot's down, which means that Foxhound is losing all of the control of space that they just spent 4 ultimates trying to confirm.
Watching my Vanguard roll up towards a double grab and it's gone. Well, to Sentinoblin. Double strategist ultimates are available now for Foxhound, which is going to be a significant advantage over Paradox.
True, but MJD with the Kraken Impact can outlast one of them fairly easily, especially if he manages to find that Bionic Hook onto Jazzy. That was also the Dark Teleportation from the Cloak and Dagger to achieve verticality and get more aggressively an angle into Paradox's backline for a better blind.
They tried to focus out Jazzy here. Oh, what a dunk from Batter. From all the way downtown, curves it around the ceiling. Unbelievable. Six is isolated on the other side, but now a decision has to be made to Paradox as to whether or not they're going to prioritize the Phoenix back there. Kick-Cat's going all the way forward here. Give him a metallic bulwark for a little bit of additional sustainability. I feel like this was already pretty much done. We saw a disengage from Foxhound.
Yeah, they were trying to catch a little bit more players, and Henkin now is actually going to utilize that Hurricane directly onto the Cloak and Dagger who just used their ultimate. Can the patty cake come through? It's not going to be enough, and that forces the invisible boundary, which means when Foxhound get the Meteor M and the Ensong Inferno, they might be able to find the picks, but no, they go for Strangling Prison combined with Meteor M for the pick potential instead.
Just combining for maximum lethality. Foxhound, they're going to have to get through this last fight with only a singular ultimate, but a stagger at the end would be absolutely marvelous for their chances.
Batter's on the low queue. Hold on a minute, we're back in Midtown. The question is, can they actually set up the portal? Because Foxhound are pushed all the way in front to try and stagger out the Strange to make sure that the portal can't come through.
Oh, yeah, the portal, there was no chance at all. With Kit-Kat being staggered there as well, Foxhound making the right decision going forward after their combination of ultimates.
Yeah, Paradox tried to go for an Oligator play with Batter having moved over to the Loki for the regeneration domain stall potential into Kraken Impact and Sonic Seduction. The Foxhound shut it down immediately and are now on the last stretch of a full push. And Song Inferno is going to be up for them, but it's the only thing that they currently have to work with. They have to respect the ultimates that Paradox have available to them. All the Winter Soldiers in the backline immediately, and there's no defensive ultimate to save themselves from the damage.
Our teleportation going to be momentarily giving a reprieve to Jazzy, but there's no reprieve from MJD. The disengage is good. Henkin Court is on the outside and decides not to continue their absolute tirade of tyranny. Foxhound back to this.
That was Sonic Seduction though. So Jazzy now with that Eternal Bond doesn't have to save it for the CC immunity to get the team through the Ember ultimate. It does mean that you have to be more concerned about Padda's ultimate though, as out comes the Hurricane, forcing the Eternal Bond from Kit-Kat, guaranteeing that Jazzy's is going to last longer. Can they survive the Meteor M connection though? No, they can't!
Great dunk once again from Batter, 2 in a row. That's going to be the invisible boundary used in response to the Groot ultimate. It's laying on top of each other, but Sentinel's already down. MJD happy to brawl out in the midst of all of this, noting these flying players. Aziz is crushed underfoot for CrossFit, feeling quite fit themselves. Unbelievable reset, looking for something to try and play on, but it's Henkin on the other side who gets grounded by the tainted voltage Trooper's fist thereafter. Foxhound have been absolutely stopped in their tracks.
Six has the Ensong Inferno, so too does Zerx, but Paradox have better positioning right now to start poking and rebuilding all of their ultimate economy. That does mean that Foxhound are taking more damage, so the strategist should be able to build up ultimates a little bit faster, but Kit-Kat found far more value outliving their counterpart in the previous fight, so it's going to have another Eternal Bond, which is even worse news for Foxhound to deal with.
Batter strong on the primary fire here with the team, so grouped up, it's easy to get that ultimate charge. Omega Hurricane's good to go, but MJD's already down, forces out a response here in the form of the Eternal Bond, hanging out above it. Six waits for it to dissipate, banks around towards the back, and there's no interception coming through. But right now the frag feed is filled with red. It's Paradox who reigns supreme off the back of Kit-Kat's sustainability. Man just shows off all of their beauty, and Paradox, a map well chosen and a series brought to 3.
Oh, Batter on this Magneto as well, going to bat with the Meteor M's into Eternal Bonds. Foxhound, like, they've tried to do a couple of min-max plays with them, like on second where we saw the use of Dark Teleportation to try and get a better aerial so that the dashes could more quickly get into an aggressive backline angle for that Bolden to Terracate, but that just meant that Dark Teleportation was on cooldown. So immediately Batter just gets to spot out Chelsea's location, hurls the Meteor M, gets the pick, Eternal Bond is done. Then on third, we actually see Foxhound purposefully force Kit-Kat's ultimate first. Unfortunately, though, they didn't have the Meteor M. They wanted to have the later remaining Eternal Bond with Jazzy's, but it hinged on Jazzy being able to survive the Meteor M impact, and they're not able to. They get caught mid-dash before Dark Teleportation can come on through, and Batter shuts down the sustainability, and Paradox get to control the space all over again. Really good plays from the Mac.
Yeah, we saw Zerx really showing off some mechanics on the Winter Soldier as well, which certainly was problematic when it came from 6 in the map previous. So we might start seeing these Winter Soldier mirrors be more of an issue to try and deal with it. Although he does come up a little bit more in conjunction with Groot because he's great at displacing Groot. And man, that was so nasty. Catching the mid-jump as well. That was almost a fully charged one from CrossFit, though admittedly not quite as impressive when it's into a Groot hole.
Yeah, and I mean, MJD as well on this Winter Soldier. I'm telling you, Winter Soldier for me, I think is going to take the place of the Cloak and Dagger. That was the second dunk coming on through from Jazzy to stop the Eternal Bond, which then meant that MJD got to go absolutely ham on the Kraken Impact afterwards. But no, just the way we saw Cloak and Dagger in Stage 1, teams slowly start to understand the value that Eternal Bond and Terror Cape, more importantly, that massive blind vulnerability onto so many players that you would be able to follow up on, and meant that it had an easier time breaking through strategist ultimates from the other side, would in turn mean more saves on the Cloak and Dagger, more bans on the Cloak and Dagger. I feel like the Winter Soldier as a immediate pivot to dealing with triple strategist long-term sustained fights is a really smart pivot, given the fact that Kraken Impact can outlast strategist ultimates. So teams, even if they, win that fight, instead of dumping one strategist ultimate into it, sometimes have to double dip and go for 2 or potentially even 3, which just burns their ultimate economy for all the fights after.
Yeah, great credit to Paradox's duelist line that both MJD and Zerx can bring out an excellent Winter Soldier, so they've got that sustainability as well as the versatility that might be very well rewarded in these triple strategist metas. We'll see if Paradox can bring it home and reverse sweep their way through this best of 3 right after this break. It all comes down to Convergence, Mox. Between Paradox and Foxhound, we've gone 1-1-1, but now Foxhound gets to decide where our match is decided.
Yeah, and the question is, which Convergence map is it going to be? I feel like you could go Holo de Jalia and try and bait out that Hulk Namor composition, which they were incredibly good at dealing with on Domination, but that did come with a Mantis and a Winter Soldier, so I don't know if either of those heroes would make it through the ban draft. As we've seen from both of these teams, both Paradox and Foxhound really found an anchor around utilizing the Winter Soldier, who is incredibly strong in the neutral and incredibly strong in the ultimate fights.
Yeah, and Paradox in particular, having both MJD and Zerx able to play a high-tier Winter Soldier does mean that they can really pivot their comp around it, no matter whether they want to like go into something like an Ultron or an Adam, or maybe even a Mantis as the additional play would play. Let's head into our band. It's going to be Central Park for choice here from Foxhound.
So, good dive map, still potential good for things like the Hulk and the Namor, but also incredibly strong for the Winter Soldier in case you do have to try and counteract that dive. And Emma being the first ban, yeah, we're gonna be leaning heavily on the dive. No Carbon Crushes coming through here, as Foxhound are going to be able to secure themselves Luna before Paradox can ban it out, which again is going to lead into both incredibly big survivability for dive compositions when they're out of LOS with the idle or a heal trickle, but also it means that you have to worry about ultimates, which normally doesn't have the lethality to the numbers, being pumped up by Fate of Both Worlds 40% amp.
Oh, they're going to go for a one-sided mag, potentially. Like, we saw so much value come out of the ults of Bada.
I mean, if they want a Cloak and Dagger setup,
there it is.
You do need to remove Magneto from the other side.
I mean, maybe you ban Cloak and Dagger. Nah, you aren't going to ban Cloak and Dagger, surely.
You wouldn't ban Cloak and Dagger, but I think if you're Foxhound, you go into this with a composition that understands there is a very high likelihood that if you run a dive, not only are you going to be running directly into a Winter Soldier, you're also going to be face planting into a Terror Cape every single time you show up.
Yeah. It's going to make it quite difficult, especially if Winter Soldier, makes it through it. We were wondering if, like, Winter Soldier was going to make an appearance in the ban phase, as both of these teams have been getting a lot of value out of it. These are going to be simultaneous bans here between our teams. And, of course, if you're unfamiliar, the bans here are just for the other side. The protects are for your own team, not like your ranked bans, where the bans are universal.
Human Torch removed for Foxhound by Paradox. Central Park is a very strong flyer composition, and it's also one of the heroes that takes advantage of a dive, even if the dive doesn't find the initial picks and has to try and get out, where if a Venom's trying to get out at the same time as the Psylocke goes in, it tends to leave to the Psylocke getting splattered. Human Torch not actually needing to be physically on top of the dive means that you can still take advantage of the space and confusion that the Venom has sown. So smart refusal of taking that one out of the duelists.
All right, Jeff saved. Do like a little bit of Jeff on this map. We saw it used to great effect in our previous game. Ultron going to be taken on out here. Maybe a one-sided Ultron potentially could be available. And there's going to be the Strange save for a potential recontest as well.
Not just that, but when you're attacking onto Central Park, you want to have the Strange Portal just in case you can't just walk through main, because you get accosted from every single angle by a dive composition, especially since Paradox went for the save onto the Jeff. It's likely going to be accompanied by something like that Venom for the symbiotic shenanigans, and Adam one-sided for the defense too. Oh boy, long fights potentially coming through.
One-sided Adam, got the Jeff, got the Venom. Could see double links here, bit of chain link from Paradox. On the side of Foxhound, looks like they're already locking in, or at least hinting towards a Gamma Namor, which would make sense if you're going to go for just a singular damage dealer, your duelist. Gamma Namor is one of the strongest you could look for.
Yeah, Paradox as well, even though they have the Cloak and Dagger option available to them, we might see it, they might field more towards that Invis Woman for the Force Physics against that dive composition coming on through. Plus, Guardian Shield is a very, very strong bit of kit, with not just the fact that it is a huge amount of shield, which can't take critical damage, it also has the healing AoE, so you plonk that down on the ground, and if your Invis Woman is within 3 meters of it, she can actually heal heal herself, as opposed to needing to be in the invisible state and not contributing to the fight to get the heal normally.
True, true. Hiding away in invisibility incurs a cost on the remainder of your team, and as you noted, CrossFit is going to be rolling out here on the Doctor Strange, so I might just be going for the raw Strange Portal right out of spawn to try and kind of skip the dishes, as it were. But of course, Doctor Strange did get his Dark Maelstrom recently buffed for more damage output, making him an effective brawler.
It is the Cloak and Dagger, but Foxhound not going to be on that Venom. Big Tainted Voltage connection coming on through from MJD, though, with everyone from Foxhound currently stacked on up, and he's looking to try and grab one of these players out of position, but that's another thing that the Strange brings to the table. That shield is going to be up much more frequently than either a Magneto or an Emma, which means that the Bucky should find less opportunities to grab someone.
All right, even with the bounce back of Rocket, Manjitsu was not safe from the incoming damage. MJD perfectly shielded there by the Guardian Shield to avoid the Squids being berserk. Big grab into the midst of the enemy team. Six never knew what hit him. Now it's time to do some homework, get rid of the Gamma Monstro, doing all the admin that's needed. Manjitsu wraps around the back, comes on through with the portal. CrossFit already down. MJD keen to try and turn this one. That's an unbelievable hook from MJD. Jazzy never knew what hit him.
Yeah, Trooper's first follow-up as well, so that the Luna is displaced from the rest of the team. It did come at the cost, however, of Paradox utilizing the portal to get Manjitsu back into that fight as quickly as possible. So Foxhound do have one-sided portal into this next fight. We can see that Batter is going to be taking a more proactive position, currently holding onto that deep left side, which Foxhound used previously, developing the angle with both the Hulk and the Namor to put more pressure onto the backline and force them into the back room.
Soul Link shares out the damage. I mean, Agamotto seems to get absolutely nothing there from CrossFit. Actually going to be punished for the audacity of giving it an attempt. Sentinel ready to become a world breaker themselves. And the world of Paradox is now in distinct danger. Reinforced, however, by Kit Kat in the back. Can't get booped away from their own ultimate. And it's finally the ultimate protected by Batter coming through with the bulwark in towards the back. The Whale Aziz is super low, finished off by the whips of CrossFit. Manjitsu can't get anything, but Xerxes can get plenty. 3 resurrections in short order. The Karmic Revival's good. Wrapping towards the point now with the curtain to protect them. Batter rolls in towards the back. Those strategists are feeling super low right now. A touch of patty cake to heal each other up. And it's back to position on the point. Paradox stand on business.
Foxhound, though, are going to have the Rage of Ultron to enter into this next fight. They haven't fully disengaged it, but Batter does have the Meteor M to absorb a whole chunk of it, which means that the Ultron ult is getting very little value. And in fact, Batter even manages to find the Meteor M connection onto the Invisible Woman, which turns a bad situation even worse for Foxhound to deal with and sends them packing. They have to full disengage or lose another play to an even later stagger, but no, the Winter Soldier pulls another back.
Batter exploits the auto fire. CrossFit ready to go with another portal. Has the Eye of Agamotto, so it might be a less than conventional one.
Yeah, right into the back room, potentially, blocking off one of the escape avenues that Paradox have been sending that back line, but we do see a full counter rotation from the defenders as MJD does not want to get picked early, puts the pressure onto the Hulk. We saw the blind come through, and it forced the Sentinel to fully disposition out of the fight. No pressure on the Kraken Impact currently.
Oh, the Kraken Impact ready to go in the back. It's so threatening to try and deal with. Hook doesn't get too much. CrossFit still thinking about how to get value out of this Eye of Agamotto. Slowed members are going to have a much harder time reacting to it. CrossFit towards the back once again gets absolutely nothing to Eye of Agamotto's to 0 value thus far. And now it's even more space for Kit Kat to work with, and Bulwark towards the back to just protect that Cloak and Dagger. Foxhound are running out of space, hovering above it all, ready to cull through them. MJD may well miss the play onto the Hulk, but I think the damage has been done. The Rage of Ultron just roars from above, but the roar is but a feeble whimper echoing around the Colosseum of Dracula. Ratatoska remains bound, so too will Foxhound be bound to all they've achieved so far. A desperate dash from Jazzy, but they're far from a jazz band over here. Sentinoblin doing their best to whack their way in on the Venom, utilizing their frenzied arrival. Paradox still have themselves a resurrection in the back pocket as well. Xerxes is playing in the safest position, while MJD can just play with reckless abandon. Here comes the Karmic Revival, making sure that there's plenty of members of Paradox. The damage might already have been done though. Banner floats above them all, desperately wants Jazzy, who gets away with but a sliver of health. But now on the other side, there's still utility from the Adam Warlock. The live stream is there. It's a big stun onto Aziz. Is the follow-up going to be good? Manjitsu just rolls back, sends it over with a double. Henkin gets even more. A quick grab coming through from the Spider-Man. They're so close to the capture. Foxhound have got it done somehow. Zerx manages to resurrect themselves, yes, off the back of the Cocoon Revival. CrossFit takes them out once more, consigning them to oblivion and giving us another 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Oh my goodness, it was so close to being over, but Foxhound with a huge Feast of the Abyss chomp from Sentinel, taking advantage of Paradox's backline, playing in that boxed off position that Zerx was setting up for Karmic Revival behind the point and only revived a token few rather than the entire team, because if they team wiped off of the point, they would lose that last tick of percentage that Foxhound needed to continue into this map. Paradox now, though, do still have control of this first corner, which is going to be incredibly hard for Foxhound to try and get past, as they're currently lacking strategist ultimates. Right now, it's up to just poking, taking a little bit of damage, and pressuring the Bucky to be able to bolt the Fate of Both Worlds and take the Kraken Impact threat down before it can come on through.
Perfect headshot rolling on through. The second strategist ult's going to be in the hands of Jazzy. Fate of Both Worlds drags everyone forward and attempted a stun onto Manjitsu, and it connects. What a play there from Six, shutting up the Sorcerer Supreme before he can do too much more damage. Not sure if the Culling Aura fully connected onto KitKat. No, but the Trooper's Fist will. Shuts down the Cloak and Dagger. The resets aren't forthcoming, but the momentum on the car, the motion is.
Oh, what a stagger onto Batter too, because now you don't have to worry about Fate of Both Worlds, yes, but when Kraken Impact comes out, you have to worry about Horn of Proteus. So now you're going to be looking to your Magneto to bubble the Bucky. As we can see, a Strange Portal recontest. Zerx should have another Soul One for Paradox to be able to try and survive some of this incoming damage from Foxhound's end, as the Horn of Proteus hits right off of the back of the Eye of Agamotto, and Paradox are wiped.
Look at that play as well coming through as well from Seijuro, using the slow of the invisible boundary of 35% when it initially hits you to make sure that no one can get out of that AoE.
Straight up catching them, and Paradox, they full give up the Kraken Impact charge too. Foxhound have gone from barely scraping through first to absolutely steamrolling second. Now they just have to worry about the environmental hazards of the Wolverine, but that's why you've got the Bionic Hook. Immediately he's pulled on back, the passive fully procced, and MJD has to get right out.
Yanking on the choke chain. And this is the thing about MJD swapping over to the Wolverine. Now there's a little bit less admin to be done when it comes to dealing with those squids. They'll be up for longer, allowing for Henkin to push out even more damage into this triple strategist and build up towards the next Horn of Proteus. Construction is occurring, so it's a little bit of a dangerous battlefield now, but Six is undeterred, moving in towards the back. Really wants KitKat and chomps on through. Looks towards the Adam and still gets their second hit here onto the Magneto. Saved temporarily, and it might be the same here for Henkin, but no, there's no blessing of the deep available, so they just fall into the abyss, and that was supposed to be where they ruled before. Zerx has only been able to resurrect Manjitsu at the moment.
Did Six manage to find an elimination, which gave him another Castle Kraken Impact to jump himself from falling off of the ledge back onto it? Because somehow he wasn't knocked off, as Paradox have to sacrifice the Eternal One to fully try and slow the momentum coming on through from this attacking side. But Seijuro's got another invisible boundary. Paradox are so far forward, they have to sacrifice all of their Adams kit plus an invisible boundary of their own to disengage safely.
Jazzy's down. MJD just stays inside of the invisible boundaries as disengaged for Foxhound.
Manjitsu gets exiled as well late on. That's going to be broken, but Six is immediately able to lend into all of the incoming damage. The Stranger Shield is about to be shredded, which means that Six is going to have such a good time coming on through with this ultimate.
Batter looking behind. The Horn of Proteus puts his ears on the floor, but the healing's good. Batter's already down. Six grabbed that one. Resets abound towards the back. The World Breaker Hulk demands that the World observe a moment of silence. MJD is going to be taken down to regenerative healing factor. Tries to reset on Ratatoska, but he's not even allowed such a valorous fall.
Yeah, he's not even able to top the objective and continue that stall. Zerx is going to have the Karmic Revival. Paradox do have ultimates to work with into this next fight, but you can see that CrossFit is going to be able to cast the Strange Portal and block out some of the reinforcements coming on through from the defense, which is going to mean that Foxhound have the better of numbers.
Zerg's going to be able to resurrect a couple of players here, though. Kit Kat and Aziz are all back. So too are both of the Vanguards. Unbelievable value from the Karmic Revival. And now the life as well is going to be shared out between them. Eye of Agamotto only stuns out MJD, but he's a very important member here. Still has the final stand good to go. Manjitsu gets stunned out of their own ultimate as they made a desperate attempt here. Kit Kat rolls on forward, giving everyone plenty of banners, just hanging out in the middle of it. Bruv is lost. He didn't know that Giganto was coming in. Jazzy keeps everyone kept up for a moment. Manjitsu towards the back gets Jazzy and Seijuro. Maximum value here off the back of the Eye of Agamotto. If they can take out Seijuro, it might be curtains here for Foxhound, but they've got way too many members, and Six has arrived on the Psylocke, just able to pick apart the team as they roll in one by one. This is where Psylocke's at her best, but still, there's no one to share out the damage. It's all on to the Venom. Aziz is already down. Sentinel's doing some weird things in the back, and while you're exiled, you can't contest. All you can do is watch Ratatoska roll on in. So close to oblivion, Foxhound grasp themselves back.
Okay, Six has to be in the running for MVP because the swap to the Psylocke, not only do you get back into the fight faster with your dashes, Six was able to take down Zerx on the Atom twice. The first time when it's just the full brawlite fight, the second time full tracks the after image of the self-regenerative cocoon to see where Zerx is going to be reviving. And winning a 1 versus 1 against Adam is no easy feat as a duelist, because all the Adam has to do is look down at either a wall away from the rest of the team or the floor, and all of the healing of that snap goes directly to the Adam's health pool. Six is the reason why there isn't another Karmic Revival cast from the defenders, who have closer respawns as well. That stall could have gone on for infinity if the Psylocke hadn't pulled through.
Unbelievable value presented from Six, having the ace, and for good reason. Look at the raw damage coming out as well from the side of this Winter Soldier. Henkin also swapping over to the Spider-Man at the end with Venom to come back faster onto first point. Was kind of wild. Managed to get themselves a final hit too.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
I mean, Foxhound as well went from barely squeaking by first to full pushing, so that's definitely going to be playing into Paradox's mind as they come for this approach. Zerx on that Storm is going to be one-sided, but you do have to worry about Six on that Winter Soldier, who can drop you immediately from the sky. You've got the Invisible Woman coming on through for the Guardian Shield stagger, but that means that it's not that for your Winter Soldier potentially.
Oh, dirty angle coming down. Oh, Henkin doesn't have time to pop the Blessing of the Deep, and that's a huge opening now. MJD has control of the high ground. Damage boost coming through from the Storm as well. A big Ironwood wall. What's Manjitsu doing over there, bro? He's a little bit lost, but it's okay because they've managed to crack open the vault where they were holding the Flora Colossus. Paradox with quite the fast first take, and no one's on Strange, so there's going to be no chance to recontest.
That was beautiful. Taking away the high ground angle, forcing Foxhound into the retreat to the backside of point. Then Manjitsu comes on through with a Groot wall. Kit Kat goes for the cloak with the Terror Cape, catching so many disengaging players with the vulnerability. And from there, it's just a shooting gallery. As Foxhound is still going to have CrossFit on this range right now. He is fully behind the team.
And force out the Unbreakable Guard just to extricate him from that scenario as well. Does at least block the incoming Terror Cape, but there's no more shielding available for these Vanguard. Zerx gets taken out. A touch of pressure relieved. The valve has been turned by Henkin.
MJD is looking for an angle, though. He's going to take the 1 versus 1 against that Namor. Forces out the Blessing of the Deep. Might be able to pick him as he falls from it, but no, he has to deal with the monster spawns as well as the Hulk. Gets the elimination and instantly goes in for the Kraken Impact. The blind there to try and soften up the Vanguards, but the Stranger's shield holds strong, and he doesn't find the pick in time.
Guy Agamotto manages to stun out no one from the looks of it. For CrossFit, it's been a little bit of a stinker, and well, Batter says you've done it better than me. I do it better than you. Seeing Jazzy super slowed, the same exact for Seijuro. Unbelievable spray transfer on a Magneto of all things. Didn't think I'd get to say that. Casting some Marvel rivals.
Oh, and they got the stagger as well onto the Hulk, which means that Vanguard's going to be slower into coming into the fight. CrossFit's got to go for a Strange Portal. They do at least have the Lunar Ultimate to instantly come on through with that survivability, but the Hulk bubble comes on through first. An invisible boundary comes out from Paradox directly onto the objective so they can get the slow into the Winter Soldier. Mid-Kraken Impact cast!
And he couldn't get back to Jazzy's ultimate either. And here comes the Omega Hurricane on top of multiple players all together. They can't stand up to the damage. Jazzy definitely can't make it a thing. And now it's down to 6 once again on their speciality to try and make it work. Henkin reveals himself to Zerx and gets well punished for such audacious behavior. Sentinoblin's nowhere to be seen. And this is going to be, what, 6 minutes? 5 minutes 10 for last point.
Well, we've seen stranger things. We've seen 5 minutes 15 holds coming on through from a defense on third, but this Storm Winter Soldier combination, the amount of damage when you add in as well, that cloak's blind, the pick potential is absolutely crazy. Foxhound, like you said, putting 6 over onto that Psylocke, trying to put a little bit more pressure onto these flyers up in the sky who have so little cover, might be able to slow things down.
He will be able to. Manjitsu leading the charge right now, having to be a little bit cautious about potentially being dragged into the abyss. Gets exiled momentarily. You can see that there are duelists playing on both of these off angles right now. There's so much for MJD. Has to try and keep track of. It's Kit Kat towards the back. Could get a very valuable play off the back of a Terra KP. Slowed inside of the invisible boundary, which means MJD can't escape from Giganto's biomass-driven embrace. 6 falls down. Zerx is responsible for that one with a right click as CrossFit might well be cooking an Eye of Agamotto. Has to be worried about the movement of that building. Great Guardian Shield to save Jazzy from the incoming damage of the Meteor M. And there's the building making waves. Sentinoblin taking down in the back, this time by the Terror Cape itself. The Gamma Squid hasn't yet been dealt with, but eventually the admin gets finished on out here. Manjitsu wondering if it's time to just put the pedal to the metal and deliver the Groot ult.
Oh, the Groot ult can combine as well with either the Storm or the Kraken Impact. Paradox aren't slowing down. They're keeping up the pressure. The Kraken Impact forces Foxhound to try and run for the spawn doors, but that sends them directly into the forecasted Hurricane. And Paradox with the Groot can just stop Foxhound from touching.
The Wolverines finally arrive. I think of a set of Sentinoblin. The Vanguards have made it onto a point. That's going to be a huge Eye of Agamotto. 3 stuns, but Aziz is there. All reliable, ready to bring up the invisible boundary. You can't see where everything is. It's an overlaying of a strategist ultimates here from Foxhound. And while it might be a mighty thing to try and deal with, there are still 3 minutes to try and defend. And most of Paradox are still here. They're only missing out on Zerx, but it's so much closer to the defender's spawn that things start to get a little bit complicated very, very fast.
MJD is 20% off of this next Kraken Impact, and with multiple Vanguard bodies on the floor, that's a lot of ultimate charge for the Winter Soldier to start farming. Eternal Bond comes on through from Kit Kat. There's no potential one-sided one-shot, which means the Paradox gets all of the pocket to move forward and pressure the backline. The Vanguards have no form of sustain, and Paradox, they pause momentarily, but that's going to be a full push with 2 minutes 40 in the pocket.
Great playoff for disengage, waiting for Zerx to get back before pulling the trigger. Foxhound, unfortunately, with a strategist ult overlay. The unforgivable sin of hero shooters, Mox, means that they are at a significant disadvantage when it comes to time banks.
Oh, Paradox took first so quickly as well. For Foxhound, they need to get this point. They need to get at least somewhere through second. Otherwise, I feel like Paradox are going to be walking away with the series.
CrossFit finally hit a big Eye of Agamotto as well. It's been tough to get the eyes out so far. CrossFit's been well managed by Aziz.
It's not that he's playing poorly. It's just that Paradox have so many tools to avoid it. Like, a lot of the time when we hear the Eye of Agamotto going off, Kit Kat avoids it fully with the cast of Eternal Bond, which has the CC immunity. So that even if everybody who gets hit by the Eye of Agamotto does get stunned, if it's something like a Vanguard, there's not enough damage to the numbers of Maelstrom of Madness to follow up and result in a pick with the heals per second coming out from Eternal Bond.
Yeah, Aziz able to easily shut that one down with the force physics as well. You can see that Aziz is actually currently sitting on the ace here for Paradox. Well deserved. Has been putting up quite a spectacular performance thus far. For Foxhound, harrowing memories of their first point here. Mox, they need to do it faster this time.
Paradox are just rolling out on the Storm. One-sided damage boost. MJD is going to be doing numbers on this Winter Soldier, but Foxhound, they know the Winter Soldier's been the problem. No more Hulk. It's Sentinel on the thing so he can try and avoid the bionic hook, but the Wolverine gets a little bit too close to the sun, and Hubris, thy name might be Henkin right now. No! MJD, the Uno reverse cut gets pulled in instead.
One good hook deserves another. Banner doesn't want to go too far forward, but still worried about the approach of the Wolverine. Yet another excellent pull coming through from Aziz, but the danger isn't finished yet. Cosmic Fastball throws Wolverine into the midst of all the danger. Banner tries to get in close and give a little bit of defensive prowess to the remainder of the team, a touch of meat to keep everyone away. But now you have to tap on in if you're a Vanguard and stop the accruing of percentage on this point. MJD's got an angle, but see, the invisible boundary is where he wants to be. The remainder of the team is going to be in there. A fully charged Dark Blast ready to go onto Terra Cape targets. Manjitsu able to carve on through, but for now it's going to be fragless for all. Jazzy taken down. Seijuro knows it's time to go. 6 into the back, and it's reset after reset. Potentially still has one to play with. Headshot onto the Doctor Strange. A casualty confirmed, and Ratatoska gets moving.
Foxhound getting the first pick onto the Winter Soldier meant that MJD had no opportunity to build up to Kraken, in fact. And Foxhound, they've actually sort of adopted Paradox's game style to pick up first, walk in with Terra Cape, and play incredibly aggressive, just using the blind, the vulnerability to force Paradox to back on off or face losing a player early. Hankin on this Wolverine too has been so crucial at being able to take the Storm out of the mix, because the Storm is a flyer. The Thing has the fastball special with the Wolverine, and you can see that Zerx has to be so concerned with where the Wolverine's playing.
Already to the first corner here. In comes... Oh, this is where the ban on the Magneto could be everything, but Banner can't quite connect. Just able to dodge away is Jazzy. So the remainder of the team stay. Oh my god, the level of CC right now is unbelievable. Just everything is levied onto the Doctor Strange. Going after the Luna. A miss on the Trooper's fist. Seijuro has got the moves. He's got the motion. And MJD has lost his hands when he needed them the most. Jazzy underneath all of this pressure. MJD recovers from an aim that was long gone, and now manages to get themselves into a position where both of these Vanguards are well out of position, looking for the Winter Soldier. For distractionary measures with everything. MJD turns out to be the hero that I didn't see coming. Paradox hold it at the corner.
Yeah, Paradox just invest everything. they needed to win one fight. That is the beauty of overtime if you're a defenders. If you full wipe your opponent by throwing everything, including the kitchen sink, and manage to find those picks, plus staggering the Doctor Strange, meaning that they knew that there wasn't a portal recontest, you can finally, with how long overtime's been burning through, stop the map the millisecond the attackers don't have a presence on that objective. However, we talked about it. We said Foxhound, to have a chance of taking Central Park, needed to pick up first point, and they did that and more.
Yeah, the win condition is well and truly seen. However, for Foxhound, they can't afford to lose Henkin early again. In fact, they're not even going to be offering up the juicy morsel of an Namor.
I like
going to be going
Sentinel.
for the tried and true.
I really like Sentinel going onto the Thing, because you're going to be able to collide with the Storm potentially to knock her down, but you also give damage reduction to your teammates if you decide to jump to them. So we already know that there's going to be target focus when Six decides to pop his ultimate. Thing's going to be able to try and give a little bit more survivability to Six in those opportunities.
Opportunities are going to be there, but will they have the wit to exploit them? Of both Foxhound and Paradox, they stand on the precipice of oblivion. Only one of them can step back. But to do it, they've got to push the other into the abyss.
There's a whole running mantra for every single one of these players right now. Do not get hooked early. Paradox really want to try and find a player. Someone does get hooked, and immediately it's going to be aggressive plays from Sentinel, directly putting pressure onto that group.
Good save, CrossFit low, but there should be more than enough healing with 3 strategists on the table here. Seijuro, the disengage might be a little bit hard to try and manage here. Zo's getting up close. The Goddess boost has been deployed. Everyone feeling so much pain at the hands of this damage boost. The Vanguards barely exist. They were hypothetical for a moment. Zerx gets up real close and makes a big grab onto the Winter Soldier. And you can see all of this space given over, moving forward, making sure that it's difficult to try and TP on back, because they have to get their way back to their Doctor Strange. CrossFit unable to connect when it comes to the portal, and if they cast it already, that's not going to be available later.
Oh, the Kraken Kraken Impact as well. MJD pulls it in one fight. He's going to have it in this next one. Foxhound get 2 fights. We can see Sentinel and this Captain America trying to stall to give themselves more time to better stabilize and position in anticipation of things like the Kraken Impact, as well as build up defenses to retaliate against it as we move beelining towards the last fight, and Paradox might just go for a full investment.
Sentinel was super low, however, couldn't find a health bank to try and sustain themselves. Kit Kat moves on forward inside of the Eternal Bond. CrossFit's already down. Manjitsu noted on their approach, but MJD is simply waiting for this one to go down, grabbing everyone and slam down on top of them. MJD smells victory, and what he's sniffing, he's going to get all the way close to. 2 minutes remain as the portal is prepared from Sentinoblin, pushed back for a moment, ready to receive. MJD from downtown, 3 players afflicted with culling. If any of them fall, we go again and again and again as the Omega Hurricane spins on up a tail that could be languished here by Foxhound. Banner gets nothing off the back of the Meteor M, and Paradox have dumped everything to try and make this 1-on-1 and done. Foxhound have stand strong.
Foxhound were able to live off of Jazzy's Fate of Both Worlds. Sentinel is going to have an Eye of Agamotto, but MJD 83% to the next Kraken Impact, and Foxhound so far away from a defensive to live.
Swap over onto the thing. Mid-air intercept. Air-to-air missile there. A Sentinoblin. You can see Paradox called it again.
Seizure is so close to invisible boundary. Foxhound are doing everything they can to stall out the cast of Kraken Impact. It's going to come down to the Winter Soldier and the Invisible Woman, and MJD thinks the time is now. Out comes Kraken Impact, but invisible boundary's there.
Sentinoblin couldn't get too much off the back of the Eye of Agamotto. Did force disengage though from Paradox, and Manjitsu able to disengage with their life for now. Down to 50 seconds.
Kit Kat's going to have Eternal Bond. There's no Magneto on the other side. You don't have to worry about the one-shot. You just have to keep your Cloak and Dagger up to deal with the Kraken Impact coming on through from 6. The Foxhound are about to hit the Freedom Charge, and if they're not careful, Paradox might find themselves losing one of their strategists early as their Invis is taking so much pressure from the Doctor Strange.
This clobbering time is certainly strong. Hanging can drag everyone out. 5 players are stunned by Manjitsu, and the follow-up is good from Zerx. Carves through them with a blade made of 1,000-folded wind. MJD, the last note of his symphony, and Paradox, their song has been sung well. 6 is returning on the Angela, but the power of heaven cannot stand up to the paradox of time itself. The time stream reconstructed, and a victory is born.
8 seconds remaining for Paradox to be able to complete the distance necessary. Clobbering time coming on out. The hero of the hour, the ultimate that goes through all shields. It won't stun up the Strange if he's looking at the floor or he's mid-jump shield cast, but it will stun up everybody else behind him, which laid the scene perfectly for the follow-up from Paradox to come through before Foxhound were able to react to what the Kraken Impact was cooking. What a performance from Paradox.
Unbelievable. It was clobbering time after all. MJD popping off in these fights as well, but a 5-person stun. And Manjitsu was just standing on business in front of all of them as well, because for a second that he moved forward, he heard that that hook being cooked, you know? And you can't hold on to it for long. And you can't be displaced if you're on the thing, so you force that hook cooldown out early. And if you're the only person who steps up, all they can get is a 1-second stun on you.
Yeah, and I mean, the Foxhound as well were trying to play so stacked up so that they could quicker build up things like Invisible Boundary for Seizuro on that Invisible Woman. Plus, they wanted to try and play off of things like the Eye of Agamotto. I mean, Paradox did an amazing job with the Kraken Impacts of baiting out the Invisible Boundary and then moving out of it. MJD calls it perfectly that when he goes in for the cast of Kraken Impact and loses the CC immunity, Invis Boundary comes up from Seizuro, and then CrossFit actually goes for the Eye of Agamotto cast in the Invisible Boundary itself, but MJD had displaced himself. He'd given up a whole reset opportunity to better live the damage that would come through afterwards, anticipating how Foxhound would look to counter his play.
Unreal. This is one for the analysts to pour over in the aftermath, Moxie. All I know is that again, rang out once more. Paradox. Unbelievable. I think that they probably didn't come into this one as the favorites against Foxhound, but Certainly showing that maybe getting 2-0'd by Chopped in round number 1 didn't mean that this team was nothing, right? They earned their way here, they battled their way here, and they have earned the right to continue battling.
Yeah, and I mean, they've got a really good grasp as well of how to be able to manipulate certain cooldowns. The Storm to be able to just storm quite literally onto that point with the one-sided Goddess boost. Amazing root walls as well to be able to block off disengages so that the full duration of the Goddess boost isn't just kited out by the defenders, that you manage to find picks and damage for MJD on that Winter Soldier to incredibly quickly build up to the Kraken Impact, because when he was playing that second round of attack, he got so many Winter Soldier ultimates off, which put even more pressure into Foxhound, because they had to either have a defensive ultimate to deal with it or enough pressure on the Winter Soldier before the fight properly wound up to make sure the Kraken Impact wasn't the win condition Paradox were looking for. It kept them continuously on watch looking at the Winter Soldier, which in turn freed up the Vanguards and the backline to have so much more survivability.
We have been blessed with glorious games today, and we're still only halfway through, which is just filling me with warm caster feelings, because of the games thus far, we thought that if anyone was going to go to map number 3, it might be the next one, FaZe versus Team Peps. Honestly, I'm really happy for Paradox as well, to be able to show off exactly what they can do. They kind of got the short end of a stick going up against Chopped in round number 1. Going up against Foxhound, we really saw the talent that these players have.
Yeah, and we saw the diversity of compositions that they could play too. Because it wasn't just Adam. it's the thing. It wasn't just Adam, and it wasn't just triple strategists. They showed new approaches to how to deal both with defense and offense, and I really do feel like we're going to be seeing a huge focus on the Winter Soldier as this stage continues, because I mean, both MJD and Six, it was a continuous tug of war between those two Winter Soldiers to try to do more for their teams.
Just an unbelievable back and forth. To think that that entire map could have come down to a first point hold. Like, unbelievable clutch from Foxhound. Like, the resilience they had to be able to get through first in that overtime, coming back on the Venom and the Spider-Man, absolute cinema. I'm not gonna lie. But and then being able to rush through second in record time and cap out on third was a great recovery. But it felt like that was the map pick of Foxhound, but it was exactly what Paradox wanted to be picked. They looked drilled and clean on Central Park.
Yeah, they had some really good kites as well, where you can tell that they've been drilling how to play into that map. And I am so happy that we're getting to talk to this player, because like we talked about, so many players from Paradox made insane, amazing plays. But I mean, we had to talk to MJD after that performance on the Winter Soldier. Welcome to the interview booth, and congratulations on the win.
Thanks you. To be honest, we had some difficulties to manage the new meta, but we find what suits us best, and I think we did well. It was a big W, and my team are goats. What can I say? For that, I say Alhamdulillah.
You guys absolutely popped off. I want to get some insight into your compositional changes that really helped you pop off in the final moments of Central Park. Why did you guys swap over to the Thing? What was the mission there for your Thing to do?
We play Thing so we can feed our support some ults, and they have Wolverine, so he can't grab any tank. Our Mag was playing safe, and we managed to win this.
Were you surprised? Because you said that you've been struggling playing into this current meta. Is it surprising that you don't see as much focus in terms of drafts against either banning the Winter Soldier or saving it? Because from what we saw of the series and also the series before, Winter Soldier has been one of the key picks into being able to break a triple strategist composition.
Yeah, I mean, Winter Soldier is kind of OP right now because he has the shift. There's no dive. You can, like, a big silo can dive in the backline. He's actually OP, especially with Groot in your comp. You can just use your ult and kill through with Cloak, Discord. And I think we did well today. I'm so proud of my team. We did an amazing job. I think we had almost double blocks every day. And we learned from our mistake. We watched our VODs. And eventually we had a big win today. And I'm happy.
You guys got through in Ignite's qualifier set 1, right? How long have you guys been together as a team, as Paradox?
I just joined them because I was with another team. They've been in a team for like 2 months, I think. And I managed to just fit with them, and we kind of got together. Like we did well. I think we did well.
So give us a little bit of context into what the team atmosphere is like. Do you have a specific IGL? Is there one specific shot caller? Or is it sort of like everyone who has the win condition steps up to the plate and narrates that part of the fight themselves?
Oh, we usually give call-outs before the fight starts. What they have? What's our win condition this fight? After every fight we do this. And the target becomes... the target calling should be from a DBS or a tank. And we try to just use maybe Discord with one target, and we just kill through.
Let's think about you as a player, because you've been incredibly impressive on the Winter Soldier so far. Would you say that Winter Soldier's your best hero, or do you think there's still an MJD ace we're yet to see?
You'll see in the next games. I have some crazy picks to go for.
Okay, I'll ask to cast those ones then. Thank you so much for joining us, MJD. It was an absolute pleasure to get to talk to you. That was MJD, Star Duelist for this matchup for Paradox versus Foxhound. They survive a while longer in the lower bracket, and they earn themselves another baptism of fire to try and make it through to the playoffs, Mox.
Yeah, and I mean, it's always really nice when we go to talk to players and ask them about their opinions on, like, the meta, because so many teams have different ideas of what they think is incredibly strong, but it does feel like one Cloak and Dagger hasn't really gone anywhere. She was sort of power crept out by Invis Woman with all of the neutral kit that Invis Woman has to be able to deal with the dive. But as we heard from MJD, if you really want to look for those wombo combo team wipes, having that 28% blind vulnerability on Terra Cape, still incredibly strong when paired with something like a Groot and a Winter Soldier. So I'm sure we're going to be seeing her slip into compositions again soon.
Yeah, I'm wondering what MJD's secret ace is. The card up the sleeve is going to be very impressive, but if you want to impress all your friends, you can get yourself some extra high scores in our arcade modes that have just opened up in the Arcade Hub. In Season 4, all of these modes are now permanent. Conquest, Free Flight, Clone Ramble, Giant Size Brain Blast, Conquest, and Doom Match. Mox, we could jump in and play some absolutely heinous comps in Free Fights, being able to play a bunch of things in Clone Rumble. I've been sent some screenshots of multiple Jeff compositions that have disgusted me to my very core, but look incredibly fun.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't properly played until you played up against Free Captain Americas, an Invis Woman, a Cloak and Dagger, and Luna. That's the fun one to try and play into. We call that you're probably never going to get point percentage unless you win the first fight comp.
Giant Size Brain Blast for people like me who can't aim but still like the sound of getting headshots. We still have half of our games today to go. We are only 2 down out of 4. I believe up next is going to be FaZe versus Peps, and this is the one that we assumed was going to be an absolute gigabanger, so make sure that you don't go anywhere and keep watching Ignite. We'll be back after this break.
me, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
What's actually a best of 3 but feels like a best of 7? These games. Somehow we've managed to make it to game number 3 of 4. Marks is going to be FaZe going up against Team Peps now, and this is going to be quite the contentious battle. FaZe is a newly formed semi-super team, some might say, versus Team Peps, which is one of our legacy teams from Ignite Stage 1.
Yes, FaZe did go through a little bit of choppy waters when it came to roster mania, though, as they lost Crisis to a newly minted Na'Vi, having to replace Melia when he got bagged by Citadel. They since picked up Smashness, however, who is very, very good on things like the Human Torch and the Psylocke, and it has been something that FaZe have been trying to make work. We've seen compositions from them for the past couple of days with Psylocke and Star-Lord. However, the triple strategist line, as well as things like the Winter Soldier, have meant that those two duelists have a little bit of a harder time finding value in comparison to previous days.
Yeah, sometimes we see, well, we're often seeing the pivot into things like triple strategist now. It seems like less of a duelist-defined esports season at the moment, but then Paradox just said, actually, about that. Notes. Notes on that concept, actually. Sometimes you are just that guy, and you can just make all the difference. And Smashness definitely is one of those players where I think it was a really big pickup. I think Smashness is definitely one of those players who can make the difference. And Leo's had some excellently bright moments as well. But for me, it's all about Binary's Hulk. Like, I'm such a Vanguard fan. I love seeing a good Hulk play because it kind of feels like peak esports to me. Let's have a look at who they're going up against, though, in Team Peps.
Yes, Team Peps have also gone through a couple of hits after roster mania, losing a lot of their players and only keeping on 2, that being Hardest as well as, I believe it was KQZ. So for Team Peps, they're still trying to build up a lot of their previous synergy. Welsh Mania, though, I think could be a potential standout for Peps if he's able to go for things like the Captain America, as he earned a lot of respect and pedigree in his time in Stage 1, where he was locking things like the Captain America and eternally stalling out the objective on convoy maps.
Yeah, and Welsh is definitely someone who's got a great sense of timing when it comes to Captain America engages, as well as utilizing all of the resources Captain America has available in terms of mobility and shielding to stay alive for as long as possible. We are diving straight into our first game. We are pressing fast forward right here as we head into our bans, which are a little bit different from the bans in your regular comp games, Mox.
Yes, these bans are not universal. They are purely one-sided, which means that some of these teams can win compositions based on the draft system alone. If we see a one-sided Mantis, a one-sided Adam, or a one-sided Jeff Venom composition, then it's going to be particularly difficult for the team on the other side to try to play into domination, because that means that there's going to be a lot of stall capability, and long fights means a lot of oh no. That is...
Well, Rose is responsible for the bans. Is Rose a DC'd?
Oh, that's gonna be horrible if so, because that means that they're probably gonna miss another ban. Yeah, did Team Peps immediately go for the save on Mantis, or they might just go for the save on one-sided Luna, because FaZe have been trying to always go for the save on Luna. Every single time that we've seen them play in the previous 2 days, they've gone for that save. They've got 19 seconds. Okay, there we go.
Well, they are there. That's just a patented Rosa moment registered trademark.
Well, they get one-sided Mantis at least. But I mean, Oasis will be very happy about that because Oasis is known as one of the best Mantis players in EMEA.
Yeah. Oasis definitely knows how to make good use of those resources as well as generate those spores from headshots. Simultaneous bans now, getting rid of the Ultron, knowing that they're going to try and just remove a lot of these tertiary strategists. I imagine we might see a Jeff taken away, given that his domination and those bubbles are incredibly valuable. The ban going to come on through, and you don't really want to be going up for one-sided Jeff or one-sided Adam, so it's kind of a Sophie's choice right now for FaZe, given that they're down a single ban.
I mean, FaZe might actually try and go for the Winter Soldier lock and be fine with letting the Jeff through, as Winter Soldier Phoenix is actually a very strong 2-2-2 composition. Potentially, they could go for the Phoenix with a Mantis damage boost and an Ultron as well. As so far, Adam is not yet targeted by any of these teams either. Peps might decide to try and lock the Adam now so that FaZe can't get one-sided Karmic Revival and Soul Bond, especially since Team Peps do have the Jeff secured, but no, they're going to go for the Magneto, as FaZe are going to have Ultron still up and available, and having the opportunity to absorb the ultimate with the Meteor M is going to be very strong for Peps to try and deal with it.
Or villain.
Well, this is there's a lot of options for Team Peps now. They're gonna send Rosa a little thank you note, stained with like red lipstick. You know, that's for only doing 3 bans. I mean, that's a kiss at home. Binary and Smashnare is going to be rolling out here on the Gamma Namor combo. I love to see it, as I waxed lyrical about before, and every time this team is on, I'm a big fan of a Binary Hulk. This guy's got some crazy mechanics when it comes to a World Breaker.
Yeah, but I already saw a Winter Soldier, Harry, so I don't know.
The sadness is eternal.
I don't know how long that Hulk is going to be staying up and running for, especially because, like, they got the Mantis and they got the Invis, but the question is for FaZe, do you want to go for a triple strategist composition, or do you want to go for a 2-2-2? Because you've got the Hulk and the Namor, which you would kind of want a Mantis for the damage boost on the Horn of Proteus cast, and an Invis woman to be able to control the angles, because they don't have the Luna is the crucial thing for them.
No Luna may well complicate things here, but Oasis is more than happy to be sitting around on the Mantis having a great time. I believe I saw an Ultron as well. Yeah, that's from
Yeah,
Leo.
okay. So Leo goes for the Ultron. I was going to say, because they were teasing Phoenix as well, but if you go for the Phoenix, you give up the Ultron, and Mantis Invis is just not enough sustainability to try and keep a composition in play, especially since you're going to be going up against Peps, who have so much mobility with this Captain America, plus the Star-Lord to play off of the dive that the Captain America goes for. Good sedation to open things up onto Welsh Mania, though. Means that KQC can't find the follow-up, but Oasis gets taken down.
Yeah, Welsh Mania managed to make their way over, using that Sentinel Strike to take down Oasis. And now with no self-rescue available for Smashnare, they're an easy pickup for the remainder of Team Peps. FaZe just get washed off the board, and Sloppo getting a good bit of extra momentum there off the back of the team up.
Yeah, this is dangerous waters for FaZe now too, because Peps have mobility to relay the point off of the Captain America Star-Lord, and then the anchor that will be that Magneto, and you have to worry about that Winter Soldier hooking one of your players a little bit prematurely, or potentially nabbing the Hulk back before he can try and disengage these fights. Team Peps have so much potential at every single part of rotation.
Yeah, every single one of these approaches is going to be taxed. Unbreakable Guard's already been used. Rose just getting gunned down right now. Rotterstern is doing its job, and a touch more on top of that. Smashnare loses out on a Monstro spawn, and all of that space gained by FaZe has to be given away once again. Oasis still not back into the rage of Ultron. They want to try and take down the Winter Soldier, but unlimited blocking potential from the curtain while it's active means that Leolas can't break on through. Welsh Mania gonna return. Great isolation here onto Sloppo. Pulled out of there their own invisible boundary, but can get back in just in case. Out comes the big whale, KQZ and Sloppo, both going to be stunned here, and the follow-up's finally being delivered by Smashnares as FaZe cap the point.
Well, FaZe actually had the point capped halfway through the fight, so they've only been picking up point percentage the longer it's gone on. Great combo of invisible boundary to slow everybody down and pick them apart for the Horn of Proteus to come on through, but now it does mean that they don't have those ultimates. Try and live the Kraken impact, so they have to get aggressive before Peps are in position to use either of them. Psionic Seduction to set up an angle for Smashers, but the Nemo's found nothing, and it's now up to Binary to stall out this next fight.
Oh, Binary went a little bit too far. However, never mind. Oh my goodness, the World Breaker has arrived, and this is why we glaze, folks. This is why we glaze. A quick stomping into the floor of iMonkey, and oh, there's no chance for a rescue either. This is so sad. Jarvis, play the song, Jarvis.
I mean, the Aegis as well coming through from Rosa to block in front of Binary too meant that the World Breaker found its effect in full. Welshmania gets slowed down and finally scouted on out, which means that Oasis is going to be safe to use the Soul Resurgence.
Difficult to try and deal with. Just so much space being made here by the Vanguards. Peps, they were in such a good position to tax the approaches when they had control of the point, but now that they have to try and get past the bouncer of Binary, things get complicated.
Yeah, that is going to be scouted, and immediately Matt, the Star-Lord, gets exiled. Welshmania opens things up with the Freedom Charge. However, Soul Resurgence and Rage of Ultron combine together. One of them gets absorbed. The Meteor M gets broken almost immediately, and is now up to Slowpo. Try and come on through with the Kraken impact and stall out FaZe from pushing for more.
Yeah, Rosa can't be reset upon, and even though Smashnares fell on down, they weren't afflicted with the culling or isolation here of the Magneto. Binary's got to be careful not to go too far. Almost 100 charge here for Rosa. The damage is going to start mounting on up. Invisible boundary drawn forth in favor of Team Peps as Welshmania was slept elsewhere for a moment. Binary, even outside of the LOS, can't survive as Baby Banner taken down by iMonkey. And now with no one able to grab them from the sky, KQC feels open to roll forth. It's overtime in favor of FaZe, but Team Peps fill the board.
Yeah, Galactic Legend comes out. Winnie holds on to that boundary. Smashnares can play off of it, however, with the Horn of Proteus in this next fight. They might, with the Mantis damage boost as well, have the number potential to find the pick even through Ex's ultimate. But I think if you're FaZe, you're holding on to it more in preparation for this Kraken impact from Slowpo.
And now you're in this position where you can start taxing those approaches again. This is where Team Peps are at their most deadly. And you can see that already. That's been a force out of the Fate of Both Worlds from Exo, coming through from Rosa, meeting the rotations around the outside. Two players gripped by the culling aura, but Welshmania is instantly banished by Giganto themselves, and now emerging from the ether with the rage of 1,000 computers that have just sent a job to the printer. Welshmania has used their shift already as well. Feels like stress is starting to mount up here on Team Peps. Portaling back's going to be difficult. Momentarily stuck. We'll be able to open it on up. And yes, the Magneto made it through just in time, but it seems like they may have jumped into the hole or something, because the contest isn't there, and FaZe claim a first point.
So FaZe saw how aggressive Peps had been in their positioning previously when they were in control of the point, knew that they could open up with the Psionic Seduction, that Peps would be too far forward to disengage it safely, had to burn the Lunar Ultimate into it. So FaZe, they pull the plug on that fight, wait out the 10 seconds, go in with Invis Boundary, pair it up with Horn of Proteus, which actually catches onto Slowpo through the Kraken Impact reset window. So he is deprived an opportunity to get the pick, and from there FaZe spiral the fight away, and still have Soul Resurgence and World Breaker to let Binary go as aggressive as they please into this next fight.
Didn't even notice. Hardest playing strategist. Is this Peps with 3 of their duelist players in? Yeah, it is.
Yes.
I wonder if someone's sick. Who's the other one? Larry? Where's Larry? Where is Larry? Bring me Larry.
Well, we're gonna get brought a fight immediately post-haste as Rosa is already setting up a portal to jump onto one player from Peps's end. They do have that Mantis for the damage boost, which means that someone might just get blown up.
Binary instantly frozen, and Team Peps are not going to opt to stick around for this one. They're just going to disengage. However, big speed coming forth and pulled on in as well. Invisible Boundary has to be used by Team Peps just to try and get themselves through this assault, but iMonkey's already fallen. Oasis traded out on the other side, means that Team Peps might smell enough blood in the water to move on through, but FaZe have died just disengaged in their own right and grabbed a free first cap.
They knew that Peps did not want to give up that point. Binary of the Wall Breaker Hulk is just acting like a pincushion right now and sowing so much disruption, separating the backline from the front line, catching the Luna. The Magneto goes to peel the Hulk, which means that when he gets to pick up everybody else, and then the Mag just becomes a ragdoll in Binary's palm, and FaZe will take 10% of the point and double it.
And this time, Team Peps aren't going to have the ability to just tax these approaches again like they did last time to get that first 60%.
It's really good for Smashnez on this approach too, because he's going to be able to scout out where the Star-Lord is and also where the Winter Soldier is. FaZe holding themselves far back away from Peps' approach so that the Winter Soldier doesn't get an opportunity to open up with Kraken Impact before a Force Physics pull can potentially come on through aggressively. Eye of Agamotto catches barely anything, but it still forces Peps to stall.
Yeah, easy curtain for Welshmania, but Exo grabbed in the back, didn't pop their own ultimate to save themselves. Thought that maybe there would be more than enough there. Oh, KQZ during the ultimate can't hit the squids. Unfortunately, you can't lock onto those, so you're forced instead to just lock onto the invincible Namor and take the damage that the squids proffer onto you.
That was huge as well from FaZe. That was a pick onto a Star-Lord who didn't have to worry about Invisible Boundary stopping Galactic Legend because FaZe used it before with the Eye of Agamotto on Rosa to catch the Strange, but Smashnez still has the opportunity, still has this one of Proteus. Team Peps are turning to a res as they know that this is the last fight. They want to have Soulbind. They don't want to burn the Lunar Ultimate on the approach.
Okay, caught in a little bit of a vice grip here. Smashnez going to be forced to use the Blessing of the Deep to disengage from this one, but they turn it around onto iMonkey. It seems like Team Peps have all the sustainability they need, though. They need to make a move towards the point, however, and it's going to be off the back of Rosa being picked off by the Kraken Impact. This gives Sloppo an opening to try and find something off the back of a reset, looking for a target. I think that's a miss there onto Binary, so there's not going to be a reset offered over. Still, FaZe are on 99%. Overtime continues to tick on over. Welshmania going to be eating so much damage from the squids, but the damage is being supplied readily here by Sloppo.
But it's not confirmed finish for FaZe right now. They still have to deal with Peps, who are going to have 2 strategist ultimates up, as well as the ability to, with those, burn into a Karmic Revival position. For FaZe, they might just need to go incredibly aggressive right now and win out the fight, team wipe KQZ, and force the res off a point so they can finally find the flip.
They're going to be scouting for KQZ at least. We'll maybe be able to find them inside of the invisible boundary. Things are about to get a little bit intense. Down comes Giganto. 1 stun onto Sloppo, but the healing's more than enough. Exo with a slight overlay, but now it's freedom for... Oh, Binary's got 2. Wait, while the fate of both worlds is happening, it's going to be a quick raise. KQC still 10% away. Desperately needs to try and find it round the backside. Binary shields himself for getting on top of the Adam Warlock once again. No resurrections this time. No point control either. FaZe now going to be facing down the portal of Sloppo, and they are indeed going to find themselves contested for a moment. A diamond 4 means that Welshmania is under major danger as Leola's up top with the Encephalo Rage is able to do so much damage. It's difficult here for Sloppo to try and find anything to do. They're faced with so much fire. The Karmic Revival's good, but the Adam can't even touch, and that's a 3-ban speed run from FaZe. It didn't need all 4 to make it work.
FaZe is showing that they understood how to play into that res. They knew that if they went a little bit slow and tried to bait out a strategist ultimate, disengage, go for another strategist ultimate, disengage, it would allow the Adam to come on through with Karmic Revival while also allowing Peps to accrue so much point percentage with the length that the fights went. So they got incredibly aggressive, and then I think when Exo wasn't able to use the Lunar ultimate, it would either have been Binary juggling someone out of position or potentially Rosa with the Emma's Aegis being able to LOS block the actual effect of Fate of Both Worlds to allow FaZe to come through with those crucial picks, while at the same time they did such an amazing job of positioning onto point and getting the flip as quickly as they possibly could.
Binary being able to out-damage a Star-Lord on Hulk, this guy's kind of generational, I'm not going to lie to you.
unsurprised if we see a Hulk ban come through from Peps' end, because not only was Binary putting numbers in on the Hulk, it also meant that Smashness on this Namor became so much more of a threat. And we also have to remember, Oasis was for the first time in Ignite Stage 2 able to secure Mantis, something that I'm sure he was going to be very happy about, because that means that when you've got that Gamma Monstro spawn out for your Namor with the Hulk team up, you're also getting the 12% damage boost. On top of that, the Namor Berserk state going off too. So there is going to be a lot of incoming damage and angle pressure onto things like the Star-Lord and the Winter Soldier before the fight even began.
Yeah, that's just built different. Like, there's a reason that Mantis copped the most bans out of any hero by a significant margin at the beginning of the day. We've seen her slip through a couple of times, but surely not again as we head over to our second map. It's going to be Team Pepsi's choice, and we've got this break to think about it, so we'll see you on the other side.
We are undefeatable!
Where is Larry? Bring me Larry Gaming, because they don't appear to be playing with Peps right now, and they might need an extra one of their strategists in a triple strategist meta, Mox. It's fairly easy going right now for the side of FaZe, walking away 2-0 from Bin into Tala.
I think there's going to be a couple of changes to the ban. I think, first of all, FaZe is actually going to use their first ban slot.
Oh, we gave you the freebie. We gave you the 3 bans rather than before. Now we're going full power.
Well, you know what, if FaZe win, we'll have to ask them in the interview what exactly was the reason for why that ban was missed. If Peps win, I'm sure we're going to be asking them about how they were able to find the turnaround, and I'm sure it's potentially going to be something, I was going to say, maybe starting with a convoy map and looking for a full hold, but no, Peps decide to take us to Convergence instead with Central Park. Now the question is, did Binary do enough to necessitate a Hulk ban?
Well, to be fair, it seems Peps did enough to necessitate a ban, which is a great start for FaZe. Are they going for the one-sided Mantis again?
I know, they might go for, they're going to go one-sided Mantis because Peps are going to prioritize the Luna ban, which FaZe have been in the past prioritizing the Luna save for their first slot. As Peps see that they're going to be removing the Jeff now.
Okay, going for the one-sided Luna once again. It seemed like that was one of a few bright spots for Team Peps in that previous map. I would not mind seeing a pivot into a Hulk ban, although as a Vanguard main, personally, I hate it. But I think tactically it would be a good idea.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news as well, Harry, but looking at the player lineup, Larry has still not been found.
So no Larry?
So,
where is Larry, rivals?
It does look like Peps are going to be playing with duelists on a strategist lineup, but hey, triple strategist. Normally, a duelist would flex over to a strategist role anyway, as FaZe are going to be removing, well, normally the ones that the duelist would flex over to. The Ultron and the Adam have been removed for the strategist lineup for Peps.
Wouldn't mind seeing a Jeff as a quaternary ban here, just really consigning the strategist pool to doing a 2-2-2. Quick protect here onto the Magneto from Team Peps. I'd say that Magneto has generally been getting value in protected over the course of our games today, so I have no personal complaints.
Yeah, Mag very, very strong for shielding. Very, very good as well for peeling with the bubbles, but also having the Meteor M. As there's so far been no Ultron ban towards FaZe, nor an Adam ban. So having Meteor M to absorb Rage of Ultrons part of the way through can be really, really strong at giving teams the opportunity to fire back after that strategist ultimate builds, as FaZe are going to be removing Torch from Peps' team, so no one-sided Johnny Storm shenanigans. We've still got Storm in the mix, however, and we've already seen how strong Goddess Boost can be to letting a team purely walk down the defenders in that first fight.
I'm personally a fan of getting rid of the Johnny in particular. I know that Slopodopoulos, as they were previously known, is quite an adept Human Torch player as far as I'm aware. Also was a really good Namor back in the day as well, so I wonder if we'll ever see that make an appearance. It's going to be a quick ban onto the Phoenix, which of course opens the way for the Rocket Raccoon.
Well, Peps are also going to be able to get one-sided Phoenix themselves, which I think is actually really, really good because they were able to secure Magneto. Both teams secured Magneto, but Peps removed the Phoenix from FaZe's end. So when we see the End Song Inferno from Peps combined with the Meteor M, it's still going to have pick potential even through FaZe's strategist ultimates.
Still can pierce through. Winnie is a bit of an old head when it comes to playing the Loki. I wonder if we are going to see it emerge here. I do think that Winnie Oasis might be an underrated backline. These guys are seriously good.
I will say, though, if they do go for Winnie on the Loki, we already saw a hint of Winter Soldier because I think Peps are anticipating that Storm or a dive to come on through and having the Winter Soldier to try to play counter agent to a flyer, plus having as well the ability to not even need to hit a shot to get the overhealth means that you have a lot of survivability into that first fight when the attacking team decides to go aggressive with the Storm's Goddess Boost cooldown.
The battle starts in 5.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of value from Sloppo thus far out of the Winter Soldier. It's been a great day for Winter Soldiers, actually. Like you said, maybe we see a bit of evolution in the meta towards Winter Soldier style bans. Rose is going to be walking out on the Groot, who does seem to have a small niche in Central Park, at least, being constantly pulled out.
Hardest is going to be over onto the invis, trying to give shield to the off angles of this Phoenix, but Winnie on the invis themselves is going to be able to give a lot of shield over to the Storm too, making it a little bit harder for the Winter Soldier to find these picks, as FaZe are taking a little bit of token damage as they try to move on forward. Peps already starting to anticipate that Goddess Boost cooldown as they decide to get aggressive first with a huge force physics.
Oh, just outwalled right there. Great play coming through from Rosa, isolating a pair of players away from their potential healing. Exo and Hydras just couldn't get through the Ironwood wall in time because everyone was staring forward. Not sure if there's going to be room for a re-engage here off the back of a portal. No one's swapped already, so they've just called this one as Ratatoska is freed.
Yeah, Rosa's Groot walls have been doing so much in stopping LOS for Exo too, which is another reason why Peps didn't really want to go for that Strange Portal recontest. They were so far away from the Strategist ultimate in comparison to FaZe, who'll be building that eternal bond and building snowball momentum. It does get traded as Binary was a little bit overextended and Peps were able to find the punishment, but all the while this convoy is moving entirely uncontested.
Yeah, Rosa able to disengage despite the pulling coming through. iMonkey wants to stay in and fight though. He's having 100 charge, so he could just carve through this real quick. Shields on shields here as the invisible boundaries are drawn on up. A nice push coming through, however, from the side of Hardest. Keeps everyone away from getting into that invisible boundary. Omega Hurricane good to go. KQC can get through all of this overhealth remarkably quickly with the Phoenix, but is not going to opt to do so. Instead, watches their vanguards turn to ash under the Gale Force winds proffered by the Omega level Queen.
Yeah, KQZ is holding on to Ensong Inferno for Welshmania, who didn't have the Meteor Amp. Could potentially have one-shotted through that storm, but they're going to try and save it to deal with the Cloak and Dagger instead. As Peps are going to have a couple of ultimates, try and open up this fight, and FaZe are just not going to give them any opportunity to reset stably. Rosa, though, with that Strangling Prison, was so far forward, there was no opportunity for FaZe to peel that Vanguard, and that is going to be Peps making their way through choke with picks on both of the Vanguards.
Yeah, Eye of the Rosa there saw the perfect ult. Unfortunately, was unaware the rest of FaZe were in no position to try and follow that one up. Did trade it, however, for Exo's ultimate, so maybe this opens something up later.
True, but iMonkey is going to have the Psionic Seduction to really play around this corner. FaZe, though, are going to have the same to try and open up this space, but perhaps you can see they're getting ready to try and disengage. You still have to watch out for that Magneto with the Phoenix. Out comes both of the Psionic Seductions. Oasis dodges the damage, but here comes Watchmania looking for the shutdown. They don't manage to take Oasis down early, though. Big Groot wall block from Rosa.
Waiting for the Eternal Bond to go away, but the Phoenix barely survives a second, having to move out straight into the invisible boundary, but KQZ is still taken down through all of this. The invisible boundary dragged up by Winnie, but there was no chance for a disengage. Rosa just rolls on forward over them. Fear the Rosa Dozer. We call this one a difficulty tweak.
Rosa's going to have Strangling Prison too to combine potentially with Leo on the Kraken impact, and they don't even really have to worry about Hardest with this invisible boundary, because with a well-timed damage boost from the Storm, they have the pick potential even through the Strategist ultimate 180 heal per second, as they've already also got the loadout on KQZ's position on the off angle. The Phoenix gets forced out.
Still poking away there for a moment. Against a tightly grouped up team. Leolaz doesn't seem to have gotten too much in the... Oh, no, that's going to be a reset right there. Welshmania just didn't have the culling for a second as they gave over the Metallic Bulwark to themselves. iMonkey with extra pull. They're just doing it piecemeal, one after the other. Exo's going to be up against the world. 1 versus 3. Hardest next up on the docket. No chance to disengage. Sloppo gets the Bulwark at just the right moment. Great resource management there from Welshmania.
Peps held on to the invisible boundary, and it bought FaZe a lot of space, but Peps do still have a couple of ultimates to their name. The problem is they have so little space to be able to use them. Hardest going to be coming on through with that boundary, but can he find the opportunity to cast it onto the objective, or is it just going to be outside of the spawn doors? They have to mirror Winnie's for that slow, as well as all the sustainability, and FaZe with the ultimate baited off of the objective. Disengage back to it.
iMonkey gets stunned out of their ultimate. There's no prison for this one. Instead, it's the Gulag that Smashness has dragged them into. Exo keeps everyone sustained. 2 players likely to be grabbed here by the incoming damage. Even with both the Ensong and the Meteor Ram, no final blows are found. Peps have used everything that they had, and they're going to be able to find just a little bit more off the back of maybe Sloppos. But they're shut down so quickly. Binary turns them from carbon into crush. They're just reduced to coal, hydrocarbons, where men once stood. And FaZe get through in record time.
Oasis was not on the Mantis, but was a huge component in that fight because they were on the Cloak and Dagger, and that meant Dark Teleportation at the exact moment as Meteor M and Ensong Inferno from Peps. They had the combination, they had the wombo, they saved it up in the hopes that it would be the turnaround, and Oasis saw the opportunity and slammed it directly shut. FaZe will be able to full push and can now turn to defend instead.
Whew, FaZe. Hot to trot right now. Leila's hovering that Wolverine. Could be a real problem for iMonkey. We did not see that solution come out to deal with Rosa's group, which is currently sitting at 15-1.
Not just that, but if Peps try to go for the Storm, Wolverine is going to have a very easy time of picking her out of the sky. Because you can't just obscure the hitbox. Yeah, exactly. So FaZe should be able to see themselves through these initial first walk fights that Peps decide to go through, but we're going to be seeing Peps now rolling out with that Punisher potentially, just looking to be able to melt through the Groot walls, and finally with that final judgment as well, find just any weakness into this Magneto's Meteor M.
Got to find something to try and exploit. Could this be an early portal here from Welshmania? Maybe they're going for something silly like a turret portal? Because you can see that Sloppo is CC immune. You can see that gold outline around their health bar.
Yeah, but I mean, Leo's just going to be waiting. You can see the Wolverines actually scouting away on the high ground. This does look like it's going to be a culling turret angle to be able to catch on to both Oasis and Winnie. On that side, as we can see that Sloppo is already in position, but I mean, Rosa should just be able to wall if they even need it. Everyone from FaZe just takes cover behind the wall itself.
Guardian Shield crept on out, but Welshmania is for leverage right now to try and open this one up. Leolaz gets the grab onto the opposing Groot, swaps targets instead onto the Doctor Strange. Has already used their regenerative healing factor here, so it's going to have to be a momentary bit more careful. That was a huge right click coming through from a Phoenix. KQZ going up against this many group top players, just farming ultimate charge. The end song's going to be up before you even know it, but Winnie's even faster. The invisible boundary's already good to go, and Welshmania's fallen down, so there's not really that much impetus to even use it. iMonkey carved through adamantium claws, stronger than wood, believe it or not, and Smashnes claims the final hit to that one. KQZ gets a consolation frag, causing those casualties, but in the end, they're just a pet canary being kept in a cage.
Yeah, remember, Winnie gets Pierce on primary, but Guardian Shield has a 3-meter heal AoE. All of those players boxed up in one space. They're all getting the Guardian heal tick, which is why Invisible Boundary builds so quickly. They were, in fact, almost 50% ahead of Hardest's own ultimate charge. Endsong Inferno is up to play, but Peps just don't have the space to be able to take it. They're not going to go main right. They're going to wrap all the way around to this high ground rotation, which Rosa has already moved in to intercept with the Strangling Prison opportunity.
Okay, already the right-click expended here by the Phoenix. No quick stun coming on through. However, an attempt to try and wrap it back around. Don't know if Rosa got too much off the back of that one. Winnie instantly taken down by Sloppo. The moment that they cast their own ultimate, so that's not going to be available. Oasis had to try and deal with this one. I don't know if there's going to be healing available on the point, but Exo's able to move over towards the objective and make sure the remainder of Team Peps are going to be in a good position for this one. iMonkey isolates Rosa. Double walls behind them. The Thorns are lashing. Rosa's falling. Smashnes just prostrates themselves before Welshmania and offers up body, soul, and bullets to try and stop this one from being capped. A quick seduction in the corridor is easy pickings for Welshmania, but the second that they're freed mentally, they're able to strike on back. It's too late, however, as Peps have already capped.
Yeah, Welshmania zones out Smashnes, so no Kraken impact can come on through. Leo on the Wolverine goes to touch to try and stall it long enough for the Psionic Seduction to wear off and phases other players to walk onto the point, but the Wolf gets taken down prematurely, and FaZe hold on to the Kraken impact, but not the corner of first space. And now it becomes a duel between the two Winter Soldiers. However, Sloppo is already going to be in a much better position to set his up as FaZe don't go for a corner hold. They go all the way around the back and wrap to the objective itself.
The full rotation coming through. A quick speed boost to the point, courtesy of the Force Physics. Rose is not really feeling the crush off the back of this one, and that's going to be a final stand. Great counterplay coming through instantly from Welshmania, grabbing Leolaz by the throat and throwing him down. KQZ built up the sparks and reaped the dividends. The homework was done. The rewards were grabbed.
And that's now going to confirm that they can hold on to Kraken Impact too. To try and match up, FaZe are actually going to full sacrifice a Kraken Impact to swaps Smashners onto the Storm, and Leo now goes over on to that Bucky when he's going to have the invisible boundary to match up into Slowpos. But Team Peps have an opportunity. FaZe are going to have to take a little bit of poke to be able to pull the duelist ultimates back up, which means 3 invisible boundary and Kraken impact for Peps to go aggressive.
Oh, hardest crushed underfoot. Binary knew exactly what they were looking for, and the Terror Cape made it so easy alongside the damage boost. Like you said, it was a sacrifice that had to be made, but to get the most efficacy off the Groot ultimate, it was necessary.
Yeah, Groot and Magneto both used at the same time to guarantee those one-shots onto the players of Team Peps, but it does mean that Exo's Fate of both worlds is going to be a little bit more safe than Oasis, who's going to be coming under so much more pressure for the continuation of each other. What a hook onto iMonkey to cancel out the Strangling Prison, but Team Peps are already brawling. The Luna's Fate of both worlds comes on through. Oasis gets cut down mid-eternal bombed, and it's up to Smashness to find the turnaround for FaZe.
All right, Smashnez in towards the back. The Guardian shield doesn't last for long, and neither does Sloper looking towards this. Exo burns to a crisp amongst the winds, but Binary finds himself alone. Man, isn't it great that Phoenix is close-range combatant and not a hit scan?
Slopper's still going to have this Kraken impact to pair off of hardest invisible boundary. I mean, they might actually just go for the wombo combo of the Strangling Prison, but again, what a huge hook. Big hook onto that Phoenix to put the pressure, but Team Pep still don't fold and don't commit a strategist ultimate for the price.
Oh my goodness, hardest just evaporated. Where did they go? Just popped up the ultimate and we never saw him again. Unbelievable target focus coming through there from FaZe.
Oh, and the staggers too. I mean, this is the thing about FaZe. If it goes to an invis boundary, often we don't have the one-shots. FaZe have Terror Cape from Cloak and Dagger, which is 28% increased damage, and 12% damage boost from the Storm. The invis boundary is not going to be enough healing for hardest to stay alive, and now Team Peps understanding that FaZe are going to be holding close and looking for a wombo combo of Strangling Prison and Meteoram once again, are going to look to teleport past the pass and get themselves into a position to use their ultimates with the hostage situation of the objective that FaZe are going to have to walk towards to contest.
iMonkey doesn't get cancelled this time, both for duelists inside. Oh no! The block on the incoming ultimates! I don't know which group was responsible for it, but whichever one did it, they have absolutely shut down Sloppo's chance at glory. Maybe a proactive block, maybe a misplace there from iMonkey. Someone get in the replay viewer and tell me which.
Team Peps now with 10 seconds left and no portal, have to go to the Venom and the Psylocke to be able to touch, but Exo gets taken down so close to the fate of the both worlds. iMonkey comes on through on the Angela, but the Venom gets Terror Caped immediately, and FaZe are in full control with both duelist ultimates in play.
Hardest is just blown away, as is the remainder of Team Peps. KQZ can't stand up to this. iMonkey has arrived with the wrath of heaven behind them, but heaven and earth are moved when the phase is rising. The phase is up, and it's 2-0 to knock out Team Peps.
I think we might have found the new 2-2-2 duelist meta, Harry. I think it might be Storm Winter Soldier.
Ain't that something? Yesterday's Storm appearances were very underwhelming, but today a little bit better.
The forecast, it seems, is nothing but thunder and lightning. Very, very frightening. Especially when you pair it up with that damage boost, because, my goodness, the Kraken impacts and also the damage that you can do. Normally, when you hook, like, a Vanguard with Bionic Hook into Trooper's Fist, you have to get them pretty deep into the enemy team to have enough uptime to actually do the damage and convert it into a pick. But because we have that immediate damage boost, green light for, hey, I've got someone CC'd, hit damage boost, they just instantly disintegrate.
Where do they go? Like, the burn, like, it does seem like so much of it is about finding breakpoints for, like, burn throughs on the invisible women inside of their ultimates, and again and again, it's just been crazy.
It went from 165 heals per second to 180 heals per second, and still, I want to see the stats coming through for FaZe so we can see the amount of assistances coming on through. However, it is going to be somewhat divided by the fact that both of their duelists actually played Storm, because they swapped who was on the Winter Soldier to have both the Winter Soldier and the Storm in play at the same time.
Yeah, that's true. Like, some great versatility from Leia Laz and Smashnez here. And it's all the more impressive considering that Leolaz was kind of an emergency fail after Crisis got poached away from this team after they qualified. Ended up on Na'Vi alongside Jerky when Melio went to Citadel. This team was a victim of the roster mania and seems to have recovered rather well.
Yeah, it was actually Smashness who was the one that they picked up a little bit later. I think he had all of a week to try and acclimatize to the team. So definitely when we get into the interview booth, it will be great to be able to talk to them about how they were able to build up so much synergy and quickly, and whether or not Storm and Winter Soldier is going to be the direction that the winds of the meta start to head, as we've seen Storm make headway not just with the Spawn breakhold onto Convoy, but now apparently too being able to spread on out into the 2-2-2 composition, coming on out into Convergence maps as well.
All right, the interview booth is ready. We're bringing in Oasis to have a quick chat to here off the back of their victory. Hello, Oasis. Congratulations on the win, bud.
Thank you.
I guess we gotta open. We gotta ask straight away. First ban on being into Tala. What happened? Is that a patented Rosa moment or?
Well, he had to go to the bathroom, and like even though he wasn't highest on the when you make a custom game, the person that is the highest usually gets the draft lead. But for some reason he got it instead, so and he wasn't really back, so it was kind of a lucky moment.
It did work out, however, and you were able to secure the Mantis, something that we typically don't see making it all the way through the draft situation. Do you think that having that Mantis was the thing that allowed the team, especially on the second round of domination, to make such amazing percentage in comparison to Peps?
I mean, it might sound slightly bad, but I actually don't think it's what made us win. Like, I think I don't know, I think just everyone just played it really correctly. If anything, I think I'm so not used to playing Mantis because I'm so used to having a first band against me that I played kind of incorrect. Like, I died, I think, 1 or 2 times too early. So I do think it's a very strong pick for us because it's one of my strongest characters. But I think we perform really well on every composition, which is a very nice thing to have, because being a one-trick composition is not how you want. Like, you don't want that. It doesn't feel nice because you feel very limited if people find counter comps.
Well, performing on every composition obviously might be a little bit harder when you have to replace a player. What's it been like integrating Smashness into this roster after you guys lost Crisis?
Well, it's been very easy because we're basically like, I was in Z10, Whitney was in Z10, and Smashness was in Z10. So we're basically just a new Z10. Even Leolast had a lot of like tryouts with us. So we're very used to playing with each other. If anything, I love Crisis. I think Crisis is really, really, really good. But for us, it honestly felt the same. It's like, you know, it's fine for us, which I was very happy about. And Crisis was also like, he was talking to me else about like, he told me, don't worry, bro, you're gonna have Smashness, so it's gonna be the same situation. So I think Crisis also knew that we would be fine, which is very nice.
Coming into Season 4, the meta obviously changed drastically, and whenever we talk to players, they're always saying they don't know whether or not it's fully solidified into what we're expecting. What's it been like? How has it been sort of like working with, you know, Cuffy as a coach to try and figure out as quickly as possible where exactly the meta is headed? And do you think you guys have an answer yet, or is it still experimental?
I think we do have an answer. I think we're slightly further ahead, honestly. I think we have really smart players. Like, Winnie is also really good at IGLing, and he has a lot of knowledge about the game, about macro, and understands. He has a good game sense. So him and Cuffy work together a lot to make sure that we're like one step ahead, if I may say so.
You guys have earned an enviable task for your next lower bracket game of going up against Alcadzia, who are looking quite improved this season. How are you feeling heading into that one?
I'm not too worried. I think if we have the right mindset and we work with each other like we have been doing, that we will do fine, and it shouldn't be a problem at all, honestly.
So then, getting through that one, with Vice going up against NJC, is there a specific team of the two that you would rather take on if you get the opportunity?
Which ones were my opportunities?
Vice or NJC?
Ninja Creamy or whatever.
The thing is, NJC or Vice has a Lugia goat now, so I think NJC would be preferable for me because I think Lugia goat's very good.
Don't want to have to take out your homies from Z10 of Canita and Lugia. Thank you so much for joining us, Oasis. Congratulations on the clean 2-0 win. We look forward to potentially interviewing you again.
I hope so. Thank you, guys.
All right, that was Oasis, strategist player for FaZe, who walk away with a 2-0 there against Peps. It seems like at the moment, Mox, all of the predictions are wrong. We thought the other maps would maybe be 2-0s, that this one was going to go long to a 2-1, but you know what? FaZe was just too clean with it. Like, the Storm Winter Soldier, it is real sick, and it's definitely something that we will keep in the back of our minds. However, if you want to go back, if you want to go a little bit further back, think about that console you've got under your TV right now. It might need a little bit of dusting off, because guess what? Marvel Rivals is there now too. The PlayStation 4 now has Marvel Rivals available and ready to go.
Yes, and you can join the fight with Angela as well, who is going to be there for the Season 4 of that PlayStation 4 as well. And we're already actually getting to see her in professional play. It's been wonderful getting to see how all of the pros have been utilizing her and putting her into compositions. And there's a reason why we're talking about Angela right now, and that's because it perfectly segues into FUT Esports versus Revived, because we've seen not just the Angela, we got the whole Asgardian family in the mix coming on from FUT Esports the last time, where they had a very surprising composition on Celestial Husk with a Hela, a Four, and an Angela all in one team.
Oh, Heaven's Armory was open. We'll see if FUT once again dip into all of that angelic might as they go up against Revived after this break.
Hello, Rivals! My name is Diatonic, and I'm here with your results breakdown for the first week of action for the Marvel Rivals Ignite Asia Group Stage. To kick things off for day one, Pacific MRC Season 3 champs Crazy Raccoon sank their claws into newcomer squad Incipients. They snagged a comfortable 2-0 win for themselves in the first bout of the tournament, with Crazy Raccoon's newest addition, NX, leading the charge. Next up, the sole representatives from Vietnam, OEG, took on Rocket University. OEG has some Stage 1 veterans on their team, and it showed here as they took Rocket University to school, picking up a 2-0 win. The last match of the day was another Group A showdown between Assemble Fire, who are returning from Stage 1, and Onside Gaming, making their first Ignite appearance here. But it would be the newcomers besting the veterans here, with ONG taking yet another 2-0 over Assemble Fire. Day 2 opened with a marquee matchup as the newly signed Asia roster of Zero Tenacity upsets the Stage 1 Asia Champs Reject in a close 2-1 series. Stage 1 vets XOXO01 were back in action against U-Winks, a new team formerly known as Ravati. It would be XO picking up that one with a clean 2-0 sweep over the newcomers. Gen.G's new roster made their debut on this day as well, picking up a solid 2-0 win over Down Payment to kick off their Stage 2 campaign. Crazy Raccoons NX continued to impress on day 2 as they took on Assemble Fire. They played a bit of an unorthodox game, but it was that outside-the-box thinking that delivered Crazy Raccoon another 2-0 win over Assemble Fire. Rocket University and Zero Tenacity kicked things off on day 3, with Z10 picking up a 2-0 win after their upset over Reject the day before. Incipients was still on the hunt for their first win in Ignite as they took on Onside Gaming next, but ONG would take the win on this day 2-0 as well. The defending champs Reject were back at the plate next, battling Vietnamese squad OEG, a match that Reject would win with a shutout on both maps. And for the last match of that day, Crazy Raccoon had their third matchup, this time against XOXO01. Crazy Raccoon would deliver XO their first loss here in the group stage, winning in 2-0 fashion and ending week 1 without dropping a single map. The final day of the Asia group stage started with a matchup between OEG and Down Payment, with Down Payment getting their first Ignite win 2-0. Assemble Fire were up against U-Winks next, and U-Winks ended up leaving Assemble Fire without a win here in week 1. Gen.G was back in action next against Rocket University, who'd also exit week 1 not having picked up a win quite yet. And in the last matchup of the week, Onside Gaming looked to keep their flawless record alive against XOXO01. But XO had other plans, handing ONG their first loss of the tournament 2-0. And at the end of week 1 of the Asia group stage, Crazy Raccoon emerges as the frontrunner with an astonishing 3-0 record. In Group A, XOXO01, ONG, and U-Winks are still in the chase for the playoffs. Zero Tenacity and Gen.G both have 2-0 records as well, making them the only other undefeated teams here in the group stage. And on the Group B side, Reject and Down Payment are still in the hunt as well. But with another week of group stage action still to come, it's anyone's game. Thanks for watching, Rivals. Enjoy the rest of the show and get ready to ignite the battle.
Finally, time for our last match of the day here at Marvel Rivals Ignite EMEA and the finishing of our first weekend. Mox, we've already sent 3 teams home, sadly, but one more must join them. The match on the docket is Foot Esports versus Revived.
Yes, and Foot Esports have been playing some unorthodox compositions, but again, I feel like they sort of gave their hand a little bit away with the Angela coming on through, so I would expect Revived to have a couple of counter picks in their back pocket as we can have a look at their roster. This is a team that debuted into the Ignite Stage 2, so they're still making a name for themselves. However, Skrikey has been one of those who've stood out for me, plus as well the way that they've approached the ban draft system. This is one of those teams who do not let Adam Warlock through, which is already a huge plus in my book.
Yeah, I think that priority banning Adam Warlock is always going to be valuable in at least the current iteration of the meta. I also like Skrikey, though for much less intelligent reasons. I just think it's fun to say. With a Skrikey. Revived definitely have a lot to show us after kind of a quick upper bracket game against Insomnia. They didn't manage to get a single point, unfortunately, either on Domination or on their second map, which I believe was an Idris or Path. They got full held there, but that's not uncommon on these convoy maps. Let's have a look at Foot as well, who fumbled the bag? I don't know. Up against OG Seed. They kind of got a little bit dominated by OG Seed after winning out with Thor Angela on a Celestial Husk, which was super surprising, and then just not winning.
It was a little bit of a struggle into things like the Invisible Woman. As we can see, there was a little bit of concern when we were looking at, Foot Esports as a lineup. This was previously All Business, and then Zaps for a little bit of MRC. They lost Tuzi, who was one of their main staple duelists, and we were sort of wondering how exactly the duelist role would look, given the fact that there's overlap between both of their pools, and as well, Demon was known more for the Wolverine in Stage 1, which subsequently he hasn't been nerfed, but he's been taken a little bit out of the meta just because of the sheer amount of sustainability that is available. So we see him in niche opportunities, but nowhere near as much as we had previously, though on Celestial Husk he did roll back onto that Hela and was incredibly strong on the hit scan there.
Yeah, Hela was actually Damon's original calling card as a pro player back in like Season 0 Doom's War MRC. Damon was on I believe Peak Check was his team.
Peak Check, yeah.
Yeah, with Empress and Week, who was on there as well. And that was kind of his calling card. That was the season where we were seeing a lot of Hela and Hawkeye bans. So when it made it through, the Hela was definitely where Damon got their bread buttered. On the other side, Revived, we don't know a huge amount about this roster, but they have fought incredibly hard to be here, so they are not to be discounted. Whoever wins this match, however, has a very unenviable task of playing their elimination game against Citadel Gaming, who are fresh off, perhaps angrily, being eliminated by Chopped after what some people might call a monumental choke on Hall of Jalia.
Yeah, Hall of Jalia was a little bit rough of a point for Citadel, whereupon they took it so quickly in the first time around, and it looked like everything was going all according to plan. They utilized the double-sided links to be able to box their opponent into Garage, got 2 free ticks off of the back of it, and then had a good minute and a half to be able to secure the third, but were not able to do so. So, like you said, definitely a little bit angry in the lower bracket, waiting to see who their opponent is going to be leading up. But that would be next weekend. This is unfortunately going to be the last match of the day that we have. But then again, Harry, we've had some insane matches so far today. We got 2 free mappers.
we got a pair of 3 mappers, and we could have a third here if Revived are going to bring it to Foot Esports. I think that Foot Esports are going to be the most dangerous potentially on Domination. That's where they've got these niche compositions. I'd love to see them bring out the Heaven's Armory again with both the Thor and the Angela as we head in towards our ban phase. Remember, these are not mirrored bans. They are for the opposing team and the protector for yourself.
I feel like if you're Revived, just the potential of an Angela means that I would really want to see a save onto the Invisible Woman, because it's going to find value regardless, even if Angela doesn't come into play, considering she is just such a good way to deal with things like the Venom. And you know what? Foot Esports instantly banned out the Angela. They are A-okay with letting the Mantis through. It's the Angela that or rather the Invis that they're more worried about, which means that, yeah, we're 100% going to be seeing some aspects of dive in this composition.
Makes sense to me. They want to get rid of what the Invis is bringing to the table. The slow on the Guardian Shield is underrated as well for messing with Venom's dives. Ultron taken away. Revived are going for an old classic here of mostly focusing in on the strategist line. When it comes to their bans and their protectors now going to be, of course, Luna.
Luna for both teams, so we're still going to have Idle Aura for potential flankers, as well as both of these teams with Fate of Both Worlds having that opportunity to find eliminations through the other strategist ultimate, as Foot Esports saw Revived pick up that Luna and instantly remove the Mantis, so instead of it being a 40% to 40% damage boost, it wouldn't be a 40 to 52% damage boost, as Revived will be removing the Jeff, weakening the Venom and the Adam that could have been paired alongside that Luna.
Yeah, Revived kind of leaving Adam a little bit late in the draft at the moment. There is going to be the Emma picked up as an anti-dive measure, with that Carbon Crush being a consistent threat that needs to be handled. The Adam taken away now by the side of Futbolist, and so there is going to be no second chances. Then they're going to have the uneven Invisible Woman.
Yeah, I wondered whether or not we would see the save onto the Adam, but no, uneven Invisible Woman is actually very strong on Domination, because you can utilize that invisible boundary to play incredibly aggressive, try and slow down some of these players from Revive if they're a little bit overextended, while still having all of that neutral base kit plus the Guardian Shield. So, since one Foot Esports didn't have Adam panned against them, they're going to have that opportunity to pivot into the composition if they feel like their original isn't working, and with the Invisible Woman, if they want to make a play for something like a Namor Hulk composition, Damon's going to have a very fun time playing into the Hela, because Hela doesn't get crit headshot damage onto Invis Shield. She really has to work away at the Guardian Shield for quite a long time.
Yeah, it's really hard to carve through those. Same with Groot Walls as well for the Hela. Krakoa, our first map here. We always start on Domination, and it really can be a big test of a team's overall fight and macro planning, because not only do you have to think about your ultimate management between fights, but also between points as well, Mox.
And the relay as well. We call it ping-ponging, where one person goes on to point, takes a little bit of damage, needs to back away, and then another person instantly absorbs the position that they held, which means that you can bounce the point quite nicely if you're coordinated for a good 10 to 20% of the point, and then build up into your ultimates, or if you're on an incredibly high mobility composition, or with a comic revival where everyone can get revived all in one go, that point bounce goes even further, and we can see one whole fight spanning the entire duration of the round.
Actually going to be Rifle picking up the Hela first here. We're going to be seeing Gamma Namos come through from both sides. Main difference here is going to be in the secondary Vanguard. It's going to be a Groot versus an Emma.
Znost with that Guardian Shield as well is going to give better sustainability to Damon, who, when he goes for that Blessing of the Deep, you can drop the Guardian Shield and cover your Namor with the healing, as opposed to poor Skrikey, who, when he goes for the Blessing of the Deep, does not unfortunately get any heal trickle from Grey on that Luna, and even the Hulk bubble from Dominate, the Unbreakable Resolve, will be broken almost immediately, allowing Foot Esports to pick up the first point control.
Oh, Isadora is definitely feeling themselves right now. Knows exactly when to try and go in towards the back. Of course, is trying to force out that Diamond form a little bit early, because it's a really long cooldown now in Season 4.
But have to be careful though that they don't play too exposed on these long angles, because that is where Hela's going to be able to find a lot of value, treating that Hulk like a pincushion. So Foot are going to start disengaging back to the point, but more importantly to more cover, so that they can keep scouting out these angles that Revive could be looking to set up either a Hela or a Namor.
Emerging from the waterfall, full cinema mode there for Isidore as Blackso's holding it down on the point. Already 40% gained here for Footballist. And Isidore still working these margins. I believe they have given up the high ground to Skrikey, but maybe Damon's still up there having a little bit of a battle. Strangling Prison, ready to go. It's going to be just on to Skrikey, who gets the solo dedication here of the Cloak and Dagger ultimate behind him. Inside of this, Rifle's already managed to grab out Monk, who should be able to self-resurrect. Yes, 10% away from their own ultimate, however, so we'll be able to bring everyone else back in good time, which means Close is going to have to manually respawn first. Linz noted Damon on the off angle is just decimating, forces out all of the healing from the Luna, waiting with a trap behind the TP in case anyone wants to try and test this one out. Monk isn't going to be able to self-res this time. The Cocoon Revival is over. Infinite healing on the table right now for Isidore off the back of the Fate of Both Worlds, so they can just easily run down the Emma Frost. The melee's being weaved in right now from Blackso. The heal's being cut off by the Thorn Lash walls, and even though there is a Hela here, I don't think she's got the damage to try and make this one work. Easily burned on through. An underhanded throw goes awry for the Spore Bomb. So that's an excellent isolation onto Grey. They never stood a chance, Mox.
This fight's just still going as well, because of these stagger picks coming on for Dominic. Gets picked before he can disengage. Skrikey is the next to fall. It's an overtime play, and Revive have no opportunity to even try and tap. As you can see, that Foot Esports didn't even need the Karmic Revival. It was just the off-angle control. When Revived moved to take the brawl fight on the point itself, they gave up contesting the angle that the Namor held.
And it really did feel like just one fight to rule them all. And on Krakoa, they bound them. And now this means that you can try and force out a bunch of early resources potentially from Revived off the back of maybe a feedingly aggressive fight and get rezzed thereafter by Monk.
I mean, if you're Revived, you're going to be looking to utilize this Emma ultimate to try and zone Foot Esports from being able to pick up the point, because that is the crucial part of this composition. If Foot Esports manage to find the point cap and still have Karmic Revival in the back pocket, Revived aren't going to be able to push them out without sacrificing a whole host of ultimates or a whole chunk of point percentage, and they don't want either to be given away to an opponent who's already a round up.
Well, I've already been surprised by Paradox today. Why not by Revived? Foot Esports might go for a very early, cheeky usage of the Namor ultimate to just decimate Revive's line straight away.
I mean, they compare it with Black Sow as well, with the Strangling Prison coming on through, but Revived already in position on the point itself. Looks like Foot Esports trying to take more angles again to have a better setup for that Namor. They get a big Exile on to dominate too. That's already a lot of cloak utility force from Revive's backline.
I think they're trying to force out the Unbreakable Guard, as that's one of the few ways to get through the burst damage that's available from the Groot ultimate. Blackso went on in, follow-ups there. Grey's going to be taken on down by Isidore in the back. It seems like every angle right now is under the firm control of Foot Esports, even with a double stun onto both Isidore and Closer off the back of a well-placed Giganto strike. The Horn of Proteus could not sound the victory here for the side of Revived, and already it's going to be a first cap in favor of Foot. The ping-pong hasn't been going great.
Yeah, and I mean, they don't even need to burn the Karmic Revival either. It's just Strangling Prison combined with Horn of Proteus. When Revive try and answer back with a Horn of their own, Monk just burns the Soul Bond rather than a Strategist ultimate, and now they're going to have all of those resources to keep this next fight going. Revive might be able to find the picks, but can they find the full team wipe and stop Foot Esports from bouncing the point and keeping percentage under control?
Like so, making sure to tax this approach. Nothing for free here from Footballist. They made sure that Revived are fighting for every single one, including just the, what should be free space. Damon's being an absolute pain in the butt over here.
He's got the Luna Idolor too, so if the Vanguards take a little bit of damage, instantly the Namor's almost fully healed back up. Out comes that Eternal Bond. Namor not in position, nor with the ultimate, means that they can't try and cancel it early with the Horn of Proteus. And Karmic Revival does get interrupted midway through by that Kraken impact, potentially from Rifle.
Monk revives themselves, but only towards the end of the AoE of their ultimate. Seems like there is going to be enough sustainability. Never mind, Lynn just gets crushed underfoot by the Horn of Proteus. No chance for a dark teleportation with those movement ability shut on down. Woofy going to be isolated, unable to touch. Vidosido does come through from Grey, but they're summarily destroyed, and Foot are back in control.
Well, Rifle went from trying to utilize the Kraken impacts and Bucky for just outlasting through the Comic Revival 10-second stall into now swapping to the Punisher to have the ability to try and melt through some of these Groot Walls, because Black Sow and Demon have been an absolute menace for Revive to have to deal with every single time the ultimates have come directly out onto the targets required. Woofy with the Sonic Destruction should be able to open up the fight for Revive, but Footies puts so much long-range pressure that they can just disengage the ammo almost entirely, and it's not even going to mean a point flip. The Groot just walls off and boxes into a corner with Soul Bond.
LOS broken, yeah, but Soul Bond is great for surviving through that moderate CC. Don't get too close to the edge! Oh, closer! And goodbye, Monk, as well. You stand no chance, buddy. Gravity claims a pair. What a performance there from Woofy, knowing exactly what they needs to do to win, but unfortunately the rest of the team didn't get the memo. To the sky with you, says Black Soul, as they open a brand new floor of the prison in this penthouse suite. Foot Esports walk away 2-0 on Krakoa.
Yeah, I mean, trying to play retake into an Adam composition on domination, it's really just, you want to tear your hair out with the amount of point percentage. Even if you win the fight, you can do everything that you're supposed to, right? You can open up with Psionic Seduction, you can get enough space for the rest of your team to walk forward, but that is only going to be able to bait out Soul Bond, and then the rest of the Adams team are going to have access to all of their resources and ultimates, as opposed to poor Revived, who have so little left available to them. As Woofy, like you said, tried to make magic happen. The environmental off of the spinning kicks coming on through from that diamond form was so clutch to catch both of the strategists, but by that point the damage had already been done, and Foot Esports had all of the health bars to not even need the strategist to keep themselves alive.
Dude, Damon took 2.1k damage that entire map.
Yeah.
I think the next lowest was like 3.9 on a strategist. Damon was just untouched. Was always on the most annoying angle ever, with a Guardian Shield with an idle aura, just like, come fight me. But like, I don't want to actually, I'd rather not.
That's why we talked about, you know, when we saw that one-sided invisible woman in the drafts, that invisible woman with the Guardian Shield, and then also giving the Namor the Lunar Snowflake too, so that you could just tell your Vanguards, hey, take a little bit of damage, you know, a little bit of poke. Let me just heal you so that I can heal my Namor. And it meant that Damon never really had downtime. He never had to backtrack over to a health pack. He was always on those angles, and it also meant that he could hold the blessing of the deep cooldown for when he was embroiled in a fight, rather than using it outside of one.
Yeah, when you've got two soak tanks like a Hulk and a Groot who are just going to be taking mountains upon mountains of damage, that's always going to be an option. However, options are now opened up for Revive. They get to pick our next map to try and continue this series and bring themselves back into it right after this break.
Psionic Surge! Force Burst! Disappear!
Putting their best foot forward on Krakoa. FUT Esports are up 1-2. Don't shake your head at me. I'm doing my intro. Mox, what analysis do you have from that map, huh?
Ban Invis if you want to try and match a duel of Hulk Namor.
Yeah, hard agree. Hard agree, honestly. But maybe you got to put everything in onto the Namor as well. Admittedly, like, you don't need that much healing on Namor when you're only taking 2.1k damage, but that's why you have the Guardian Shield. There's a lot for Revives to potentially augment as they take us to their own map pick. So this is where, to fight for their own lives, they get to go to where they are best.
Yeah, the question is it going to be Convoy where we see Spawn Hold versus Spawn Break, or is it going to be Convergence, where we got to actually see a little bit more of today? The ball is very much in Revive's court. What do they decide to try to do? Because the last time they went up against Insomnia, they decided to take us to Convoy. This time, they're going to be moving away from that tradition and going to Convergence. And surely we see Invis getting banned out, as FUT Esports might be able to secure themselves one-sided Invis again.
I think FUT, they just have it now, no? The one-sided Invis is just going to be there. We'll have to see what the protect. Like, Revive just got a little bit stunned. We're like, they're doing it again.
Yeah,
what do?
They don't go for the one-sided Mantis either, which means that FUT Esports is immediately going to be banning out the Mantis, likely going to be saving an Invis or... Oh, actually, no, they'll go for the Luna match here. So now Revive do get an opportunity to take the Invis off the field, but first they have to deal with things like the Adam Warlock, which, yeah, one-sided Soulbind on a Convergence map that allows the attacking team to walk and essentially pick up at least 2 points of that tick for free. That's kind of a smart ban to make sure that you don't just get walked on your defensive round.
Yeah, every single ban that comes through is kind of a gauntlet thrown at your opponent. Like, you've got to ban this or we're going to have one-sided X level of utility. And that's why we see that the Invisible Woman has to be taken off the board now. Ultron taken away by FUT Esports here, who are going to have their protect. And yeah, there we go, one-sided Ultron. So you don't get the guy in the sky.
Yeah, and that now means that FUT Esports, if they want to go for a pocket duelist composition, I was going to say, Torch has to be the next ban step for Revived, because you can't have a Torch pocketed by an Ultron. You can, however, still have a Ultron pocketing a Phoenix or a Star-Lord. So FUT Esports have a lot of duelist options open to them.
Yep, question is, what do you protect now? Perhaps a Magneto, perhaps a Jeff?
One-sided
Okay.
Adam.
One-sided Adam. Okay. FUT Esports. Maybe they get rid of a Jeff here to avoid something like a Adam Luna Jeff, which could be quite annoying alongside the
Loki?
Loki. That's a rare ban.
That's the first Loki ban that we've seen in Stage 2.
So it's a shiny ban. 1 in 8,000.
I mean, regeneration domain into things like Meteor M. Also, Horn of Proteus. One of the big things was why we didn't see Namor going all that high in terms of meta picks in the previous stage was because of the sheer amount of Lokis that we saw in regeneration domain. We'll just be able to deal with the Namor ultimate because it's 1 hit of damage, which means that regeneration domain lets you survive the entire thing.
Roll on through it. It's going to be the Central Park. This is where we finished our previous match off. It's Dracula lords over us. There's been some great animations in this game that honestly you wouldn't get to appreciate that much if you don't look up. And I don't look up that much, which is why I get farmed by Human Torch players.
Do you know why we also probably saw the Loki ban? Adam Warlock made it through, which means that if you leave the Loki, God of Mischief would give you 24 revive.
Double res! Hooray!
Harry's voice will still make it through to survive another day tomorrow. Since we don't have that Loki getting the opportunity to copy onto that. Adam is FUT Esports are going to be going for Jeff, Ultron, and Luna as their triple strategist line, taking advantage of the fact that Revive don't have an Ultron, but Rifle on this Winter Soldier, we've already seen the amount of damage it can do to the Jeff and the ultimate with the CC immunity. So that's definitely going to be one of those players watching the other.
Yeah, Jeff with no team up though does mean that his sustainability is going to be a little bit lower. You gotta make your way into the green hill zone now. It's already been set up by Black So, but you can see that a lot of space has already been claimed away here by Revived. And honestly, the utility of the Wolverine is off the charts against both a Hulk and a Groot. These guys are just going to be soaking up a huge amount of damage. Damon was grabbed up in the back. I love the pivot over onto the Winter Soldier as well to try and take the Ultron out of the air. Rifle got a lot of pressure over towards them right there. That was maybe an ill-advised wall coming on through, as it needs to be a mad dash for the point right now. A wall raised up behind them as the Rage of Ultron rains down damage from above. Revived have all of the sustainability they need and a touch more on top of that, thanks to the Eternal Bond given on over. I Am Groot cries out woofy, but I don't think anyone was really grabbed out by that one. Nearly up to the last stand as up comes the Meteor M, slugged down onto Closer, closing the pages on this one, and Revived have awakened.
Yeah, but Snost will be able to come on through with its Jeff, and Rifle used Kraken Impact. Wasabi, also the Meteor M, so Foot Esports could very well utilize this Groot ultimate to set up a target for Snost to look to chomp down onto, especially since Gray might have to just burn the Lunar ultimate for the CC immunity to dodge either, as Foot are going to be going aggressive, flipping the map and jumping or attempting to jump into the back line, try and bypass the Wolverine and the Winter Soldier.
Backline mugging, instantly grabbed out though. In comes the Horn of Proteus, and the sound of it shall ring forevermore through the ears of Revived, who just get cleanly wiped.
Not just that, Gray was in the center of that stage, which meant that maximum damage from the Namor, no damage boost necessary, cancelled the Lunar ultimate prematurely, and they'll still have one-sided Lunar ultimate from Closer of their own.
Maximum oof. Closer gets the roll forced out early though, gets grabbed out by the Bionic Hook of the Winter Soldier. Closer's actually getting a little bit close for comfort over there, maybe trying to pocket Isidore through a little bit of aggressive play. However, Snost still going to be the one to worry about here. It's Jeff, ready to shout for it. Whenever you want it. Monk just reins in from above. Wants to try and take out Rifle early here. Would be a great pickoff to get rid of that Winter Soldier.
Yeah, they're trying to put all the pressure on these off angles so that when the Kraken Impact comes on through, the Winter Soldier's health bar might be somewhat lower, plus playing split so that the Wolverine doesn't get a hit, as we can see a replay of that massive Horn of Proteus. There goes the It's Jeff directly onto Linz through the Eternal Bomb. Was Linz able to find the Dark Teleportation? It does look like they went for the full hold off onto it, and Snost was not able to find the eat.
Weirdly, it seemed like Wasabi just didn't know where the good purple was. Oh my goodness, goodbye Linz. Well, Gray at least manages to pop the overshield to survive the incoming danger of the Horn of Proteus, but are they going to be able to get too much off the back of it? There is going to be some follow-up here, at least of Strikey kind of just, not going to lie, bit of a feed there from my boy Strikey. For esports, are going to be able to re-contest this now when Ratatoska's barely moved at all.
Yeah, Great Whites are, you know, one of the heads of the food chain in the ocean for a reason. Snost has been putting in the work with the joyful splashes, and Strikey is off of the Wolverine onto the Howler. They've seen how far for these spots like to hold. They know that the off angle of both the Namor and that Ultron is going to be trying to play the verticality of this rooftop, and they're going to try and utilize the Howler to keep both in check.
All right, Monk still has the Rage of Ultron for a bit of self-sustain and CC immunity as well. Striking with the pivot over onto the Hell is a little bit weird. However, look at how low Woofy is. The healing's not ready. Strikey surrounded on all sides. Oh my goodness, they're just torn apart by a clutch of piranhas. They stepped into the river, and little did they know their ankle had a little cut on it, and the blood made the piranhas swarm.
Yeah, Strikey is trying to play counter-agent to this Namor, but that then frees up the Vanguards to be so much more aggressive. And Snost and Monk with the Jeff and the Ultron have so much pocketing, as well as with the speed bubbles of this Jeff. Foot Esports can weave in and out of the fight around these corners with very little punishment coming through from Revived's end.
He's setting up speed boost as well as self-sustain for if he uses that It's Jeff as well. Fully charged up is the Meteor M, but goes awry. Black Rage to try and shut down Linz. The shutdown is good. He's strong when it comes to the Meteor M. Emerging from the depths of the castle onto Wasabi, and well, the spice is being delivered by the Namor. Damon's feeling a spicy boy himself. Strikey, you exclaim, as that spice burns.
Rifle threw in the Kraken Impact. It got so many players of Foot Esports low, but the Winter Soldier was brought low himself because Linz was taken down by the Meteor M. There was no Eternal Bond to pocket him with a Strategist ultimate, and now we can see Revived scratching their heads trying to figure out any way of breaking this close spawn hold. Skrikey's over onto the Star-Lord now to have the iframes and also the verticality to try and challenge this Namor off of the angles that Holopro just doesn't find the premature position.
Okay, a little bit of a proactive usage here. Oh, they're being drawn to the cliffs. Oh, the shutdown rifle's got nowhere to go. It was choose Oblivion or choose whale-based Oblivion. In this case, Grey is ran on down by the Hulk, and Damon's got no such concept of mercy. Quickly rolling in after Woofy. No reset to be allowed. Foot Esports invest and they get paid back.
Znos is going to have the HGF2 to keep up the pressure onto Skrikey, or if Grey tries to utilize the bait of both worlds, they might be able to find the heat onto the players from Revive looking to use the Lunar Ultimate to live, and they get the Cloak and Dagger.
Oh, rifle taken down, so Monk is feeling free as a bird over here. Damon waiting for the approach of the Star-Lord, and as the Star-Lord brings out the Galactic Legend, all the fires focused towards them. It'll be great to try and shut down the Jeff here, but the healing pool is solid. Gets one, actually manages to grab Damon as well, as Skrikey towards the back, hunted down by Monk, caught on a wall. Snoster's got no options, but guess what? No one's contesting. Just kept Damon in for fun, I guess, giving him all the heals that were available. Foot Esports hold strong.
They use the HGF to have the heals to match wits with Galactic Legend from the Star-Lord. And poor Revived, they just got jammed into that second spawn like sardines in a can.
Yeah.
The angles that the Namor, the Ultron, and the Jeff controlled to have all of that incoming damage, as well as the fact that they had the Luna for the damage boost to aggressively pop Fate of both worlds and run directly at Revived, was insane.
I felt like there were never enough resources to try and force Damon off of that angle. Like... Skrikey was giving it their best shot on either the Hela or on the Star-Lord, but taking that 1 versus 1 when there was often like a little bit of interceding coming through from Isidore or from Monk on the Ultron, it was never going to be that winnable.
And if you look at the Namor too, then that frees the attention of things like the Ultron, the Jeff, the Vanguards, and that was another problem. You had to deal with all of that poke pressure being juggled, but also the front lines, just how they would play around that corner of the Vanguards, putting pressure onto Revive's Brawl composition potential. And they couldn't even Strange Portal past it, because you can't Strange Portal into spawn. If they want to use the Strange Portal, they have to come outside, and that's why Foot Esports would wait for them. As we can see, Foot Esports on the attack. This time, they have to break through the one-sided Atom composition, but I mean, Damon, we knew him as a Wolverine from stage 1. We know exactly how dangerous this guy is on the duelist.
Isidore taking his Australian son for a walk in towards the back. Oh, misses the Feral Leap onto Woofy, but still manages to deliver a stun in the end. Lots of damage done already. 100 rage. Gets himself a little bit of damage reduction, and the regenerative healing factors still holding on in the back. What's Wasabi doing here? Bro's lost. That's not where your team is, buddy. That's where the counter Vanguard is. Gets picked up real quick by the Hulk, but actually misses the connection right there. Damon forced to extricate themselves from such perilous circumstances. I don't know if anyone can even touch... Oh, that's sad.
That's point. The Wolverine might not have found the grab target, but it forced the Soul Bond and everyone from Revive. Step backwards, Znost gets 2, one of which is the Atom, and we're just gonna go all the way off the map because neither of them have any mobility, and that means that Znost doesn't even have to sacrifice himself. But Esports still have players on the point too, and Revived aren't getting those players back in time before this fight goes to the finish line.
Woofy's not going to try and teleport Skrikey back for a last-second revival here either. I think they may have called it curtains, and I certainly have as well. Foot Esports roll through Revived with no mercy. Their time bank increased.
5 minutes and 12, as Harry said, finishing the map with more time than you begin it. If that isn't aura, I don't know what isn't. You know what? It's not deserving MVP. Coming on through with the Jeff, going to show why exactly the strategist finds himself in the top tier of most banned and saved heroes this current stage.
The stats say it all at this point. Maximum incapacitations, casualties, Closar with 3. but Closer was starting to play a little bit silly towards the end once they started feeling themselves. We've got a couple of highlights here from Revived as well. They did manage to take the first point, admittedly. This was a crazy flank, by the way. Unbelievable accuracy on the strangling prison to get everyone in there.
Just a great catch as well, because if Revived were looking to shield from the front angle, they're not going to be expecting the Strangling Prison to come from behind them. And then you also have to remember that they were able to use things like the Jeff speed bubble to get into that position before Revived get the opportunity to correctly react and then pivot all of their attention and resources to being able to block the Strangling Prison, which then means that the Horn Approach just gets through for free.
Yeah, just textbook stuff here from the side of FUT Esports, and this is kind of an expectation we had of FUT Esports. They got picked up for a reason. This all business roster, they've done very well in a multitude of tournaments in Ignite Stage 1 and both MRC when they played under the name Zabs. So it was surprising to see them this early into the lower bracket. Kind of unfortunate for Revived, but they had to go up against FUT Esports at this juncture. Our commiserations to them. I hope to see them continue to compete. It's great to see some players from Egypt really showing what that region can do over in North Africa, and being part of our MENA community. It's been great seeing them.
Yeah, FUT Esports getting to show off not just Stage 2 meta, but also getting a little bit of Stage 1 meta to come back for it too. I know Damon is very, very happy, I'm sure, that he got to play that Wolverine for an opener, and it beat the Adam. It beat the one-sided Adam with the Soul Bond, and we sort of get to see how you as an attacking team have to deal with that. You're not only going up against 6 players, you're going up against a time that is slowly ticking down. The closer the Adam gets that Karmic Revival ultimate uptime, the longer you know and the less opportunity you have of being able to win out that fight. So you have to take it, and you have to win it incredibly quickly. And Wolverine, as a fastball, takes those fights and takes them very, very quickly.
Yeah, like the clues in the name for fast, but there's no way. Okay, they sent us the avatar of Yap. Imperator's on the line for an interview. Hello, handsome. Let's drag him in. Oh my goodness, look at you.
Hello there, Leg Day.
It is
Hello,
nice
Moxie.
to see you.
It's amazing to see you too.
Congratulations on the big win. We were very impressed with all of your plays today. What team are you being saved for?
What team am I being saved for? Well, I'm kind of a wild card, you know. They call me, you know, Polly from Citadel. They call me the Brown Polly. Yeah. I'm basically a wild card who has to be saved for the best team. So, Natus Vincere, Virtus Pro, Citadel, those type of teams, you know, those type of teams I'm safe for. I couldn't join in OG because I can't reveal my hand yet, but I have a very special hand. I've been practicing, and I'm gonna assist the team as best as I can with it.
Okay, well, talking about saving, we didn't get to actually talk to your team after the first time that we saw you in play, so we get to save this question for now. Angela and 4, with Celestial Husk, was that an experimental composition, or is that something that you guys have been refining behind the scenes?
I cannot say too much on it. I don't want to give away our hand for the next opponents, but our team has been working amazing, insanely hard. Bluxo and Isidore are synergizing well with each other. Our DPS are becoming prodigies, and we have the best Balkan support lineup. So I think we've all worked together to become one of the best teams, and I think we're going to show it in our next match against Citadel.
Yeah, you guys, what happened versus OG Seed, and what did you do to fix it since that 2-1 defeat?
So what happened against OG is, as you can recall from one of the Marvel movies, 1 in 40 million. 1 in 40 million possibilities. The loss against OG was 1 in 40 million, as I can say. But we have since then made sure that it never can happen again. And we have worked a lot with our coach, and the players have put in an insane amount of effort since then. And I'm very proud of what they have achieved in those few days. And we're going to show it against Citadel.
So what does it mean to the team being picked up by an org as experienced in the esports scene as a FUT? Because we know you guys have been through so many name changes, but still kind of like the same roster without rather than losing 2Z. You went from all business to Zabs, back to all business, and now you're FUT.
So sometimes you have to test the waters. There are a million fish in the sea, and we wanted to test what is the best option as a future for our team. And we looked at a lot of options. We had a lot of offers as well, and I think that the option we chose is the best for our future.
Hopefully so, Imperator. Thank you so much for joining us. Before you go, as our resident yapper in chat, do you have a message for your fellow chat yappers?
Do I have a fellow message for my chat yappers? I know you guys are gonna vote for Citadel when the match is starting, all your channel points, but just know that you're gonna lose your channel points. The wild card will be revealed. Foot will come out on top. Hashtag Foot win. I have full faith in my team, and I have full faith that leg day will have an amazing casting time with his beautiful face. And Gold Moxie, you will cast amazingly as well, but we will shake the table and we will bring the upset of the century in the upcoming days.
All right, great to hear from you. That was Imperator, the secret weapon / mascot of Foot Esports after a quick 2-0 victory over Revived. And that is going to be our last team that we have to send home today. Revived is joining, unfortunately, the annals of history here for Stage 2 EMEA as we put our first 4 teams to bed. And now, Moxie, only 12 remain in Europe, the Middle East, and Africa.
I'll have to check the schedule to see whether or not you and I are actually getting to cast that Citadel game versus Foot. But we can have a look and see, like you said, after the first day of these lower bracket eliminations, who have been able to survive and what the matches that are coming up will be, as it will be Paradox versus OG Seed and Foot Esports versus Citadel, where we might get to see that teased Imperator actual composition come on through. I am so excited to actually see what they've been cooking behind the scenes.
I'm incredibly excited as well. Well, Imperator's hyped it up, so now if it's not real, then Imperator's a liar, and we'd all know that, and he'd pay the price. There would be consequences. I'm actually not as confident about Paradox as OGC as I thought I was going to be. I was thoroughly impressed by Paradox today. We've got Virtus Pro versus Na'Vi in the upper bracket finals of Group B. Both of those are now confirmed for our playoffs, of course. But on the lower side, we've got NJC going up against Vice, which is going to be incredibly close, and FaZe versus Alcadzia, which honestly is anybody's game. FaZe looked great today.
Yes, but teams going up against Alcadzia have found themselves one band short into things like the triple strategy, because Balessa's Psylocke has been so strong in all of the previous matches that we've seen it play that everyone who's run up against Alcadzia so far have banned the Psy. We'll have to see whether or not FaZe do decide to take one of those bans against the duelists, or if they're going to prioritize trying to ban down the strategist line the way that we've seen the metas tend to lean towards. Though that will be done with a couple of days in between, which does mean that everyone who's performed today or hasn't performed today but got the opportunity to watch the games play out now get a couple of extra days of scrims to put into practice all of the information that they found.
Yeah, a couple of days of scrims, a couple of days of VOD review. We're still very early in the formation of this meta, Mox. And we might see more tilting towards that Winter Soldier. We might see even Winter Soldier bans come through. Here's a quick look at the match schedule for what's coming at your face next Thursday. Citadel Gaming versus Foot Esports is going to be the opener. My goodness, followed by Alcadzia versus FaZe, OGC Paradox, and then NJC versus Vice.
I do believe that's also going to be taken by Ryan and Tetcha, as that is going to be the 25th. If my calendar is correct, she says as her voice rises in uncertainty, but Harry's nodding, so that's a probable.
I'm conditioned just to nod when you talk, Mox, because I know you're generally right.
I just got word from Prod that yes, I was indeed correct. Ryan and Tetcha will be back with all of the action, as unfortunately this will be the end of the Marvel Rivals EMEA Ignite Stage 2 stream for today. I've been Moxie, I've been joined by the wonderful Lekte, and we will be bidding you all a very wonderful rest of your night.
keeping the